Boys, happy Thanksgiving and good evening. I'd like to start this stream with one big... Whew. Holy shit, I feel as though Thanksgiving food has the density of like 9 normal foods. No burp? Dude, if I burped, I'd throw up. Just straight up, I'd be fucked. Nin finally sniping a first in chat. Somebody killed Leon today and made him into a Thanksgiving fucking bird. Nin and the Hundo Day streak, I appreciate you. Bella Ray the 3-day, Grandpa Naves, what up, my friend? Thank you for the boosties as well, I appreciate you. Phoenix, I hope we're all having beautiful, beautiful days. I hope you guys have got some good food in the systems. And if you don't, you fucking should. There's no reason not to at this point. Get yourself a bird, bake that bitch up, and then you're good to go. Z, happy Thanksgiving to you, even though y'all probably don't do too much over there. Well, you're Canadian, but you don't have to be American to celebrate a day with good food. Like, I feel like if there's a cultural holiday anywhere in the world and it's just like, hey, get this dope ass food and then cook it up, I feel like that's legit. So what you'll need, honestly, basic ass Thanksgiving dinner, potatoes, you're gonna boil them, and then once they're soft, you're gonna mash them up with some seasonings and some cream and some butter and some whatever else you need. You're gonna get a turkey, or if you can't get a turkey, just get yourself a Thanksgiving chicken. Bake that bitch up with some seasonings on top, and then pull it out when it's done. Make a gravy out of the drippings, and then you got your baseline Thanksgiving meal. That's literally all you need. Just general baked bird with season turned into gravy. So roast? I mean, you could, like, if you wanted to. I mean, preferably like a turkey. Like, you could make little Thanksgiving bowls, low-key, high-key. I also have this, I have this dish. Yo, creepy, I hope you're having a good day. Also, Alzito, hope you're having a good day, dude. I'm British, we don't have Thanksgiving. Right, but you don't need to be American to celebrate Thanksgiving. Like, you don't need to be limited to inferior food holidays. No green bean casserole? We have green bean casserole in the fridge. Yeah, I mean, you can go green bean casserole, you can go squash, sweet potatoes, dinner rolls, ham. So like, my family dinner is, well, family lunch. Turkey that's baked, ham on the grill. So like a big ass ham, and then, you know, put in a thing and then grilled up with some glaze on it. And then we do mashed potatoes, 2 types of stuffing. My mom does a homemade stuffing, and then we have like Bell's stuffing as well. And that, no, is it stovetop or is it Bell's? Either way. Then we have cranberry sauce, squash, sweet potatoes, green bean casserole, 3 pies. Before the food came out, my mom put out like a cheese and meat and cracker board, so we were all just chowing at that shit. And I'm gonna be real, we have probably close to 35 pounds of leftovers. Cause keep in mind, that's like a 20-pound fucking bird, dog. Like, there's a lot of bird there with a turkey. Turkeys are fucking huge. I don't understand like what the difference is genetically, where like chickens are like 5 pounds and then turkeys are just like fucking 25. But I guess turkeys are just like 25 fucking pounds. Leftover ham is biz. Yeah, you can use it for anything. You want an omelet? Ham. You want a sandwich? Ham. There are different species. I understand there are different species, but they're both fucking birds. Like, how bird 1 built for some sort of maybe temporary flight, and like bird 2 just not built for anything. Like, can turkeys fly? Because chickens can't really fly that good. Grilled ham and cheese sandwich? Yeah, I mean, you got the grilled ham and cheese sandwich. You got, like, we got dinner rolls and stuff too, so we could do like little sliders and stuff. What is this, purgatory? I haven't slept since the fishing raid? Wait, you haven't slept since the fishing raid? Why have you not slept since the fishing raid? Also, Blood God over on YouTube, ready for the game to come out on Steam so bad? Brother, me too, because there are gonna be more than 13 people on the fucking server. I can't wait until it feels alive. You wanna see a big fucking bird? Look up Brahma chicken. It's a breed of chicken that can reach several feet tall. Wait, my mom loves chickens. What if my mom has a bunch of chickens. What if I just got her, like, this type of chicken? Oh my fucking god. Wait, what? I need like perspective on this. Bro, what? This... Hold on. No, this is not real. This is AI, right? Hold on. Bro, that's just a guy in a fucking chicken suit. That is not an actual chicken. Like, it's got people legs. What the fuck do you mean? It's a normal sized chicken, but it's got people legs. It's Big Bird. This is literally Big Bird. Perspective messes that up, but they're big. I understand that they're big, but like, why does he have people legs? Like, my mom has chickens. They do not look like this. They're not built like this. Yo, B-Tron, what up, my dog? Happy Turkey Day. And to you, dude. I appreciate you. Bosun, what up? Shame these servers are up and not the PTR. I mean, like, to an extent, yeah, but also I can show my screen over here, so that's dope. I just wish we would get boost NPCs over here for people that wanted to, you know, maybe make characters, boost characters, try out different classes, shit like that. I would actually sacrifice your guys' left nuts. Oh my god, B-Tron McB, my dog. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you for the 5, dog. I appreciate you. And happy fucking Turkey Day, my boy. But yeah, I would literally sacrifice all of your guys' left nuts to get boost NPCs in. I want you guys to know, honestly, I'd just sacrifice 3 of you guys outright for a boost NPC right now. I'd trade that shit. I don't mind. We have enough motherfuckers in here. Like, over the course of an entire day, too, like, if we take yesterday's catalog of people that came in, yeah, 3 of you guys is fucking nothing. So, I mean, that's a sacrifice I'm willing to take. Not McBee, though. McBee just bought his safety. So, one of you guys, though. My left nut doesn't work anyways, you can have it. I don't need to know the lore. Server would be fine if they patched over the PTR updates. Well, yeah, but that'd just be...
I'm not good at math. I'm not very smart.
And you're 5'6". They're literally chickens taller than you. Like, if they patched over the PTR updates, then that would essentially just be the update, you know? I can kind of understand them not wanting to deploy the entire update all at once. But it does definitely mean that there's not going to be, like, the most to do, you know what I mean?
Farm him, reaped. Dead. Fucking idiot.
Not today, sir. You tried. You tried. DustyWhy's probably first to go, to be fair. Nah, nobody wants those shits. It's fine. It's fine. Those are a safe commodity here. Everything's fine. Bro, my other monitor is literally just this motherfucker staring at me right now. So, like, how could I get my hands on one of these chickens for my mom? Because, like, my mom has chickens. And so, like, if I just got one of those big boys, and then over time it, like, grew legs and started walking around the coop, like, will it be aggressive with other chickens? Or would it coexist with different sizes of chickens just fine? Because that thing literally looks like a person in a chicken suit. I don't really understand how that's supposed to be passed as a real thing. I also don't understand how the lineage of that, like, beast works. But I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. I don't know how it got people legs. I don't want to know how it got people legs. I don't need to know how it got people legs. I don't care. Hey, yo, B-Tron, thank you for the 90-day, dog. I appreciate that. Much love. Probably eat the other chickens. Right. Right, no, I mean, I see that side of it. I definitely do not doubt that one little micro fraction of a bit. I'm gonna give the first person I see a bunch of fish. Grandfather. Grandfather. Grandpa. I have things for you. Sir. Good day. Alright, cool. He doesn't want my fish. You. You, sir. Would you like my fine fish? Freshest fish in Vera. I farmed these up last night and they've been sitting in my pocket since then. Alright, you don't want my fish. Oh, you want my fish! Alright, cool. I have all of this for you. Enjoy it, friend. This is all for you. If they close out of this trade, nice. Nice. We got a real one. And then we say, Happy Easter. And then we leave. Alright, cool. We did our good deed for the day, chat. Now we go corrupt on somebody to balance it out. Everything's fucking perfect here. Everything's wonderful. And there aren't enough people on to come kill me and take my gear before you guys actually get to me. Maybe I hold out as long as I possibly can and then just drop my entire gear set. Mayhaps. Alright, so who's actually playing today? What incarnation are we getting up to? Because I'm gonna go out on a limb and assume that quite literally fucking nobody is going to be on today, considering it is Thanksgiving and PTR day. What is there to do? I don't know, dude. I'm trying to petition for a fucking boost NPC. So we actually got, like, you know, some to do at least. People can make a character. People can boost. Am I holding these for you to swap? I no longer need them. I am vegetarian. Did Grandpa say he's thankful? It wasn't Grandpa. Yeah, no, Grandpa literally didn't even say anything, dog. It's kind of tragic. Kyrie got the fish, though. Kyrie greatly appreciative. I told them that I was vegetarian. So, we're fine. Thought they did say something about Boost NPC. Boost NPC is coming in on the 1st of December, as of right now. For, like, the actual end of the world event. But with that, they didn't talk about bringing it in prior to that day on the 1st of December for the end of the world event. So I'm not quite sure. I would love to, if I had more motion, make a petition and, you know, a push for the boost NPC to actually get added. But I don't think I got motion like that. So we'll probably have to wait till the 1st. I've bugged just about everybody that I can about it, and there's no boost NPC, so I don't fucking matter. That's something we have to deal with on a daily. Well, Bear Catcher, give me 100 gold just before I logged off, and I got 3 heroic gear pieces and a hawk bow. Wait. How much? How much did you spend on that all? You probably could have got something better than a hawk bow. Shit. Hawk bow is, Hawkbow's eye level 23. It's a debate. It's a debate. All 100 of the gold. Goddamn. Goddamn. You might be able to get mats to make something good cheap as well, depending on what you have, but... Yo, Jax, what up, dude? Do you know if the launch on Steam will come with a quest line to get a max level? It will not have a quest to get to, like a quest process to get you to max level at this point in time, in terms of just like a linear quest line to follow. I would say at this point in time, questing tapers out. Keep in mind, they're still changing how the PTR questing is working. The first time user experience is getting some linearity to it. But everything is going to remain kind of non-linear. You'll have these questing hubs that you go to. You'll pick up quests and commissions and stuff like that in those hubs. And then you'll complete those. And then in an ideal world, they'll bring you to different higher level hubs throughout the world. Right now, most of the hubs aren't in. I'm gonna be completely honest. You have like your start, and then you have second sword outposts, post start, which is nice. You go start into Lionholder Samia's, and you can go second sword outpost. So after that, you can go to a harbor, but the harbors don't have a ton of quests, just a couple quests for you. In the anvils, you have your bonfire hammer rest start, and then nothing after those. So essentially, at this point in time, you can first time user experience quest, probably get up to like, with the changes coming on the PTR, it seems like they're shooting to have at least level 10 to 12-ish doable through questing if they add a lot more. But there are always ways to optimize the quests to kind of get the most out of them. And from like a time to performance aspect, so to say, my current... Oh my god, Dr. Frankenbob. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, Dr. Frankenbob. What is up with you guys today? Beatron came in with the 5, Frankenbob with the $30. Frankenbob.
Keep the content rolling.
Thank you, dude. I appreciate you. Listen, that's going to broccoli salad for Carla. That is going straight to the broccoli salad. Our Black Friday shopping is going to be at a grocery store getting the best Black Friday doorbusters on meat to put in the freezer that will then be used for meal prep in the future. Dr. Frankenbob, I appreciate you. Also, Hunter, what up, dog? Thank you for that. Also, not a plan to be able to do just a main storyline quest to level 50 when we have the full game. Yeah. It's a massive world. And right now, questing exists basically like you start and then you fan out and you have some quests out and about, But more or less, it's going to be going into your start, then to second sword outpost here, where you'll pick up another set of quests, and then you'll complete those, and then you do Road to Jova, then you can like do the Minotaur chain and stuff like that, and you can find little discoverables along the way and different quests to complete. And like quests do exist, but the thing with Ash is this, like I mentioned, questing is very non-linear in the first place, right? And that's by design. But on top of that, quests are very completable. Or I guess like contestable. Quests can always have the objectives sat right on top of by people. And you can always have contests there. You can always have scarcity in what you can actually acquire there. My guild's not at war. That's fucking huge. You have a lot that can go wrong with quests. A lot that can go wrong from a progression standpoint. So with Ashes, the popular option tends to be mob grinding for a lot of people. Me personally, I'm planning a questing route that should hopefully, and keep in mind on the private test realm, they're tweaking the first time user experiences, changing the experience needs to actually level 1 to 10, adding and taking away quests, reallocating quest givers into different places, and kind of trying to like, you know, progress that MSQ, or not that MSQ, but that first time user experience as a whole. Now you got me saying that MSQ. So from there, I would expect it to be in a pretty solid spot for like the 8 to 10 push on the launch of December 11th. After that, I would expect it to taper out until they get more of the narrative built out throughout the Riverlands into some other questing hubs, maybe bring us into the tropics, the June Dark, the desert, and through there, we will have many more options for the questing, but it's definitely not going to be like 1 to max level on launch of December 11th. Do Destiny L items get good amount of XP? Yeah. So we don't have it that I can show here. But basically, part of the part of the pseudo guidance through the world that they're working on through systems for the launch of December 11th and beyond that is going to be the Destiny system. So the Destiny system will allow you to essentially have different categories. So there's like a first steps, a combat, an adventuring, gathering, refining, processing, gathering, processing, and fucking crafting, those 3. So you have different categories for your Destinies tab. And as you, whoops, I think I just got stuck. As you complete certain numbers of Destinies, you can also claim these like threshold based rewards. So it's like if you complete 8 of the first steps, like all 8 of those, then you'll find yourself getting a weapon, which if you're under level 10 is going to be a very high item level weapon for, you know, what you're actually looking for at the time. You'll use that probably until you get a level 10 plus drop. And then on top of that, you're getting some consumables, you're getting multiple pieces of armor. You're genuinely getting a ton for completing those, and that's just your adventuring in your first steps. Then from there, you'll have your gathering options. Gathering, if you complete all 8 of the gathering objectives, you actually get like a gathering tool chest. So that's kind of nice. Can we make the triangle into a square? There's no reason to. What do you mean? There is no square. There's no 4th part. Yo, Nick, what up? If I purchase the alpha, do I keep my progress when the game actually releases? No. As JD said, JD, what am I go? There will be many wipes before the launch of the game. So I would kind of come in treating it as almost like while it's in development, keep in mind the early access launch is representing just a continuation of the development cadence. It's not like a jump forward or anything. So in my best guesses, we're still probably looking at a 2028 launch. My guess has been mid to late 2028. They could always surprise me and deploy sooner than that, but I still feel like there's a lot of development left to come in. So from that aspect, I would expect maybe like a seasonal approach being the best approach for most players to take right now. Coming in with the, like, I guess the expectation that there will be some jankiness along the way. You're very likely to lose progress. I'd say in between like a 3 and 6 month cadence if things are going well. If things go extravagantly, then obviously they can keep the server up for longer without having to wipe it. They don't want to wipe, but there's a lot of change that comes in over the course of, you know, changing the state of the game from level 25 max to level 50 max, expanding the world like 4 to 5x the size of the current world, bringing in new questing hubs, objectives, world events, dungeons, bosses. Like, there is still so much that's yet to come with Ashes that I feel like every player should come in fully prepared to, like, take the content cycle for what it gives you, you know? If you come in and you're playing and you're grinding, you hit level 25 and then you start to burn out, don't force through it like it's just, you know, the end of the world if you don't keep progging. Hello, sir. This is why I don't run cinematic settings. Jesus fucking Christ. My game's hitchy as fuck on cinematic. This is why I run low settings. My performance is butt cheeks right now. So anyways, I would recommend just coming in. If you start to burn out at a point, just take time until the next large update comes in. And then, you know, if that next update isn't hitting for you, then wait until the update after that. There is a chance that Ashes goes somewhere, and obviously a chance that, you know, any game doesn't make it to launch. But I don't think Ashes will be going anywhere in the near future. Personally, I think there'll be some good good time to play still. Treat it like Guild Wars 2 with the horizontal progressions of friends you made along the way. I mean, so for our community, the standpoint that we have is every bit of time and information that we can get right now is more information that we can use to build up and empower our community in the long term. So it's like we're playing with the goal of, you know we want an MMO. We are MMO players. We're an MMO community. And the people that are over here really like Ashes in the long term, and they know that we're going to be a long-term community that's going to be here no matter what. And we've already shown that time and time again through absolute dead points of Ashes. And we shall continue to do so. So from our standpoint, we have a lot of people that are fully on board where it's like, you know, I like the vision of Ashes in the long term. I like the vision of Cats in the long term. I want to be a part of both. I'm going to join this. I'm going to come and go as I want to in between development. And then through that, we find our core of players who stays and just has all the information. Our core helps the casual develop. And then before long, we've got an even larger core than we even thought. And that's kind of where we're at right now. That's why our growth has been so pronounced phase to phase to phase. We didn't come over with an entire community from another game. I didn't have New World friends come over with me, bro. I had 5 people that I was playing with when I made Cats, and like 2 of them don't even play anymore. So it's you know, it's something where honestly we have grown so much phase over phase over phase from the literal ground, and I'm really happy about that. Is banking connected, or is what you have in that specific bank only on that specific bank? Materials tabs are exclusive to each town, and then there is the items tab where you can put in like consumables, you know, weapons, items, stuff like that, and then you could grab those from anywhere. So items can go anywhere in the world through your storage. That's global one tab. Materials, you get individual storages for every single town. Part of the reason that's useful is because if you are someone who gathers a lot, someone who's going to have a lot of materials, a lot of things to econ, you can basically match up what you're going to be, you know, crafting with, processing, what you're selling in which town based on the demand in there, because you'll have different towns that are set in different crafting focuses. And from there, you can kind of make some money while organizing. So that's one of the large advantages to it. Oh my god, my game. How's the game been today? I was out of the house a lot today. Do we have boost vendors? We have no boost vendors, and also my game is running like an actual legless man right now. Holy shit, I am turning off cinematic. Wow. There's a reason I don't run cinematic, and it's because my game runs like absolute poop. Now, I will say, I'm hoping that they didn't hit it with what they've hit the... Oh my god, my game feels so much smoother already. Oh, I love this. I'm hoping that they don't hit us over here with the nerf bat to game fluidity that they hit the PTR with recently. The PTR stutter is a very big thing, and that was very reminiscent of the PTR stutter. And notice, like, now it's just kind of chilling out. Yo, Ragnosh, thank you for the 4 months. A-Rod, thank you for the 35-day streak, dog. Until you need that one material across the map, which will be all the time. Yeah, but then you gotta have the clams to buy it. You gotta pay for that lack of preparation. It comes out of your pockets. You can prepare more and save money, or you could be rich enough to not give a fuck. The goal is to be rich enough to not give a fuck. Is this full? Right. Right. Alright, somebody's gonna get a whole lot of Dusty's wood in their hands soon. because I got too much random bullshit in here, if I'm being honest. I don't even know why I'm moving stuff around in my storage. I'm just kind of like doing stuff with my hands on the screen at this point in time. It's like I could be running Subway Surfers in the back right now, and it effectively serve the same purpose. We'll destroy that one and then throw you here, and then we're good. All right, hold on. I gave this person my fish before, and now I'm gonna give them a bunch of other shit. I'm just gonna run off again. I gave them a materials tab full of fish, and then I just walked away. Accept this for me? It's for you. It's a present. It's for you. Chat, why don't they want it? What? Take my wood. It's the finest wood in Vera. Listen, if you're not gonna take this wood, I'll give this wood to somebody else. I'll take the animal carcass. Are you in here? I keep forgetting I'm not very like anonymous anymore, am I? Like, for so much of my streaming career, I was like a completely irrelevant streamer that nobody watched, and I think I'm still a mostly irrelevant streamer that not many people watch, but I forget that people know where to find me now. So if I'm ever doing like weird shit, then you know, people just kind of know I'm here. All right, hold on. If you want carcasses, I got you. You grab these to start. I'll go get you some carcasses. I have many. Oh, Kairos. I want to say mate, and I said me. Bless you, my son. Bro, honestly, you're about to get 3 weeks of my gathering work. Like, I got you on the carcasses. If you're using them for shit, I'm not gonna use them right now. Everyone online at Ashes is probably in stream. No, low key, dog. When we were doing a fishing raid, why is there a hype train like 2 minutes after somebody subbed? This hype train just tried its hardest not to come and then came anyways. Boys, I guess we have a fucking premature hype train here. It's just fucking squirting off. So if anybody has a Prime, T1, T2, T3, if anyone wants to try the new /gift 1000 feature for Thanksgiving, we could always make sure that that bitch is working. So, you know, we got the hype train going. If you guys have biddies or anything like that, please feel free to drop those bitches. If not, 07, we can let the hype train rock. Does /gift actually work? What, like a /gift 5? Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can do /gift amount. I think that's like the rich person way to do it because they always have their credit card just linked up on file and infinite Twitch bucks. Yeah, I'm pretty sure rich people just do like a /gift massive amount. Yo, Kenny, Steve, how you guys doing today? Merc, Prunk, happy Thanksgiving to you as well, dude. Good call on New World, as sad as it is. Listen, it's not one of those things that I'm happy to be happy about, or happy to be right about with New World, you know? I am very, like, I don't know, it feels bad. Alzito, paying it forward with the /gift 1, much love. I appreciate your boys, the hype train. It's on the tracks and we're getting it fucking lit and I'm trying not to fall asleep at the wheel. He tested it. It worked. It worked. It does work. /gift works. Yeah, I'm telling you, I'm saving you guys time. All right, someone asked what the largest pros to Ashes are. I'm gonna start this with the fact that you're going to see literally fucking none of them with the stream today. Let me be completely honest. The largest pro and the largest con, in my opinion, is that this is built and rooted in what is truly a social sandbox MMO with very socially driven systems. And right now, nobody's on because these servers are wiping in 4 days. Everything's just going kaput. And on top of that, it's fucking Thanksgiving. So for me, the immediate pro is that every system is built community first, community minded, right? And with that being said, you can always be doing something with your time to be productive. All of these trees, if we were trying to pump out something for crafts as a guild and we needed oak and ash, I would be stopping to hit every one of these trees because we may need them. If I see a Weeping Willow or a Braidwood, I may still stop and hit it just to see what the rarity's looking like. So Weeping Willow here, it literally looks like a willow. And Ron literally looks like he's making a poor financial decision right now. Ron, happy Thanksgiving, my boy. Thank you for the 5 gifties. Boys, we're getting scary close to me having to pull out a 24-hour stream for the December 11 launch. I didn't think we were gonna get close. I'm kind of scared. I popped that when we had like 400 subs, and now we're at 699. Nice. Boys, we're getting closer. Ron, I appreciate you. Thank you for the 5 gifties, my boy. Happy Thanksgiving. I hope Ron's roasted chicken and turkey had a beautiful fucking day today. What do you cook up IRL? Yo, Steffis, how are you, my friend? Oh my God, Dr. Frank Bob with the 5 gifties. I can't even answer questions because you guys are gifting too many subs. Is this what Asmongold feels like, except like, you know, MMO based? Like, genuinely, what does it feel like to be Kai Cenat streaming and just have that many subs coming in all the time? Because, like, I try to make mental notes of, like, when people ask questions that I miss so I can respond to them. But what if there's literally just too much to respond to? Frank and Bob, thank you for the 5, brother. Ron, thank you for the 5. Anonymous, thank you for the 5. Oh, my God, we're rolling in it. I'm buying a Bugatti. Oh, my God. Holy shit. I'm gonna be able to actually afford all of the Pepto-Bismol that I'm going to need after eating the copious amount of leftovers that I got for Thanksgiving. Boys, I appreciate you guys. You are all absolutely insane. Pretty sure Asmon has a sub off. Does he? I don't know. I don't watch Asmon streams anymore, funny enough. I don't like politics. I don't like IRL. So it's like, I like gaming. I wish Asmongold was still MMO Asmongold, man, and he didn't do politic Asmongold. That was a shift. I just don't like IRL stuff. I miss MMO content creation. Asmon streams on his alt account? No, Zacro's partnered now. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they made him get partnered, if I remember correctly. It at least has a check now, I think. Frank, I'm up with the combo as well. Oh my God, you guys are going crazy. At what point do you get mods to scan the chat and highlight and forward messages worth responding to? Me? I mean, I don't feel the need to have to do that, because, like, I always say if somebody misses a question, then they can always just, like, repost it. Or, like, if I miss a question, somebody can repost it. Like, I'm not someone who's, like, going to get mad at somebody for having a question if I don't get to it. You're saying about big streamers who can't follow chat? Oh, yeah. No, I know. I was just kind of saying, though, like, my personal mentality on it is, like, even if I get super large, I would just have people repost their questions, and I wouldn't necessarily feel the need, even at, like, you know, chat just going brrr, to really have somebody scanning the chat and stuff. Also, chat can help chat in that sense. But also, I feel like there is definitely a certain extent where as you go up in size, you don't necessarily have to interact like one-on-one with chat as much, because then you have chatters interacting with chatters that are just there for the stream. So, like, at my size, I like interacting with my chat. So even if I was larger, I would still interact with chat as much as I physically could. Like, I'm a chat first streamer. Some streamers, once they get to the macro standpoint, they don't even give a shit. Like, if you're like fucking Ludwig size, if you're like, I don't know, just generic large multi-thousand viewer streamer that's not viewbotting, your chat is going to be moving so fast just from people talking to each other that I could literally just look over for a second, act like I'm reading, and then be like, oh, Dusty, why are you so handsome? Oh, dude, I don't know, man. I just try my best every day. Oh, Dusty, why are you so good at video games? And, like, nobody's gonna know that I'm making up those questions. I just be like, oh, so-and-so asked about this system that I feel like talking about right now. Like, I could just make shit up at that point. Why are you so handsome? See, I don't have to make it up. I don't have to front for the gram, dog. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. So many large streamers literally just do that. Like, they'll just make up random shit to talk about. And also, like, I don't know, large streamers do it a little bit differently. They'll come in with like full skits planned out, full like talking points for the day and shit like that. I just press start streaming and hope somebody says hello at some point, because that's really all I need. Once I get you in a conversation, it's kind of like I got your shoelaces tied together, dog. Nihao Rath, how are you, my boy? It's like, I got your shoelaces tied together, bro. As soon as you say what up in chat, my goal is to keep you here for as long as physically possible. I don't care. I'm not making up questions. I'm about to make it so you can't fucking leave. If you click off of this stream, I want you to be thinking about our conversation when you're leaving. If you're going shopping with a wife, I want you to be like, oh, so Dusty and I were talking about this. What do you think? Your wife's like, what the fuck do you mean? I don't know what video games you play. I don't promote you being this way. I don't know, man. I don't know. I want to leave that impression. Do you have a leveling plan for the reset? I do indeed, yes. I very, very, very much do. Now, with that being said, the leveling plan also... Am I being fucking harassed? What in the fucking Danny Phantom is this shit? What in the actual fuck? Am I being fucking got right now? Huh? Excusez-moi? Killed my fucking mount, and I've given away all the rest of my fucking fast mounts. Well, I guess we're traveling by the fucking water, boys, because I got a shoal skipper left. We're down horrendous. Oh, God. Anyways, have you made a group with people already? Oh, God, yeah, we have a ton of groups set up in the community. So, like, in terms of, like, groups, we have static signups where people that are going to be playing right on the launch of the server can sign up to have a full group of 8 with everybody in role focused up on, like, this is your starting loop, this is where you're going to grind after the fact, and, like, everybody kind of has an idea of where to go. That's our goal. Now, my group tends to remain relatively consistent phase to phase, providing people are on for it, just because I do a 24-hour stream. If we hit the sub goal, any time that we hit that sub goal, I do a 24-hour stream. We've hit it every single time for phase starts so far. So that results in me needing an absolute degen group that's also willing to do a 24 and then destroy their sleep schedule for a little bit. Choo-choo! Boys, I appreciate you. Thank you for the hype train as well. So yeah, my group's a little bit more like, hey, you're gonna be at this for a little bit, dog. Get ready. So that's my big thing. My group will be here the same amount of time that I am, and I will not put them in my group if they're gonna pussy out. Other than that, like, our system is basically, we have officers that look specifically at tickets. Our leadership council that essentially does all the work is so good with the administrative and behind the scenes stuff at, like, streamlining, and we always, like, try to get better with streamlining every process, from me recruiting more people to, you know, having them have a better onboarding once you're in the Discord to, you know, the overall user experience, right? So what we're trying to set up right now is you sign up for our static groups, you post in your ticket, because everybody has a ticket to communicate directly with officers in leadership, and then from there, post in your ticket what your availability is going to be like, and then we match you up in groups based on class structure and based on availability to find the most synonymous fits. That's where we're at with the general plan. Then we have our boots on the ground levelers, that are trying to discern the best leveling path for all of our groups. The only problem with that is the first time user experience is being constantly iterated on right now on the, you know, on the PTR side. So for the 11th, we're gonna have a completely new first time user experience. There will still be some parts of it where you're like, oh, I recognize this, but I can vouch the first fucking quest that you accept in the Riverlands is different. You are starting out with a different first-time user experience than so many people will have, you know, will have been used to. That's a big thing. So you can't go off your muscle memory. You've gotta kind of get the information. So my goal is to have a hugely efficient first-time user experience. So hard to min-max leveling when it changes so much every reset. Also makes it fun though. Makes it very fun in my opinion. That's the thing about my mentality with it that I try to instill in the community as well. Like, we gain so much information and we have such a level of, man, I wish I would have done this, or I wish I would have done that differently. Well, we can do this or that differently every single reset. And every single opportunity to level faster is an opportunity to actually implement what we think would work. And if we actually hit and we have a really good path, then we find ourselves in the spot that we want to be in. And if we make progress, then that's perfect. We're trying to make progress every time. But if other people are also, yo, if you be thinking of the follow much love, if other people are also making equivalent progress to what we're making, and we see ourselves behind other groups, then we need to try to figure out what is going, you know, what's going differently there. Are we falling off with our first mob grinds? Are we not AoE grinding when we should be, and are we single target grinding somewhere instead? I think that's a big thing. How are you playing already? They let streamers get in a few days early for the wipe, so that way we could shit on all of the new viewers that are coming in and clip farm. Yeah, it's a perk of the content creator program that just went out. So it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I already have most of my level 20 plus gear because they also doubled XP gain. So the uncontested server was actually fucking massive for me. I was able to get my group in at double XP gain. And now I'm just running around the world picking out every single high value farmable and making sure that by the time normies on Steam hop in, I, Mr. Famous Streamer Man, have so many materials that nobody can even play the game. Chat, why don't you believe me? He's memeing. I'm not memeing. How do you know that I don't get to like prison pocket some of this stuff in? How do you know that I'm not just gonna spawn in with 100 gold on December 11th? I can already see the out of context Reddit post. Oh no. Wait, also make sure you guys do exclamation ashes. Everybody that makes their account using my link generates 1.5 million United States dollars for me. Please and thank you. God fucking damn it. God damn it. All right, so anyways, no, I'm not actually on the streamer client. I'm very sad. Oh wait, I have to go get my carcasses. I got turned around and now I'm running the wrong way because I was fucking memeing. I have to go to Nuela for my carcasses. Whoops. I got fucking turned around. That's my bad, dog. That's on me. Anyways, my mount's still dead for another 4 minutes. So with that being said, the like live servers that are on the old build are up. So this is the server that came up a few months ago. This is a phase 3 server, SHOL. This is the one that's going to be wiped on December 1st and then comes up anew on the 11th. So that's going to be where our new server is. You know what I mean? So right now, there's not really a purpose to play on this server, nor will there be a lot of people here. So, yo, awesome. I'm so sorry. I probably said that wrong as fuck over on YouTube. What up, dog? How's performance? What specs are you running? I am using a 4080 Super and a 7900X 3D. Yeah. Sorry, I have turkey brain today. 4080 Super 7900X 3D. So. No, yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I was like, what the fuck? But with that being said, there are some small, like, micro stutters that are in. They very highly prioritize those micro stutters. There's a bad one over on PTR that they're working on getting out. With that being said, settings can impact a lot of it. So I was running on cinematic at the start of the stream. And like, if you go back to the start of the stream and the start of the VOD, oh my God. Dude, I actually was running around and I was like, I can't fucking do this. I'm so sorry to anybody that wants the pretty visual gameplay, but I fucking can't. It was bad. So there are some stutters that are settings based. For perspective, the settings that I run, I don't trust any of this stuff. It's all like voodoo wizardry to me. I'm not fucking with it, so I turned it off. Then I go medium global loom, epic view distance, low, 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 medium, medium, medium. And you can adjust these like as you want to. But this is what's always worked for me. And you'll notice like right now, I can turn on my FPS counter for you. I cap at 144 because that's typically the higher end of what I'll run. But even moving around, granted, I'm like by myself in the world right now because nobody else is actually fucking logged in. But I'm still holding 100 plus on these settings. Pretty smooth. So optimization will continue to get better. They went to Unreal Engine 5.6 relatively recently, so there have been some optimization passes to come in with all the lighting passes and visual improvements that they put in with 5.6. PTR, my average frames are higher, but there is a debilitating stagger, like a stutter over there. It's like, it's bad over there. I'm fine with 60. Oh yeah, you'll be chilling then. Especially with your specs. If you got a 5070 Ti and a 9800X, yeah, you're absolutely fucking chilling. You'll hold 60 like nobody's business. So, saw some curator on AOC gives Steam a thumbs down for the only reason it's using UE5. Yeah, but if you look at that curator, they also have many reviews. The last two games that they reviewed were like RV There Yet and Arc Raiders, which are both really, really, really well-received games. So if we're getting put in with RV There Yet and Arc Raiders, that's fucking sick. Also, I just sound like a vampire saying that. RV There Yet. I don't know. That just sounds weird. It doesn't really roll off the tongue for me. Thank you to Final Fantasy 14 levels of optimization. Oh, if they can actually get optimization like up tremendous, yeah, it'll be beautiful. Do we think that Steam and EA servers will never really dry up to launch now? Like, they'll dry up. I think there's naturally, Mike, going to be a content cycle with anything in a live service state, you know what I mean? I think it's inevitable that you will have a lot of excited people to come in with, you know, high hopes of a patch, and eventually they will either complete the content, they will get bored of the content, or there will be something that pops up that can lead to them not being able to play the game for a myriad of reasons. So even if you retain a large percentage of your populace, you will still naturally see player base, you know, fall off a little bit in between your content deployments. The most rapid of content deployments still have this same thing. Now, you factor in as well, once you're on a content cycle and people kind of know what to expect and communication goes out, you're seeing the bottom of the content cycle right now for Ashes because this server is going to be wiped. Nobody wants to come over here and actually, like, play on a server that's about to be taken offline. Nobody's putting their time investment over here. So, like, this is the bottom of the bottom of the bottom. And this is like, if you were walking through the streets of New York after they announced that there's like an apocalyptic meteor that's about to hit Earth in 4 days, things are probably gonna look a little different type shit, right? And that's kind of where we're at right now with it. The apocalyptic meteor is quite literally coming for this server in 4 days. So no one's gonna log in. I could, you know, walk around the world with a caravan and it would probably take all of the low levels on the server cumulatively to come kill my caravan if they even had a chance to. So, like, from that standpoint, it's pretty straightforward. Like, it's a really bottom of the barrel here. But over time, I think the content cycle will lessen in terms of the downs. Like, the goal is to have each peak be higher than the previous peak and each valley be higher than the previous valley. Oh my god, a player. Holy shit. So if they're able to actually pull that off, where their lows, you know, content phase over content phase are actually slightly higher and they're stepping up time and time and time again, then that's going to help mitigate the feeling of this, you know, of this very, very, very empty, massive world. Because when you have all of the social systems that Ashes has from settlement building to working together with multiple players to craft something baseline, once people fall off, you can't do anything. Like, I'm just gonna give away my mats because I won't even be able to craft the set that I was gathering for 3 weeks before the announcement to craft. Like, I have so many carcasses that I'm just going to fish up that I can take out of my storage and give to somebody else in another town that's actually gonna use them. So I'm cool with that. But if there were a lot of players over here and we were still putting up, you know, buildings and the apocalypse wasn't right on the horizon, then I would have a lot of materials that were kind of like spoken for a certain, you know, to a certain extent. I would be trying to prep those for my next set of crafts, and there would still be a lot to do. How many NA servers on EA? They're starting 1 NA, 1 EU, and they said they're open to opening up more if absolutely necessary, but they are very, very, very aware of how their player retention has been, and I think they're a bit cautious, actually very cautious, when it comes to opening up additional servers that would just end up having to get merged like a New World scenario. With that being said, our peak server capacity is probably multiplicatively higher than New World at this point, and in terms of the multiplier, I'm talking 5-6x maybe higher than they were on launch. New World for the longest time was like a 2,000 peak concurrent player server before they actually upped their server capacity, and we have had 8,100 plus concurrent players. Last phase 2.5, was a confirmed number on one server without dynamic gridding, with worse server worker infrastructure, with less capacity and less ability to actually host people, and one starting area. So in terms of capacity, I'm not even sure how many people they could throw onto servers at this point in an ideal scenario, and if dynamic gridding is up, then I would assume that number gets exponentially larger because dynamic gridding allows the world to just like blink in the resources that it needs instantaneously to keep the world running smooth. So that's a huge server tech thing that's coming up, hopefully with the December 11th launch. It's been tested successfully on the PTR for a while now. So I think it'll be great. A lot of EU guilds are very much looking at coming NA. I hope they do for population's sake. I just feel like the thing with a mega server is that time zones still exist. Also, hello, Zop. Like, I feel as though mega servers are cool the first couple of weeks when everybody can take all of the time off work to actually accommodate the time zones and stuff. But when people aren't long-term able to accommodate the time zones, it becomes so fucking violent on their, like, IRL everyday life, especially for people that are trying to, like, work jobs and stuff. Like, if there's a mega server that comes about, everybody will take work off for, like, a week or two, and then you'll actually have that strife throughout the day. But then you have a certain element of, like, 2 ships passing in the night. It's normal to take time off work for the first weeks. Oh, yeah. Not like normal, right? I don't expect an average player that's coming in for the first time to take time off. But, like, the world first leveling group this past phase did it in 3 days, non-stop, no sleep, I don't think. Or maybe they slept, like, 2 hours a day at most. And they were, like, followed by GMs. They streamed the run the entire time. Nothing was fishy with it. But people will non-stop level and pump as quickly as possible, and then once that pump is done, they will pump as much as possible because they're uncontested at that point. So, like, the goal hobby shame. No, I don't think it's hobby shaming. I think it's more of like, oh my god, the commitment. I think it's like that. I think it's like that. What the fuck? I think it's that, especially this early. But yeah, it's like, when you think about it, you level a lot up front, and then you get to coast the rest of the fucking server. Because if you level in the first 5 days, there's going to be such a low percentage of people that are actively leveled that can then work on the things that you are actively working on, contest the things that you are contesting, and going after what you are going after. So, with that, there's this element of, like, you fall behind in the first couple of days, and then everywhere you go, it's like you're trying to play a round of golf, but you're stuck behind a bunch of other groups. You go to the tee box and you're like, ah, shit, we gotta wait. You go to a quest objective, you're like, oh, we gotta wait. You go to a mob grind, you're like, ah, we gotta go to a different mob grind. Now imagine if there were thousands of people on this server at any given time, and you had to compete against less than 100. That is the advantage to leveling early in the first few days. Even if you're able to pump 2 hard days at the start with an optimal questing route and degen it, you're going to be so far ahead for the rest of the server state. Factor in then being an econ player and being able to farm the most efficient glint, gold, materials because it's uncontested. Then you spin that econ when the buying power is lower, but you have more gold, into just profit, 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 profit. And you just keep scaling up as it goes. Then you generate exponential wealth as a result of that. That, my friend, is the MMO player's fucking dream. My carcass receiver, are you in chat by chance? Because I have many carcassies and hides for you. If you have the space and you need all of them, why aren't you going in? Go in, you dumb bitch. The fuck? Why won't my willow go in? My willow won't go in. Ah. Hiya. How's the gearing in this game? It is rarity based. So basically, we have a saying, crafters make the best shit. So you'll notice my storages are filled with an ungodly amount of materials. Different rarities giving, obviously, like different power scalings of the materials. So with that being said, the rarity scaling goes from common all the way up to legendary. And with materials, you're obviously going to find way fewer legendary than you will common, uncommon, rare, heroic, epic, all the way up the ladder. So essentially what you're looking at when you're going out to grind mobs, you have a chance to get any item within the loot table for those mobs that you're grinding at that point in time. Now, the items themselves will be very, very, very low quality most of the time. You'll be looking at common, maybe uncommon, rare if you're lucky. Now, you can find heroic, but it's supposed to be pretty rare. I have personally never seen in 3,000 plus hours, 3,000-ish hours, I don't want to inflate, I've never seen a Lego drop. I've never seen an epic drop in terms of a completed item. I've seen a couple heroics drop. I've seen clips of epics dropping, but I've never been there for it. So with that being said, the gearing is very, like, in terms of the late game, you'll go to an area, you'll mob grind to get your basic stuff, and then you'll try to get recipes. Recipes you give to your crafters who actually have the crafting skills in place through the artisan menu to pump out what you need. So if you want bows, you're gonna get carpentry recipes, and then you're gonna pass those carpentry recipes over to your carpenter, and then they're gonna be able to make the bows. To make the bows, you need to get the materials, then you refine the materials, and then you go there. So with that being said, there are a lot of recipes through the world that can be a bit more exclusive if it is something that's like a big meta item and you hold down that grind. If it comes from like 1 or 2 mobs, like a name mob pattern or something that people want, then you can hold down that area and be the only crafter on the server with that, and you can farm money off of crafting fees. So there is a lot that actually goes into the gearing scale and kind of the process of it. It's very player to player driven along the way. With that being said, gearing also has enchanting on it. Gearing will have tempering and ascension, which can basically increase the quality and then the rarity on it. You'll have sockets on gearing. So if I have a Night Reaver Greatsword, it's always going to be a Night Reaver Greatsword. It's going to have these stats, but the quality, like the rarity and how good the roll on the item is, determines the actual, you know, rarity and attributes on that item. Higher rarity, more attributes. So as you're gearing up, you'll want to start out, like I mentioned, with those mob grinds, with those lower rarity options. And then once settlements level, settlements are these towns, which keep in mind, I'm running from here to here now, all the way back up. As these settlements level, they get empty plots, which they can then construct buildings in. Not every town can have every building, and not every town can be the highest level to have the most plots. So towns have to work together, player to player, very frequently to actually ensure that things are craftable. While you're waiting on buildings to get put up, because they have to have settlement funds, gold, cha-ching, and they also have materials that need to be donated from citizens, you will not be able to craft that tier of thing until the tables are actually up. So you gotta use that poo-poo pee-pee mob grind stuff. You've absolutely got to, whether it's gray, green, anything in between, like you are using that low rarity if it is better than what you can craft, and if crafting's not available, then drops are all you got. So, previously there were a few problems, like this phase in particular, with people hitting like, you know, level 20 with empty slots of gear. Intrepid has taken many routes to make sure that people have baseline gear sets along the way, and it's coming along quite well. You can have, you know, double weapons coming out of quest rewards by the time you are level 5. That'll set you up with weapons that can get you into the start of 10 grinding until you get your 10 weapons. You can get pieces of gear. You can get crafting recipes, gathering tools. You can get consumes. You can get so much along the way. They have done a really good job of kind of streamlining that first time user experience, that acquisition of things. So crafting, Omega Bis, all the way around. But mob grinding is your early bis. It's like, this is my bis until the tables are up, and then I make this item but in higher rarity, you know what I mean? So crafting is ungodly consistent. It's the most consistent way to get the best shit, and more or less, I would say, unironically, 99+% of heroic plus gear on a server will be crafted. As you go rare and below, you're probably not crafting rare and below very much unless you're absolutely poverty broke. I'll be completely honest. So that's my rundown on it. I've had one legendary drop and it didn't match my class at the time. Wait, you saw Lego completed item? That's fucking disgusting. Is recipe one-time use? Nah, you can make it multiple times, like infinite times. I don't know that any official plans have been like discussed to change that. There have been like community discussions on it of like, what would you think if we could only use a recipe this many times? But every recipe can be used infinitely. So for instance, like with Night Reaver Greatsword here, you're looking at basically one of the higher power scaling options for a two-handed sword. It was really sought after at a certain point. Recipe item is one-time use, once you have it. Yeah. One-time use to learn, and then you can craft it once it's in the old noggin. So with this sword, this was a very sought-after sword that a lot of people were throwing on for, you know, more power scaling and stuff, right? So with that being said, the crafters that, well, I will say the crafter that had this recipe first made an ungodly amount of money just off of crafting fees there. That shit's huge. It's It's absolutely massive. How's crit work? Crit scaling is disgusting right now. Absolutely disgusting. Nin, we need a slash played, because I have a hard time believing that much of a discrepancy. When did you start playing? Is my question. Because mathematically, unless you were playing like P1, that's really hard. Because keep in mind, my hours aren't even like in-game hours. My hours are like spent in the directory. So that's a lot every day. That's 208 days in a row for 24 hours a day. Yeah, I am at, just for perspective. Now, if you're in like mid P1 and stuff, then it makes more sense. But I am at, since coming in on December 26th of last year and not missing an entire day, I'm not missing a single day. Sorry. I'm at 2,739 hours on stream, and this is also with throughout P2 having 2 days of downtime and doing 8 to 10 hour streams. And then also the times that there were disruptions, all that stuff. So probably have like 1.5k or 2k played since P2. Yeah. That's where I'd expect a lot of people to be at, like in-game time, because also like P2 and pre where we're at now, there were a lot of outages. Like Tuesday, Wednesdays, we couldn't even play for a while. So that gimped a lot of people's in-game hours, but I suppose some of those hours were AFK. I mean, I think we need a slash played time check, or like an account time played. That would be so fucking lit. You know what I'm on that about? I mean, I don't doubt it for like super early testers. Because if, depending on when you got in, right? I'm at 2,700 on stream in 11 months. So another month I'll put in another few hundred hours. So I'll break 3k hours in a year. So if you've been here for multiple years, then it does make sense. Game's been playable for a while, so Steam will bring time tracking. Do you know, though, if Steam's going to have the metric tied in for our previous time played? Like, when we port over, will the time played... Hey, happy Turkey Day to you, GP. I appreciate you. Do you know that it'll bring it over or anything? No, it won't. Swag. That's so fucking dope. I love that. Well, at least I have my little cheat code. I can back up my hours claim. Because I can just do this. This is me. These are my hours. Don't mind the Fortnite hours. That's fine. We won't talk about that. Yo, Yuzio, thank you for the follow. Much love. Appreciate you. I can have my degeneracy. You can hide your AFK hours. Yes. Now, I will say, my slash played, I don't run the game when I'm not, like, on stream. So my slash played would be a lot lower than a lot of people. Because, like, I stream and then I just cut my game. I don't let it lurk AFK or anything like that. Like, I'll probably do AFK fishing this upcoming phase because that's OP as shit, especially with the new rarity. That's actually insanely OP. Anybody that's AFK that's not fishing is going to get smacked the fuck up because you're playing inefficiently. But anyways. Countless hours AFK while working. I mean, in all fairness, I'm technically AFK while working as well. So percentage based. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I was answering the crit question. So 200% fist crit power. This is basically saying that it's slightly over double. The base is 150, which is, you know, a 50% increase. So 100% crit power here doesn't mean that it's like doing double at 100%. That means hitting for full crit, you know, normal damage. And then past 100% is what you're looking for there. So it's still percentage based. I would expect it to stay percentage based. And honestly, I think crit scaling's kind of getting out of hand because they are very highly valuing crit scaling while we also have insane mitigation scaling. So like the crits are just being nullified so fucking quickly that I feel like we need less crit, more pen. That's my movement. Also, somebody asked about casual hours and if they could enjoy it. Somebody asked about casual hours earlier. Somebody give me a time frame. And they were like, if I played this much to this much, what can I do? Who would that? We need something like wound, but for mit reduction. What if I told you we have that for fizz and magic? So, Stagger doesn't count. Nope, stagger isn't it. You're looking at shaken. Shaken is fizz defense reduced by 15%. And then it can be extended for up to, or by up to 15 seconds, or to up to 15 seconds, so sorry. And then you have volatile on the other side. Not range though. Yeah, but what would shake somebody from range other than a fucking cannonball? Tally ho! Maybe new ability unlocked for a ranger. Fire an actual fucking hand cannon through the nearest clump, stagger everybody. I think it'd be shaken with an arrow in your chest. Not with these things. The fuck? Brother, I wouldn't even notice. You think that these things would let me feel pain in my chest? Brother, you would have to shoot me in my beautiful curvy wervies, but you wouldn't do that. You'd have to shoot me like under the skirt and get an arrow in those tight, supple cheeks. These little perky dwarven cheeks. You could hold a fucking pencil between these things. You think you're gonna hurt me? Yo, Chad, thank you for the follow. Much love. I'm really seeing much rogue. Do you still have max level 1? Maybe showcase abilities? Oh, God, no. My rogue was nuked last phase. I leveled a rogue in 2.5 for a little bit. But I am, yo, pissed off. Much love. Appreciate you. My rogue's been dead and gone for a while. This is the only character I have this phase, funny enough. I didn't even level like another tank or anything this phase. I didn't have to level an alt or anything. Everything got cooked. And so since then, I was just like, I'm only leveling 1 this phase. I don't fucking care. It's like when you have an animal you really love and then the animal gets put down and you're like, I'm not getting another dog. I was like, I'm not playing any fucking alts this time. I'm playing my one fucking character and I'm making the most out of it. I don't have goddamn time for alts. And my plan was if the servers didn't wipe, I was gonna make a summoner and just farm content and be like, new summoner main, question mark, and then make everybody think that I was quitting tank and becoming a summoner. And then I was gonna have 10 million viewers in here. We're gonna be the most watched Twitch stream of all time because Dusty and Summoner would be just the craziest combo. But alas, I have to replay a summoner, tank again, which I'm happy about. I'd rather do that, but really need to stick to one character, as you should. As you should. How are you, dude? I'm absolutely fucking beautiful. I appreciate you. Does your guild have casual? I'm planning to play on Steam launch. I'm looking for a casual guild. We do have a guild that supports casual play, yes. Our top end guild is very focused on like PvP and the sweatier end of it, but we do also take in casual players that have, you know, full PvX interest. Basically, if you want to show up, help the guild, sometimes get some PvP in, and maybe someday you become more than a casual, then you have the opportunity to move up. But yeah, we have the support in place for casual players to come through, and also with our, you know, with our top end emphasis, we also move a lot of players up as they get more used to the game and they're like, oh, I'm already geared. I got a little bit more time to focus on PvP. Let me get some reps in. Then you have a chance to actually, you know, move up a little bit. So, only weak point is the gooch. If you try to shoot me in the gooch, I'm just gonna gorilla grip that arrow and then it's gonna do no damage anyways, dog. I can't be stopped. I cannot be stopped. Well, that's our manager on Father 3. I have no time. Oh, dude, Wrath, keep in mind, when I was, when I was working as a Starbucks store manager, you can literally see my job history when I would, like, leave and start jobs by my Twitch tracker history with how much I streamed. Because, like, my entire adult life, I've been streaming pretty much. Like, I started streaming when I was, like, 20. When I was in college. I kind of dipped my toes on the Dota side of things and then really enjoyed it. And so you can literally tell, like, Dusty gets adult job, and then Dusty figures out he likes streaming. Dusty gets a new job that doesn't allow him to stream as much. Dusty leaves that job and gets a job that allows him to stream more and then goes full time. You can literally see all of those like eras of my adulthood in my streaming time. It's fucking wild. So I definitely empathize with the amount of like time requirement, man, especially being a store manager. There are so many times where you just want to sit down for a second and like your phone rings and immediately your stomach drops. And like I worked at a store, like my store, I had no assistant manager at it. I had like 28 baristas underneath me. We were a very busy store. My shift supervisors didn't really like doing too much at any point in time. And so I didn't have like the kids or anything to worry about, but my store was open from fucking 4:30 a.m. to 8:30 p.m., 9 p.m. most days. And I was on call that entire goddamn time, bro. I was sleeping so little I would wake up, be on my way to work, pull my car over, throw up on the side of the road, and then just go into work because I felt that shitty every single day. I'd get to work and I'd be like, all right, need some espresso to get through this. I'd make myself a quad blonde shot and we'd be fucking good, boys. At 3 kids and a wife? Yeah, no, fuck that. Fuck that. That's the thing with MMOs too. I feel like when we look at the MMO populace, there are not many people that are in a position, you know, percentage-wise, right? Where we have the, I don't want to say like the dedicated player base, but like the time available that the dedicated players used to have. There are a lot of dedicated players that would put the time in if they could, but because they legally have to keep their children alive unless they're Casey Anthony or have a lawyer connection, then you kind of have some other obligations, right? So with that, the MMO scene has aged very drastically, and there hasn't been an MMO in a while that's been not even zeitgeisty levels, but that MMO that breaches into other aspects of gaming, those other genres on the side. New World did a really good job of that initially, but New World is New World. And I'm not quite sure that a true tab target will have the potential to breach into that younger populace. I feel as though it's going to be something action combat-y. It's at least gonna have action combat elements. Like shit, I don't even know if not New World. I don't even know if Ash's like combat system would be enough for like somebody that's looking for that. You know, say you came into New World and it was like a full action freeform combat. I don't necessarily know that somebody that's a freeform action combat enjoyer would necessarily like Ash's combat system. Tuki, thank you for the follow, much love. Like I enjoyed a lot after playing freeform action combat as well, but I also played tens of thousands of hours of WoW growing up. So I was more familiar with tab than I was with action. So yeah, on my end of it, I'm just like curious where the MMO scene will go. Because at the end of the day, people get older, people have kids, people get jobs, people stop gaming, people get other hobbies, and for many, many, many reasons, the MMO populace ages out, but doesn't necessarily have that new pull. It's like if you're losing employees at your job and people are quitting, but then you have no applications for new hires to fill those spots, your job's going to be down people really quickly. And that's what we've seen with the MMO populace. There have been people that have left MMOs. There have been people that are playing other genres, people that aren't gaming anymore. So it's a big thing. Yo, Dookie, what up, dog? New player, waiting on December 11th. Hey, yo, PvP enjoyer and disliker of PvE. all right. I'm a cold water you real quick, just so you can get it. You will have to PvE at least a bit. Whether that is gathering and getting materials to craft shit, or whether that is PvEing enough to get your econ squared away and then like play the player markets. But if you want to PvP on a high level, you will want to be in legendary gear instead of uncommon gear with your entire set eventually. You will want the highest rarity that you can get. Therefore, you're going to be looking for very high rarity materials. Those bitches going to be contested as hell too. Now, cool thing is, open world PvP can happen anywhere at any time. You can flag up on somebody whenever. If they hit you back, you guys fight it out. If they don't hit you back, you can still murder them, but you will drop pieces of your equipped gear if you murder somebody and then die. Because you go corrupted at that point. You're a murderer if you murder somebody. Go figure. Other than that, no gear drop at any point in Ashes. It is just materials if you were to die. So essentially, what you're looking at is the potential for PvP strife over anything. Over a mob, over a gatherable, over an event, anything like that, right? You can have PvP friction. I love PvP as well, but I still have to spend a lot of time, not right now because these shits are getting like absolutely nuked. I don't have to spend time doing this at all. But with that being said, you will have PvP pop up in the open world. You will also be PvEing a lot to get in a spot where you can PvP, but it's also one of those levels of like, the connection is there, right? You're using, yo, Phenom, thank you for following, much love. You're using your PvE earned power scaling in these PvP modes all the time. So you're like, okay, I'm PvEing to PvP. Even if you're a disliker of PvE, if you're PvEing to PvP as a PvPer, you're like, I don't want to fucking do it, but I'll go hit trees for a couple hours. You know what I mean? That's the difference with Ashes, I think, comparatively to a lot of other MMOs right now. A lot of MMOs like Avenue out their gameplay where it's like you can do this or this or this. And Ash is like, you're gonna do this and this and this, and then they loop it all in where it's like, once you've done all those, you then have more power to contest the things that you want to contest, so then you can fight over more important things. So, because where you have to have a guild to get raid gear to PvP with? Yeah. Definitely. I was a large WoW enjoyer as well, so it's a little bit less on that like instance content, way more in the open world content, but like, imagine being in a raid and then you see another group coming to contest your raid boss, and you're like, oh, fuck no. No, absolutely not. Because everything respawns. So, like, we have the Tower of Carfin over here, and then we have the Fallen Forge over this way. And those have bosses in them. So, basically, like, if I'm going down there, and I'm sitting in one of those boss rooms, and I kill the boss, I'm waiting for a respawn, somebody else comes down there, I might flag up and fight those boys. I might be doing it. So, no factions? Exactly. Guilds and in-game alliances and allegiances are going to be your closest thing to a faction that you have. You've got the guild system and you've got the settlement system. So like, we don't have a Stormwind city, we build our Stormwind city. So we have Winstead, which is kind of like the player hub. Now, right now, you'll notice it's dead as shit. That's because there's a meteor coming to kill everybody on this server in 4 days. Everybody's running for the hills and playing Arc Raiders. So that's the big thing. Do you know if they'll wipe before Steam and keep progress after Steam? Wipe before Steam, yes. Keep progress, no. Basically, like, development is still going to be the same development cadence as before. We're currently in what's called Alpha 2 Phase 3. Means a whole lot of mumbo jumbo. This is the last phase of the alpha before we go into beta. Best case scenario, absolute best case, our next wipe would come when we transition to beta 1, which would probably be a year plus down the road. Bare minimum, my guess is 2+. That would be best case scenario. Realistic scenario is that we wipe way sooner than that. Way sooner than that. I am hoping we make it 6 months without a wipe, but cadence has typically been 3 to 5 months so far, where, you know, I would come in expecting it to be a little bit of a seasonal game to a certain extent. So, what would be the chance to keep progress on Steam release, since they'll probably increase level cap down the line? Like, for right now, or like long term with Steam? Because right now, they've already announced the wipe. So, like, we're definitely getting wiped. This server's dead on the 1st. Long term, 0. They won't have anything carry over from like development to the live launch of the game. It's not supposed to be that element of like, we're playing to get a character advantage right now. Like, we're getting a knowledge advantage right now, a familiarity advantage right now. So like, there is a benefit of it. But nothing will carry over from like play testing to the full launch of the game, and honestly, nothing is set to carry over from alpha to beta. So I'd very likely plan on that. The only thing that I would say would be like a little sacre bleu if you hear about it. I'll tell you about it now so I can actually tell you about it. Yo, Corey, thank you for the follow. Much love. I'll tell you about it now so someone doesn't clickbait you with it in the future. There will be an early start server. I know that sounds bad. I'm gonna make it sound worse. The early start server is only available for people who paid for a certain pack way back in the day with a set amount of money that's no longer available. Now I'll make it sound better. That early start server on the launch of the game is only available for people with that pack, and nobody can transfer in or out. It's gonna be an exclusive server only for those people with that pack. So then the normal servers will start and they won't be able to actually carry anything over from that early start server. It's basically a debate. So somebody at some point, some YouTuber, clip that right now, because some YouTuber somewhere is going to say, Ashes of Creation offering original backers an early start. And then you can just link that clip and then you can shit on their entire video. That's the big thing. It'll be as dead as SHOL now. Oh yeah, it's just gonna be like, you know that scene in like Squid Game where they have all the super rich people that are wearing the masks and shit? There are like 6 of them and they're just watching the people kill each other. That's basically what it's gonna be. It's gonna be all the rich people with monocles like, yes, indeed, look at all these peasants. Look at DustyWhy over there not able to play the game, yes! Like, it's gonna be that. So, you know, I wouldn't expect it to be anything much more than that. Knowledge benefit can't be underestimated, just like I play beta of midnight. Yeah, no, exactly. The knowledge is huge. That's why we are making our guild in the way that we are. We have been here through every single up and down of Ashes, like since phase 2 as a guild when I came in as an everyday player from New World. And we have grown phase over phase over phase, even though the population goes up and down and up and down. Like we are just constantly pew. So we're excited for it. Is there sub game time like WoW? On the full launch of the game, a few years down the road, yes. Right now, no. No sub time until the game fully comes out. If the game never comes out, then you never have to pay a sub. The $42.50. Alto, thank you for following much stuff. The $42.50 will get you basically in until the Thanksgiving saying hello. That'll get you in until the full game comes out, no matter how long or short it is. $42.50 from the 11th to the 25th of December, then it goes up to 50 USD. What you also get with that is your first month of sub time when the game does launch. So there you're looking at $15 immediately kicked back. When the game does launch, if the game does launch, however you want to say it, it's no box cost, no DLC cost, and just the monthly sub. There will be an in-game store for transmogs only, skins only, no pay to win, no pay to progress, no pay for convenience, no power scaling whatsoever. That skin store will be in starting on December 11th. You do not have to buy any skins if you do not want to. If you guys haven't made your account yet, you do !ashes to make your account, and then I get 15% of your purchases in game currencies that I can use on skins. So we're up tremendous. We're up tremendous. If you're an adult and still thinking a new MMO will ever touch WoW, you're sadly breathing hopium. I mean, are we talking about touch WoW in its current state? Because like WoW in its current state from like, I guess like a total active users is still WoW-ish, but WoW's entire footprint is, and I say this respectfully as like a large WoW enjoyer, WoW's entire footprint is disgustingly small compared to what it used to be. Look at any of their statistics in terms of viewership, support, like anything other than them saying, hey, we have this many monthly subs without actually being able to verify that from them saying, hey, trust me, bro. Like that's kind of where WoW's at for me. I understand that WoW is the all-time titan of the industry, and I'm also not someone to say like, I don't really think Ashes and WoW are even related, if I'm being completely honest. It'd be like putting Modest Mouse and Cannibal Corpse in the same discussion for music. They're rock, but they're not the same rock. So with that being said, like, yo, Rain, thank you for the follow, much love. I think there's such a stark difference between the two, but I mean, we can look at WoW at any point in terms of its like its actual influence in the gaming world right now, and it is nowhere near what WoW used to be. That's like saying, yo, Sammy Sosa is fucking crazy at baseball right now, dog. You seen his offensive stats? You seen his slugging percentage? Brother, and I think Barry Bonds might have a good future ahead of him. Like, it's kind of unk MMO at that point. Well, eventually be topped. Just too many dumb devs doing nothing new and just wanting to cash grab. I mean, there are a lot of devs that are absolutely cash grabbing. Like Ryuga, I understand that you really like WoW, but brother, I'm gonna just splash some cold water on your face because I really like splashing cold water on people's faces. WoW, in terms of like just, again, a watchable presence right now, is below Dispatch and is up there with Dead by Daylight. Like, the MMO scene as a whole is far too bad for any of us to sit here sucking the dick off of a game that is far past its prime. The MMO scene is actually getting cooked by tribalism, like what you're saying, that, you know, no other game will be as good as this and stuff like that. I think that the MMO scene needs more people saying, hey, even if this MMO isn't for me, I hope it goes well. I hope you enjoy it. Instead of a, you know, every MMO that comes out from here on out is going to be dog shit and WoW was the only one that can ever do it. Like, I feel like we as MMO players that are cognizant with brain MMO players, because I'm gonna be real, people that are actually stupid in this chat don't last long because everybody just makes fun of them for being genuinely dumb people until they leave. Like, everyone has an opinion and we respect those opinions, but genuinely actually ignorant people don't last long here. So for most of us, we're people with brains. I don't want to vouch for everybody, but most of my regular chatters are 1000% people with brains. I think all of us can absolutely acknowledge that the MMO scene is down horrendous, and the MMO scene as a whole needs to also recognize that the entire scene is down bad and be more supportive of every potential MMO that could come out in the future, instead of just immediately saying, this is AI slop, this is gonna be dog shit, this is this bad, this is that bad. Like, there are elements of MMOs that are absolutely worth calling out as not being the greatest, right? That's That's the big thing. I think that we need to hold MMOs accountable, but I also feel like there's a certain element of like, right now, especially in the content scene, so many MMOs are just sitting there, or so many MMO creators are just sitting there shitting on every other MMO that's not the one that they want to succeed. And like, just because I don't like an MMO doesn't mean I want it to die. Where Winds Meet isn't for me, and it's also not a fucking MMO, but I'm glad that people are having fun over there, because not everybody has to be over on Ashes having fun with what I'm having fun with, you know? Just because it's my yum doesn't mean it's gotta be your yum, you know what I mean? That's my whole thing on it. I only see $100 Alpha 2 that can be bought, so I can play. Wait until December 11th is my recommendation. The extra $50+ will get you in for 4 days of this server, and then 10 days of the PTR, and then we'll have a brand new server. So I would wait until December 11th. You'll have a new server coming out on December 11th. You'll have a brand new wipe, new class, huge update. So what about the cool cape coding? Okay. Valid. If you have the $50 to blow and you don't want to do a /gift 10 right now, because all gifted sub bundles of 5 or more, 35% off until the 1st of December. Looking at you guys, salaried with good benefits and shit. Without you, I'm homeless. What other rewards should I be aware of? All current Alpha 2 testers will automatically receive the early access cloak. If users play from December 11th, 2025 to the end of early access, which is a full launch of the game, and achieve level 25, they'll get an Autumn Garden cosmetic. That's a mount cosmetic. Then any tester who played prior to December 11th, you'll receive 2 titles, Cultist of the Eternal Fire or Knight of the White Flame. These titles will override your cloak die appearances depending on which one is equipped. So you'll either have a black and red color scheme or a white and gold color scheme, and then you'll have an in-game title to go along with that. If you do have the extra 50 that you want to spend, not on me, then you can still pick up the pack, log into these servers, have some fun beforehand, try the build on the PTR for about 10 days, and at the end of the day, if you're trying to get that title, you think you may want to stick with Ashes in the long term, it's gonna be a cool title. How long will the early access be? My guess is, oh wait, NPZ, just mean. Asked if I wanted to fight 3v2 against Trumpet. I'd be down. Shit, I'd be down. Early access is going to go until the game fully launches. How long that will be, I'm not quite sure. My guess is mid to late 2028 before a full launch of Ashes, but it's hard saying exactly when it will be because they don't immediately have fights. Yeah, log in. I mean, bro, everybody just hangs out outside of Winstead and kicks the shit out of each other. But yeah, it's in the Steam Early Access program, right? So that's the biggest reason for the EA tag. Early access just represents a continuation of the development cycle. We're still in alpha, then once the game is near feature complete, we'll go to beta 1, and then we'll go to beta 2, and then the game will launch. Again, my guess is mid to late 2028. Could be sooner than that, but I'm preparing for that. I got mine locked in. That's where I'm gauging it out to be. Now, if it launches sooner, bonus points. That's fucking phenomenal. But I would not get myself on the, like, it's definitely launching sooner train. I wouldn't get myself on the 1 year, 2 year train. So, end of the day, Ash has been 24/7 for almost a year now. So it's gonna wipe and shit, but basically a full launch. I mean, since May 1st, they went 24/7-ish. Before that, it was a Tuesday, Wednesday downtime. Was it August? It wasn't even May 1st? I thought it was May. Oh shit, was it August? Yeah, at some point it went 24/7. I don't know, there's a lot of days where I couldn't stream anything. I just sat here doing a talk show. They pushed back to May 1st. Fuck, it's all blur. It's all blur. It's all pushbacks and disappointment. It's all pushbacks and problems in this house. Fist in the face, 50% off. Wait, that's fucking wild. Okay. Let me top off my water. I'll give him a little fight ski. We'll see what's up. We'll see what's up with it. Since phase 3? Fuck, and it was the new phase 3 launch, huh? So it was August. God damn. Wait, that's crazy. I remember the changing of schedules all too well. At least you got some nice days off work, Hoopsie. Some nice days to really just lock in and watch a DustyWhy stream. Like, is that really the worst set of circumstances that could ever occur? Just a full week off to sit here and watch my stream. Oh god, that's a violation of the Geneva Convention, and I think many other war crimes as well. Fuck. All right, I'll be right back. 1 sec, guys. I'm getting water. Enjoy my chair. Good day. I've arrived. $50 is a good deal compared to some of these games. With their Epic Edition, After X, I think Midnight was like $97 or something. I mean, like, so $50 is both, in my opinion, right? Quack! What it do? Hello, how are you? $50 is, in my opinion, both good value, but also could be spent on many completed titles. Like, both sides are correct. Absolutely. Absolutely. Nice banana. You have their Quack's got a great banana. Quack, happy Turkey Day to you. I took on all of the bosses. I pumped. I just full launch with half the game available. Who? Ashes? Cause like, Ashes didn't full launch at all. What do you mean full launch? Like, they're very communicative that this is not full launch. And the full launch is also going to have way less of a point of entry than this does. Now, if you extrapolate, like, cost per month, obviously, it's going to be way higher cost per month. But, like, full launch is far from what we're going to be seeing on the 11th. That's, like, the Steam Early Access program is very commonly known about. I think, like, full launch is, like, release, which is years down the line. Right. Full launch is, like, a long ways down the road. Yeah, that's a big thing. Full launch is very, very, very far down the road. Full launch is, like, I'm gonna be honest, I think, like, probably, again, 2.5+ years. In essence, the game is available all day, every day. You just can't play half of it. Well, it's not that you can't play half of it, it's that over half of it doesn't exist. So, like, technically, yes, but also that's kind of the transparent development cycle, you know? And also, in my opinion, the live service element of it, like, if you were playing WoW on launch, then you were playing WoW, but you weren't playing nearly a portion of what even TBC and Wrath had available. Fast forward to now, even WoW on launch is still a fraction of what WoW as WoW is. That's the thing with live services that I think have really changed the point of evolution. Like, I think live services have become both a significant benefit and a substantial crutch for the gaming community at the same time. Because some developers have looked at that and said, I can release this already good, well thought out, well put together game and then make it even better. Or the other side of it is I can drop this early and then just say it's coming with an update. And those are really the two branches of live service that I see as a gamer and a consumer. And Intrepid seems to be on the first side of that live service, right? Like, we can play it all day, most of the time. There will be disruptions. There could be entire day-long downtimes. There could be with any live service, you know what I mean? But at the end of the day, the playability and accessibility of the product, I think, is not a direct, I don't know, a direct correlation of any part of the development process whatsoever, you know? C1's beta being pushed 2026, better be pushed back to 2027. So, like, I think too many people are kind of getting Steven's tweet out of perspective. If I'm being honest. Classic Steven date. Like, I obviously don't speak for Steven. Words can be interpreted a zillion and a half different ways, right? But I feel it's coming out January 1st, 2026. Yeah, January 1st, 2026, Ashes will be launching. But yeah, I feel like he was, in my opinion, of course, my humble opinion, I took that as we're going to continue to progress and work towards our beta throughout 2026. Not necessarily like beta 2026 confirmed. But I've been wrong on many things before. Many things before. That was what I interpreted as, I want to get your ass kicked real quick. Yeah, sure. Sure thing, Mr. Bard, man. I shall, oh, okay, I guess we just started. That's fine. Brother did not want to wait for the buffs or anything there. I understand that. All right. So. Good fight, dog. Absolute pleasure. Genuine blast. So. I think I caught him out with a little CC combo there. That's my bad. I think I got a lucky crit. That's faster than I thought. I fucked his entire combo by resisting Mez. He missing Mez into full dead. I think I resisted it. I don't know if he missed it or if I resisted it, but I saw the Mez coming out and I was ready to shake it off, and then I was just like, wait a minute. There is no Mez. There is no Mez. Yep, that wasn't the greatest. Yo, Clue, happy Thanksgiving to you, my boy. I hope you're having a beautiful day. TTK is unusual to see. Oh, yeah, I mean, so that was basically, he did not have a slow on me. And what he tried to do was go in and get in a melee range and then hit a mesmerizing dance on me. Mesmerizing dance is an AoE incapacitate where if the target's staggered, it stuns them instead of the incap. So you can set up with a mez dance and then that will allow Bard to create a little bit of distance and then get a few hits in before the incap breaks. Even better scenario, you have the stun, and then they try to build into one of their combos to get their finisher and extended finisher off to then get their res dumps out, their resonant weapon stacks. So that's when you'll just see Bards really chunking. So what I try to do against Bards is prevent them from executing any of that. Just made my brain spaz. Okay, Bard is built just as a baseline for people who haven't played. Bard is the class that NPZ's on. So Bard is very, very, very good. You just resisted. Yeah, get fucked. Sprint taps, baby. So this is the tech for anybody that's in stream right now. You were underestimating your sprint so heavily in combat, and you should have your sprint up anytime somebody's trying to CC you. my Fizz disable evasion is 11.5. Tap, sprint, and move. Why my disable evasion not going up? Wait a minute. There we go. Sorry, they tried to embarrass me. 41.5%. It is a 30% additive, by the way. Disable evasion buff. And notice the tech with my stam. I sprint, I sprint, I sprint. Disable evasion still up. I'm going to stop. I'll tick up. I'll get a buff that makes me tick up faster. I retain the evasion the entire time that I'm stopped. This is fixed on the PTR. You no longer get the evasion when you're actively, like, when you're just sitting here, even with sprint up. So they fixed that. But this was really, really, really important to be managing in combat this entire, like, phase. And honestly, it's still really strong for next phase as well. You just have to make sure you're moving a little bit with it. But you're also not going to be dodging as much next phase because of the changes to dodge. So... I notice everyone is running with bows. Are there any other ranged weapons? Yes, there are spellbooks, wands. There will be staves in the PTR. What else? There's also longbow and shortbow. But longbow has the longest range in the game. So basically with longbow, I can just sit back at max range, which is 35 meters, and I can just start blasting people, right? On top of that, if you look in the tree here, you have wound in the two-handed sword tree as well as in my longbow tree. Reason I'm running it on both of my trees is because wound is our anti-heal. 5% per stack up to 50% at 10 stacks. Lasts 15 seconds. And then I also run weapon proc duration bonuses where I am basically trying to keep my shit up. Also, I kind of liked running this low-key high-key. But... Anyways, I just want to get this last point. Anyways, wound is just insanely strong. Wound is ungodly good. Anytime that you're in PvP, you'll want to put wound up on your targets. So that's like the finisher and the extended finisher, the last two hits of any weapon combo. So as a tank with a longbow, it's my third and fourth hit of my longbow combo, which also generates 33 courage for me on each of the two hits, which I can then use for spells, sustain spells, damage spells, all that stuff. So I get mana back, I get sustain from it, I put wound out on targets with anti-heals, and then I can follow up with trips and big bursts of damage. So, have you played the game with the updates coming? Yes, the updates are fucking phenomenal. I'm very happy. The plus side, oh shit, the fuck? Oh god, Blotto, what's going on over here? That's my bad, dog. Hold on, I'm gonna get debuffs up, and then, hello sir. This is a little bit of a tanky lad, but I should be able to still progress through this. That was actually such a good time for my siphon to come through. Okay, we're good there. I don't want that guard to get my butt, because if the guard gets my butt, I'm gonna be down so horrendous. Oh, the level 20. Oh no. Oh no. 1, 2. Oh god. Oh, the poor level 20. Oh god, he shouldn't get involved. That's my bad, dog. So anyways. Alright, that's my bad. The PTR is really fun, though. All of the new changes coming in, I think, are actually really solid changes, from first-time user experience stuff, to the Harbinger system, to time to kill changes need some more implementation, but I think they're a step in the right direction. Movement system changing, sport fishing, all of the changes, good. Bad thing about the PTR. Bro, it's got a fucking stutter like me when I get worked up. I swear to God. If they could fix that stutter, my average FPS is higher on the PTR than it is on this, like, the live build. The performance updates are great, but that goddamn stutter, bro, I swear to God, it's rough. So once they get that worked out, that'll be phenomenal. Planner said they might have a fix for it. Yeah, he was telling me it's their, like, the highest of their priorities right now. So it's good to know that it's like an all hands on thing. They very highly prioritize game feel, at least in my experience. I've always felt like Ashes is a very, very, very fluid feeling and handling game, like very quick time to respond. Everything feels super, super, super snappy and smooth. And like my inputs, if I dodge, it's instantly a dodge. If I'm turning my mouse, if I'm moving my mouse, it's corresponding with my camera turn. There's no input delay. Registration is really fluid. Like, I've always loved the game feel. That stutter makes me actually want to kick puppies into traffic. It's really fucking infuriating. So once that's gone, again, I think the PTR is huge plus across the board. And personally, I am not seeing, from my perspective, of course, there's more that I don't see in terms of like bugs that are going on behind the scenes, maybe exploit stoops, anything like that. I think the PTR has so many positives. The only, not the only thing, but the core thing right now that the PTR isn't vibing with is the endgame time to kill, which they have confirmed from Steven in my chat yesterday, I think. A push coming for that to actually adjust the TTK again based off the immediate data that they received. Now, that doesn't mean they're balancing around 1v1s now, but that means they got an idea of like, oh, okay, nobody's taking any fucking damage. And then they're going to make some changes to that. So as of right now, from what I have heard, just in my little corner of everything, the time to kill is the largest like contest point of the PTR build. Other than that, I think it's overwhelmingly good in terms of the response from the active scene. First time user experience is way better once they get the bridge quests in. I already have noticed like more continuity in a lot of the existing loops that are there. They've worked out some improvements along the way. Some gearing systems have come in with the Destiny system too that'll help people get some quest completions early on, some objective completions and some guidance that'll pay them out with some gear options. Like, they are genuinely cooking. It's just a matter of, you know, when players hop in, is there enough for them to feel like they want to stay? And I'm hoping that there will be, for at least a portion of the players. Worrying about TTK at level 25 is wasting time. Wait for max level 50 to balance it up. No one will care about TTK mid-game. Well, like, yes, I agree in the long term, but if they're trying to have players here, then it's at least got to be, like, playable in the meantime, you know? I don't think it needs to be, like, the spot-on, perfectly tuned, like, fucking balancing on a, you know, on an edge TTK. But if it's just like, oh, yes, people can die. Phenomenal. Then that'll be great. We've seen everything from, like, Thanos Snap TTK to, like, mitigation stack TTKs. It's been a little bit back and forth, not in terms of like a back and forth, but like it was really fast. Movement was really b-hoppy and zippy, and like just you had no friction in the air. You had no breaks in movement. The only time that you slowed down on momentum carry was when you were in contact with the ground. So I could dodge and then I could jump and then nothing would slow me down coming out of my jump. So I could dodge and then I could b-hop again and then I could b-hop again. And like, I didn't take fall damage. I can actually find a clip. Hold on. It should be in my... What the hell? All right, hold on. Hold on. Chat, in my featured clip somewhere, there's a clip called like How the Turntables, and it's me going to chase people down on an island in the tropics in PvP. And then I get turned on by about 7,000 people all at the same time. And I just like b-hopped my way out of there as quickly as I humanly could. And I like jumped off a cliff and then I like b-hop skipped into the water. Like there was no slowdown. There was no friction. There was no anything. Like I could charge, and when I would charge, I could jump, and then that momentum carry, I could b-hop off of that, and then I could b-hop off of that, and then I could b-hop off of that. And like I was skipping a stone across like the top of the world because it was just a deceleration rate when you came into contact with the ground. So if I could toe tap and constantly just skip across the ground, I could b-hop near infinitely. We were launching my character off of Grave Peak. So Grave Peak has a big tower and it like goes up the side of this mountain. And then up here, there's like this little towery area through barred uppies, which is like an anti-grav ability. And my charge and the momentum carry, the fuck? Is there a goddamn fucking caravan here? What the hell is this? Like, do we protect it? I think we're protecting it. I think. I'm pretty... Oh, Blotto's hitting it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Do I protect it and then kill Blotto? Do I turn on him? I think I may have to. I think I might have to do it to him. Long story short, I launched myself from here, and the closest that I landed to the actual settlement was right here. So I went here to here on the map. Just for perspective, that's a very, very, very long haul. All right. Blotto, it's over. Oh, I got the guard on my side, too. Oh, shit. Me and Mr. Guardman are going crazy. Oh, parched. What is this, Mr. Parchington? Good day. Okay, no more parch. And now we get the blotto. Oh shit, Athena's getting revenge. Oh no. Oh no, Athena's out of the caravan. Oh god, Athena's on the offensive. Blotto's outnumbered like a motherfucker now. And oh, what? Did you just reflect both of us? The fuck is that? Actual demon time shit, Mr. Blotto. Very rude of you. Hiya. Alright, so anyways. The caravan survives. I will insure this caravan with my life. It will not die. It will not fall. Listen, I just had to help. I just had to help. I'm a defender of the people, man. Empowerer of the caravan runner, if I do say so myself. It had to be done. Let me ride the horse. Yeehaw. And yippee-ki-yay and shit. I'm gonna get on my mount. My mount can jump higher than I can. Excuse me. Pardon me. Oh, fuck. Bro, what do you mean I just got on the horse? I should have attacked this shit. I fucked up. I should have attacked it. That's actually crazy. That's actually crazy. Okay, block the new meta defense. Oh, yeah. Oh, God, yeah. Like, the thing about defense scaling right now, I mean, even right now, on this build, keep in mind, I have 0 mitigation scaling whatsoever. This gear set is like poverty gear set. I was waiting until item level 29 crafting came up to make my big gear investments. And that point never fucking happened. Quite literally never happened. So, I got my poverty gear, I got my poor people gear. But the ideal build for a tank right now is essentially 3 pieces of gear. You're looking for a Thistleborn necklace, which is an item level 23 necklace. It's the old iron necklace. And I can pull this up on Codex, so you can see that as well. I definitely have a Codex tab up somewhere. Okay, there it is. Thistleborn neck. So basically, with the block stacking, you're starting that off with a Thistleborn neck. This is an item level 23 neck, so it's going to be the easiest tier to craft of item level of level 20 plus gear. It's 63 rubies and then 12 zinc ingots, which is not hard to get. You get this in high rarity. You're looking at 550-ish in min legendary block defense. So when we compare that to a blue shield forge scale in my inventory, that gives 641 fizz block defense. So for perspective, that's total block defense, not just fizz. If I throw on my forge scale right now, my fizz block defense goes from 10 to 35.4. Now keep in mind, that's going to be including the 15% and 15% passive that I get for just having a shield equipped. So the difference between these is 10.4. So as a result, that 600-ish is giving me 10.4%, block mitigation. Factor in that I can throw on a legendary Thistleborn or high rarity Thistleborn, and then I can have that added to my fizz block and my magic block, and then I can also have glittering spall rings on. Glittering spall rings also give block defense in a very impactful way. So between the Thistleborn neck and the 2 glittering spall rings, even with a 2-hander on and no shield on, I was sitting at like 50%-ish fizz block defense and like 40%-ish magic block defense. And even if I was in trouble with a 2-hander on and no shield, I could sit there and I could hold my active guard, because on the PTR, they also changed the algorithm for like how much damage you take to your stamina from holding a block out. So I can get hit for more damage before my stamina drains. On top of that, there's a potion. I don't know if I have any Swifties in. Not Zop either. Swift. No, I don't. Swift Stride potions are a consumable that gives you 25% move speed and then also gives you 2 additional stam regen for 15 seconds. So if you're in a spot where you're just getting absolutely pegged and not in the good way, then you can pop a Swift Stride potion for that additional stam regen. Then you can hold your active block. If you have a shield on, you're mitigating like 70-ish% and 63-ish% if you're legendary and geared. Lower than that, of course, with anything else. But you're mitigating a good amount of damage. Oh, Swift Stride potions. Thank you. I appreciate you. So yeah, these are very, 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 very impactful. Now, keep in mind too, mounts usually very fast. If I sprint and then also pop a Swift Stride potion, my sprint giving me more movement speed, and then my Swift Stride gives me more movement speed. And then out of nowhere, I'm running at 167% move speed on a road. I am a 67% move speed mount right now. If somebody rode on my shoulders, I would be a journeyman mount. People would pay for a 167% mount. An ungodly amount. Wait, Trouble Cecil? Wait. Oh shit, we're going on a boat? I'm so fucking down. Yeah, invite me and Blotto for the raid. Have them invite us. We shall come out. I'd love to. Everyone's going tank bar to rogue, not shocking. I mean, I get that. I get that, right? Dusty a Burden next? I'd fuck with that. Listen, the first creator collab. Like, I understand why people are gonna go melee heavy, right? Melee heavy emphasis is... X. Am ready for group. Cleric's a banger also. I mean, Cleric's always a staple, right? Anything melee, though, is very, 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 very buffed. That's the big thing. Like, anything melee with this upcoming patch, between the movement changes, between the time to kill changes, between everything that is coming that impacts, you know, how these fights are playing out, you'll notice in a lot of these fights on live, I'm just keeping my longbow out, right? For anybody that's wondering why, it's because it's tab target base. If I have my melee weapon out and somebody's that far away from me, then I can't hit them. I have to be in melee range, and I have to actually be able to keep them in melee range. Now the problem becomes, I need to get a full weapon combo off to be useful at all, and if I can't get that off, then I can't function. Only thing is, I can just go, whoop, and then I'm out of your range. And then you have to interrupt your weapon combo to then, or I have to interrupt mine to dodge to you, to then match your movement, and it basically is just like, you know, melee can't play. Movement nerfs. So, Colt, the thing about movement nerfs, though, you have to realize, good movement players will still have better movement than everybody else in the game, because everybody's getting nerfed, you know? It's not just like the top end of movement players are getting nerfed. I actually feel like, on my end, of course, it's easier to dog people down, but I feel like you would be able to walk me on a leash on your bard easier with the new movement than you can currently, because I can match your dodges a lot better right now. You know what I mean? I feel like you will still have more movement than I in that scenario, despite me being able to dog down like average players. Rather, they've just given fighters, tanks, and clerics more mobility. I just feel like the biggest thing with it, from my perspective, outside of abilities, right, is the fact that I could never play my melee weapon. I don't want to say never. That's exaggeratory, and I don't want to be exaggeratory. But I could not play my melee weapon very frequently at all as a melee, which I think kind of sucked. And I would love some dichotomy in between where there was maybe like more opportunity for me to create some form of, I don't know, sustained hold down for me to get melee cleaves off more than just there's a vines out and a freeze so I can get 2 attacks out, then a nimble comes in and then everybody's unvined, unfrozen, and then, you know, my melee combo doesn't actually go off. That's the worst part of it for me with the movement changes. I don't even think like movement abilities or anything aside considered. I just feel like I can never play as a melee. Almost useless to dodge in PTR though. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely. I said as soon as I saw the dodge changes that it was block meta. Everyone in PvP is just gonna scale block. I was just actually talking about like, if you guys are not planning to, brother, just use it until they nerf it, force them to nerf it, put on any shield in the game, and then just run Thistleborn Neck, and then run 2 Glittering Spall Rings, and like, then everybody just blocks, and then they'll give us something back, some dichotomy. Heavy block's useful now, but man, I miss dodge. What do you think would be a balance between the two? No spring step, but not nuking the multiple instances of dodge? Because I personally felt like no spring step was fine, but the no multiple instances of damage if you're missing a single stamina is rough, in my opinion. I think that was a little overkill, if I'm being completely real. Because, like, block's great, but now nobody is able to, once they get pulled in, actually, like, you know, schmoove their way out. without just being suboptimal. Take back the momentum nerf from 2.5 early P3. Bro, low-key, Cole, you gotta realize, though, fall damage is in now, dog. You realize how many motherfuckers have killed themselves with fall damage? Yo, Marco, thank you for the follow, man. Much love. Like, do you realize, bro, the number of sieges where I would have splatted myself on the side of a house and then died when we were jumping over the fucking, the walls? I need that momentum nerf. At this point, if they take the gravity off and keep fall damage on dog, I'm fucking cooked. I was actually talking about how we were sending my tank off of the Grave Peak Tower, trying to see how close I could get to Halcyon. Voyle was helping me with it before the momentum changes. It was fucking wild. Yo, Mark, I hope you're having a beautiful day, dude. Need to be able to dodge. Yeah, no, keep in mind, I really like block being viable. I think block is too viable right now. But I was also a very big dodge enjoyer. I played melee in New World, and like I played Bruiser, which was in the clump. So in wars in New World, you basically had these multi-tiered fights where it was like you saved up for your heart rune, which was your ultimate, and bruisers would run detonate, which is a 3-second charge up, and then it explodes. And then our supports, which were void gauntlets, so they had like roots that they could already put out in slows. They would drop vines. Vines was vines. It was ranger vines, but in melee range. So collapses would go out. And you could iframe anything in New World, from vines to detonate damage to, you know, abilities going out, anything. So for me, I was always, you know, I would send on these big, like, AoE collapses, and then I would be able to survive through so many collapses because I was using my stamina properly, because I was live lording, I was making sure I was always in heals, I was iframing big instances of damage. And keep in mind, we don't even have a true iframe over here. It's just 100% evasion buff for a half a second. I felt like taking the multiple instances of dodge off stamina was like taking it out back and just putting it down, dog. As soon as I saw that, I was very, 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 very sad. What's the best 1v1 class? Best 1v1 class, I mean, most people would probably skew towards either tank, rogue, bard, or cleric. I'd say like any of those four. My top three, personally, for most people, I think out of those, cleric is probably the easiest to play because you have the most sustain. I think after that, tank is the easiest, like the second easiest to be decent on, because tank, like, it has a lot of depth to it where you can use your abilities in a very different way in groups. But in 1v1s, tank's basically just like, I trip you, and then I put in as much damage as possible when you're tripped, and then I wait for another trip, and then I trip you again and beat the shit out of you again. Of course, there are depths and intricacies to that, with like stacking up courage and using your abilities in the right combo and stuff like that. But essentially, we're able to just mace to face people most of the time. Other than that, I think Rogue and Bard are probably the two in 1v1s, like higher skill ceiling in terms of like what's required to function on them. Both also happen to be built on running around like an absolute bitch. So, you know, to each their own. But the best bards and the best clerics, quite literally, not best clerics, best bards and best rogues will just reset and reset and reset and reset like crazy. What do you think about Castle Labs being rated a B tier guild for phase 3? Pretty fair. Yeah, I'd say pretty fair. I would say probably like high B, low A. Cause like, I'm gonna be honest, like depending on who they put in the S tier for all of phase 3, I think anyone other than the initial like Polar Supple, I don't even think Aura would be in my S tier for phase 3, just because like Aura, until they merged with Supple, was behind Polar so substantially. So I would say like Polar, Supple, S tier for P3. I would say A tier, you probably have like S tier was Polar Cartel. Oh, I'm not even thinking of the goddamn EU guilds. Polar Cartel. A plus was Nova Supple Amnesty. B was Vice Cat's Aura Purple. That's a pretty solid list. Yeah, I'd say that's a fair list. I don't know how well like Cartel was this phase or anything like that, because obviously they're on fucking EU. But yeah, no, I'd say that's pretty reasonable. And I would say out of those, like, keep in mind, Cats is also, I would say, the most outwardly, like, casual friendly guild out of those that are even in the consideration for that list. And if you go back 2 phases, Cats was also who tier on the list. If you go back the phase before P3, we were like C tier. So Cats has been getting, yo Zoltar, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. In terms of that, Cats has been getting better and better and better and better consistently. And we also haven't had any like allegations of like dupes, exploits, econ drama, anything like that. I'm very proud of where we're at. But yeah, I think definitely right now we're definitely like a very solid to top end B tier. And then depending on people's interpretation of like S to A, oh my God, S to A, and then like where people are including that, definitely depends on like activity and stuff. But yeah, I would say right now, in terms of like the overall PvP scape, like keep in mind, in terms of your like PvP and guilds, if you're naming the ones that are active on NA right now that are actually playing, I mean, even over the course of this phase, it's like, what, 7 or 8 that would put up a reasonable fight? So I feel like even being B tier, as the populace expands, you're looking at the B tier now shifting into like the top portion of the A tier if populace was 5x'd. When you're looking at a 30 guild tier list instead of a 7 guild tier list, then it'll be a little bit different, you know what I mean? So I think that's the part of it right now. There aren't many true dedicated PvP guilds, but I don't necessarily think that that's gonna be a thing for long, if I'm being honest. Except from an overall standpoint, I think that's A tier, PvP C tier, so overall B felt correct. I'd say we're better than C in PvP, if I'm being honest. I think we're a very solid mid B tier in PvP because we have so many players that don't know at this point. Like, our goal is to get our players to know more, and that basically stops us from reaching that, like, higher tier in the short term, but in the long term allows us to push into that higher tier more consistently and keep elevating. Because while a lot of guilds are recycling the same players guild to guild that already have experience, we're one of the few that say, you're a brand new player, casual player, come in. We'll find a role for you and we'll teach you up. So that way, as we continue to work towards launch and beyond that, we develop our talent in-house, and then we have more people who are assisting in developing talent in-house. And that's where, like, where I mentioned, you know, 2 phases ago, when I came in for 2.5 launch, or sorry, phase 2 launch, Cats had 5 people in it. Cats had legitimately 5 motherfuckers in it. And like, we were all just hanging out, having a grand old time as much as we could. So then phase 2.5 hit. We brought over some more leadership to help us get established. And we were like the little bro in 2.5 that wanted to PvP, but clearly needed a little bit more establishment along the way. You know, we needed a little bit more organization. We needed a big competitive push, and we needed to focus in. We found people in leadership that helped us bring it to the next level. And I kept trying to plug and recruit for Cats as much as possible while we figured out what we wanted to do as a guild in the long term and stuck it out. And as a result, phase to phase to phase to phase to phase, we just keep getting better. And I love that shit. I love that shit. I told Zombie your small scale's gotten a lot better faster than large scale, which is normally the opposite that we've seen. It was cool to see the improvement. No, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I think large scale too, like, large scale becomes reps, right? And I think one of the focuses that we're trying to take, not bringing in established people that have played together in other games, not bringing over full stacks of, like, you know, we're coming over from New World with a full 50-person war roster that's already in statics. We have these all pre-made. We're taking a whole fucking mismatch of people. Every type of player you could imagine. We're like, hey, what do you want to play? We'll make it work for you. So we're still in the aspect of, like, let's develop everybody's core element of play my class properly, give myself the capabilities to hit buttons in the right ways at the right time, and then the reps come in. when it's not a matter of like zombie calls an all in and somebody's like, oh, what do I do with my hands? Like, people will get comfortable with all ins through knowing how to confidently play their class and understanding I get heals if I'm in this spot. So then when we go into large scale, we're looking at players who, keep in mind, some of whom have never PvP'd and some of whom actually never wanted to PvP, and then we're just like, oh damn, this shit's actually kind of fun. And they checked it out casually and then decided it was worth hanging around for. So from that standpoint, we're teaching some people from the ground up with this combat system, which has a surprising amount of depth to it. And then we scale all of that baseline knowledge into all of the, you know, all of the macro awareness. Then we teach people that side of it. And again, what I always have said, our goals long-term, 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 long-term. It doesn't matter how much we practice macro reps if we have 10 people confident and wanting to show up to PvP. We need like 200 people wanting to show up to PvP, and then it's macro, 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 and we just play off of each other. Then we improve more people with every single macro rep. It's like the old raid leveling. You just throw everybody in a raid and then everybody gets some XP. We're still building out the raids that'll then get the XP, and it's worked phase over phase over phase so far, and we're just gonna keep pumping. How much does a player need to dedicate to game time? Find this game. People think life doesn't exist. To a certain extent, on the top end, every game Syrupy is gonna be like that. I'm gonna be honest. The thing about Ashes and MMOs as a whole versus something like, I don't know, maybe like an arena shooter or a battle royale, right? MMOs are very much, unless they're pay to win, of course, a direct correlation of time spent to power investment. So essentially what I mean by that is, you know, with Ashes, you are in a world not separated from anybody. You are seeing the players who do play 18 hours a day right next to you, the player who may have 2 hours every few days to play. There's no separation. There's no ranked world and unranked world to put them in. And Ashes is open world, so you'll be interacting with those people. With that being said, there's the element of some guilds and communities will be very exclusive. We want that only high tier of player, only that established tier of player. That's the guild, you know, ecosystem where they'll be recycling the same few players. And on our side, we try to take that competitive approach to PvP while also saying, hey, however you want to play the game, we got you. If you're a casual player, we have a casual guild where you can, you know, contribute to the guild in whatever way you want to. You can be a part of our entire ecosystem. You can gather, refine, help craft, whatever you want to do. Show up to PvP when you can, have groups to level with. And like, that's the entire point of a community in this, is to help complement the things that you may not have, whether it's hands, time, brains, whatever it might be. So our community is really big on trying to take all of the time investment of the top end and help our bottom end pull up with that. Turn off the HUD so the sea can look cooler. Take off your pants, pussy. Sorry. My dumbass tried to turn up my settings after I turned off the HUD. Hold on. I'll go on cinematic again. Hopefully my game doesn't stutter. I'll turn it up. I got you guys. We'll have a beautiful night sailing. We'll have all of the atmospheric fog and shit. All right, hold on. My computer is actually going to take off like a fucking rocket. If you guys hear about anything in Maine exploding, just know I'm dead. I just want you to fully be aware. Oh, 7 PC. She working hard, dog. It sounds like an old man trying to walk up a very large flight of stairs right now, but everything's fine. Everything's fine. I'm gonna give it like a full like Nintendo 64 blowout tomorrow. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. I was trying to find like a mobile air compressor or something because I ain't done that shit in like 6 years, but you know, it is what it is. My fans have cobwebs coming off. I thought Carla decorated my shit for Halloween, and then I realized we're far past Halloween, so I gotta probably clean that up. I think it'd be fun if Ash just had a ranked server versus a casual server. I don't know. I love the, like, the aura farm of MMOs when they are fully open world and everybody is around everybody else. Like, when I was a kid, I very, very, very much remember being in MMOs, looking at people who had, like, you know, I was playing Vanilla WoW. I'd see somebody with a GM set, like a Grand Marshal set, and I was like, wow, what the fuck? Like, that was awe-inspiring to me. As a kid, I was so immersed. I was so down with that. And then I started to see raid gear coming out and like the end game gear sets. And I was like, oh, fuck me. Like, I really want to get this someday. I liked that. Seeing somebody that is doing something that you're not can either be the most discouraging thing ever or the most encouraging thing ever of like, wow, look what's possible with this game. Not every player needs to get there at the same time. And for some people, they'll see somebody that is better than them at PvP and they'll be like, well, what's the point? I'm never gonna beat that. Or they'll see somebody that has better gear and they'll be like, well, phooey. Or you'll see somebody that's better than you at PvP and you'll be like, encouraging, yes, intriguing. How can I get there someday? What is the difference? You'll see somebody with better gear and you'll be like, I wonder how they got that. Indubitably. And then you'll have some inspiration to chase down something that you didn't know. This is also why I hope that with arenas, Ashes never, ever, 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 ever puts an unranked skill-based matchmaking algorithm in. I want an unranked arena to be the most baseline of matchmaking algorithms, where it takes first available team and places them against second available team, and then they fight. No skill-based algorithm, no hidden MMR, nothing like that. I want to have a ranked queue, I want to have an unranked queue, and I want the unranked queue to be a true unranked queue, and I want the ranked queue to be where we can sweat. Does Ashes have that? Ashes will have arenas. Right now, for December 11th, the big like Harbinger update and everything, they also put in the baseline duel infrastructure. So you'll notice that we were like flagging up for PvP and just kicking the shit out of each other before. So with that, we'll have a 1v1 duel system over on the December build. That'll expand into group versus group duels, then that'll expand into raid versus raid duels, and then we'll eventually have arenas and the duel system. So we don't know all of what's planned in the long term for the intricacies of it, but as we hear more, I'll be yabbing about it. I am so fucking excited for arenas. Any form of like even numbers match PvP for me, I am such a simp for it. I fucking love arenas. So much. So much. People will complain so much, it'll be so one-sided. What, if they're losing unranked arenas? See, I understand that some people bitch and moan and complain, but I also think back in the day of not every game having hidden skill-based matchmaking and shadow MMR, you actually had a large benefit to people being exposed to gameplay that wasn't typical within their echo chamber. With ranked matchmaking, it's natural that you'll see people within your rank and you'll have to progress through the habits and the gameplay styles of that rank, right? What's preventing you from getting to that higher rank though? What if you could go into unranked and then you queue against one of the best teams that there is and you get to look at how they're moving, look at how they're stacking abilities, look at how they're gearing, see the differences, and then you're able to say, oh, this is a huge difference maker for me. Like if you're playing Fortnite back before they added bots and shit and all of that, and you were getting into, the true pubs of the olden days, you were having an equal chance to, pull up on some dad that was playing on a controller and didn't even know how to build, or pull up on some Zoomer or me trying to live out my Zoomer dreams and full box you. I feel like there's a certain element where when you're queuing into a true unranked mode, providing there is a ranked alternative, it should be true unranked. I think there's a fine line with it. If a brand new player goes up against a high-rated seasoned player, they're not going to be able to digest everything properly. They'll just get steamrolled without knowing what's happening, IMO. No, of course, and that's also valid to it, but I also think in like an unranked, there's also that level of like, not levity to it, so to say, but with an unranked arena, I think people, if there is a ranked alternative, will look at that a lot less as a level of, oh my god, this is the end of the world, and a lot more like, let's go to the courts to play basketball and run a pickup run. If I lose the pickup run, it's not the end of the world. If somebody comes out and dunks on me, then I'm not going to be super mad about that, but I'm going to be like, oh shit, I just got dunked on, right? I think that's the benefit of the unranked no skill based, if it is mirrored by a ranked, I want to have this try hard time where I have good matches. At least, you know, hopeful guild matches because of the rank system not being smurfed. I think that would be my fine line of it, but everyone's also going to have their own preferences on it. I think that's a big thing. But does Will Ashes have the Wow Factor Classic? Wow Factor like Classic when you see that guy with GM Gear 2-1? You will absolutely have an element of that. Now, there will also be transmogs in Ashes, so people will be able to hide their stuff, but like right now, you can shape up what somebody is wearing gear-wise just from like visuals. Like my armor set, everybody can tell right now that I have Blood Runner helm on. If you look at my legs and my boots, you can see Blood Runner boots. Then you can see that I'm in Rosarium guard gear once you know what the sets actually look like. If you know the sword, you can see the sword. If you know the bow, you can tell that this is the old Revidium longbow, so it's a glory-bound bow now. Like, if you know the skins, you know the skins. So there will be a certain level of like you can identify things, but transmogs will also cover those to a certain extent. Yo, Redco, thank you for the follow. Much love. So it all depends if somebody does actually want to flex their stuff. Now, there is an enchanting system in the game too, where you can basically enchant a piece of gear level 0 to level 20. As you go higher in level, there are increasing risks from, you know, missing the enchant, failing the enchant, losing one level, losing all the levels, or bricking the entire piece, and just poof, it goes, the entire item. So with that being said, like, you can scale up a lot with that. And then once you get to certain levels of enchanting, you get glows on your weapons and shit. So that can be a very cool like flex if you have something that's really good and then it's enchanted. But then also naturally, I feel like you're gonna have goobers that enchant like a level 1 weapon to a super high level with novice scrolls, so that way they can have the enchanting glow and run around and flex. I know MMO players, somebody will try to find a level 1 transmog or like a level 1 weapon and enchant that. And then just transmog so no one can see that it's level 1 and that it's glowing. It's highly discouraging when you get matched with a hardcore PvP player with so much gear difference in meta build when you're a casual player and don't have time to farm that much. So that would be the purpose of a rank though. That's like, I think that's maybe what you're missing. Like, if you are wanting even matches, then you would play the ranked mode where you would be placed into a rank with other similarly ranked players. So if you have bad gear, you would be fighting against other bad gear players that have also, you know, been on your level. So with a ranked side, you're able to actually, you know, get matches that are within your bracket. But you want to learn without losing rank. Right. So you would want to learn by fighting a wide variety of players, both better and worse than you. That's what the unranked side is. Unranked isn't like the benefit of having ranked matches with none of the risk. Unranked is unranked, where you're not getting guaranteed same pool matches. And then if you want the guaranteed same pool matches, then that would be having the, you know, the cost of plus minus rank with it. Because everything has an opportunity cost in Ashes. Even if it's unranked arenas and you're not like sacrificing win-loss MMR, you'd still be sacrificing time in the open world because arenas aren't set to have any gear rewards, like any major rewards from doing the arenas. Basically, the biggest reward in the short term with arenas is that they're going to be available for you to actually get PvP. In the long term, there will be like PvP seasons and stuff associated with it where you can get some rewards, but even then, it's more of just like a... It's more of just you get to do arenas in the first place. That's why I say like ranked is your element of I'm putting this on the line so I can have even matches. And then keep in mind, if you're allowing people to skill-based matchmake in unranked, you're not going to have 500 MMR players, for example, matchmaking rating, just to throw out a number, be 500 MMR players. Because what if you have somebody that's played 2,500 unranked matches versus somebody that plays their ranked match because they actually want that similar bracket within that ranked pool anyways, because you have a shadow skill-based matchmaking. Sure, somebody with 2,500 matches is still going to have a benefit, but they're also going to have played with a true unranked system against a myriad of enemies, both better and worse. Some matches are good for learning. Some matches are like, what the fuck just happened? And that's an unranked system in its finest. But then you have ranked where it's like, all right, I want to know I'm fighting bronze players. A true rank system without skill-based is more reflective, in my opinion, of course, of that, like, true MMR instead of a I don't play ranked, but I have been in very high skill matches because there's a shadow skill-based matchmaking that I have that instead of being 500 is now 1,800. So I'm fighting in 1,800 games in unranked, and playing in an 1800 echo chamber, and then I go play ranked and ruin the ranked mode for all of the people that are 500 MMR, because I could do that, and a lot of people would. With queuing on ranked, you have to go into that knowing there's a chance to face players way higher level than you. And I also think if you're someone that is trying to learn too, even if in the moment you're not like, oh my god, I'm digesting everything. If you're trying to learn arenas, even as a casual player, my best advice as a sweat is to download some form of screen recording software, whether it's OBS Studio or something a little lighter, and just record your PvP and then just watch it whenever you have time. Like, it doesn't even have to be like you're sending it anywhere. My best advice, and what has helped me improve so much in PvP, is just VOD reviewing, just actually doing PvP, and then looking back at it and being like, how could I have played this better? Did I overextend? Did I make a good play here? The average casual player won't VOD review. The average casual player that doesn't have anybody encouraging them to VOD review will not VOD review. We've had a whole lot of average casual players in cats that have actually come to a scrim night, and then they've looked at their scrim VODs multiple times, and I've got DMs being like, hey, Dusty, can you look at this fight for me real quick and let me know what you think? Like, you'd be shocked how much, once somebody is given guidance, they want to be like the big guys. Like, it's basically like if you have an equipment manager for an NBA team, and you're like, hey, you get to run out on the floor and warm up with the team today and do like layup lines and shit. Everyone's going to be dunking, and then you're going to be out there doing like backboard tap layups because you're a 5'6" manlet, but you're still going to live on that, you know, that moment for a while. So for a lot of the casual players, once they have that accessibility where it's like, wait, scrim nights are for fun, and you can PvP while having fun and not like get kicked if you fuck up. And then casual players will show up, and then we're like, hey, please make sure you're recording this so you have something to watch. Dude, I've seen people watch their same VOD for a week straight, from New World to here and everything. So, been a PvP trainer in many MMOs, never again. Scarred by battle. Oh god. Oh god. You learn how to be a real content creator? I will not stop smoking weed. I got upgraded to first class, by the way. I spoke to the manager. Fucking caused a ruckus. I threw some shit. I stomped around a little bit. Are y'all going somewhere on the boat or just cruising around? I don't know. They're Brazilian. They just told me to get on the boat, and I'm on the boat. So I don't know if we're just cruising around or if I'm going to be like held for a ransom or what, but I'm down. I don't have shit else going on. We're all just PvPing, and then they were just like, boat. So now I'm on a fucking boat, dog. I ain't got no objections. It's a beautiful night to be boating around. I mean, shit, look at this. It's all scenic and shit. We got a big ass moon. Got a beautiful ass boat. It's a good day. It's a very good day. Yo, Meta. How are you, dude? Happy Thanksgiving to you. I hope you got some beautiful fucking food today. I hope you had a huge meal with a whole lot of people and had some fun with it. Can we get arena first before talking about rank? See, this is also why I'd kind of like to talk about the rank side ahead of time. Because, like, establishing there will or will not be rank mode is actually very important, because then it determines, do we have rank mode and unranked mode? Do we have ranked mode available a certain time of day, certain number of matches, whatever it may be? And then with the unranked mode, if no ranked mode, Shadow MMR is actually good, because then you have some form of like pseudo bifurcation of brackets where people can have some form of even matches. But providing there's a ranked mode for people to get their, you know, their bracketed matches, there should not be a Shadow MMR in the base matchmaking algorithm, at least in my opinion, because unranked would then be a true unranked. So in that essence, if they brought in an arena mode with a very baseline matchmaking algorithm where it's first available team against second available team, well, shit, could actually be very fun, very suitable, and be what's actually needed in the long term too, because maybe they don't need to go too much further than first available team, second available team. Maybe they need to add some form of queue holding chamber and then match teams from there. But turkey with soft is fucking juicy, massive. I love that. I have so many leftovers. Yo, thank you for the follow, Joby. Vote both always. Hidden MMR and unranked, and ranked would be great. I just think that defeats the purpose of unranked and ranked, if I'm being completely honest. Like, ranked is where you go to have those bracketed matches, and then a hidden MMR prevents you from actually playing out of your bracket to improve against better players, you're only going to be fighting equal skill or lower skill players, so you won't be exposed to anything that's outside of your already conceived gameplay. If I never fight against top ranked players, then I will never understand the movements and what it's like to play against top ranked players. Therefore, I'll never be able to capitalize on mistakes that lower ranked players make. And hidden MMR takes that opportunity away. And I say this as a sweat. I don't care. Like, I'll clip farm regardless. Like, I'm gonna get my clips. I play a tank. I can just, I will get my clips. I don't need no hidden MMR, like, for my purpose, right? But I want no shadow MMR just to kind of like bring in that element of I have a chance to both equally shit on somebody and get shit on. I worry it'll scare players away if they're just getting pooped on. Modern players, I definitely understand that, but I also like to remind people, like, within the realm of like a true unranked anything, right? If you're in the 50th percentile, just complete average casual dad, you're not in the top 10%, which is going to be like your PvPers. You're not in the top 25%, which is going to be your everyday players. You're in the top 50%, which is actual casual player, and then underneath that is going to be people who aren't even max level. You would, it'll probably be some people who are max level as it goes on, of course. Longer the server state, more people who are max level. But you're going to have, at that point, a bracket of people where, obviously, you know, you're going to run into a sweaty PvPer here and there. And you're going to be like, aw, shit, that's bad. But also those true untouchable sweats, like the Titans, are typically a small few percentage of the server where, like, you're gonna run into them sometimes, but pretty infrequently. It's the same thing as like running into, you know, fucking Tfue in a Fortnite pub back in the day, or like Ninja or some shit. Like one of those players where you're just like, oh, okay. Anyways, my point aside, I feel like that element is absolutely possible, but often overstated, especially with something where it's typically a quicker mode like an arena. I think with long-term modes, like if it was something where somebody was trapped in for like a 30-minute gameplay session, I feel like that would be really shitty. Like if I play like a Dota game, right? Then being locked in for 30 minutes of pain in a Dota game, especially if they're not pushing to end, I feel like is a lot more like, okay, I'm just gonna go outside than doing like a 5-minute arena, where it's like, oh God, I just got shit on 3-0. Well, yo, GG's. Maybe I even message that person and I'm like, hey, dude, that was fun. Like, what are you running? Because a lot of people will share their builds in MMOs if somebody reaches out and asks. So a lot of people want to see other people get better. So I try to think of both sides of it. I absolutely acknowledge as well that there will be people that are just like, well, this is stupid, I got shit on. And people will get discouraged. But at the same point, it could also allow people to see a level of it where they're like, oh, I see a tank that grappled somebody and then turned away and then placed a wall behind him. I like that. I saw this strat where there were 2 tanks and the tanks had a protect on the bard, and then, you know, one of the other tanks was protecting the other tank, so we couldn't find who to hit because everybody was so tanky percentage wise. I really like that strat. I'm gonna try that strat. Things like that could be little like meta pockets that people don't get exposed to if they're in their own echo chamber. So that's kind of like, that's my take on it, especially with a shorter mode like arenas. That's why I'm a bit more like throw everybody in the same pool for unranked. I don't think arenas necessarily need to be something where they're a 30-minute drawn out mode. Yo, Chase, what up, my boy? Kind of like Wars. What the fuck? Oh God, talked about New World and got put in the brig. This is bad. So anyways, I'm getting fucking sabotaged out here. I just got like bopped off the side of the fucking boat. That was rude as shit. Pre-made Void Gauntlet lifestyle. Oh fucking God. Oh, I hate that. I hate that so much. I hate it so much. But yeah, like wars were a very bad lock-in in New World. Yeah, absolutely. Like getting your like war camp gate camped and then also having everybody tell you to uninstall. Yeah, that didn't feel great. Haven't tried this game yet. Personally, a long time WoW arena player, another MMOPP. How are you liking it? I'm about like 3,000 hours in on stream, so, you know, I've got a little bit of playtime. I've been here as an everyday player and streamer since December. I came over from New World. I played a lot of WoW prior to New World as well, so like my top 3 MMOs are WoW, New World, and this. So personally, in my opinion, I think it's a good cross between the elements of like, you know, WoW's traditional tap target combat, New World's action combat elements. Those are always going through changes, and like the shift in the hybrid is always there. It's always evolving, right? But I really like the combat system a lot. The depth in systems And the social side of the systems, fucking phenomenal. There is already a lot of like player politicking and server drama that pops up, and we have a fraction of our full systems. Because again, the full launch of Ashes, I'm saying is probably not coming until mid to late 2028, if I just had to put my money on it. With that being said, it's only going to continue to get better. I have a ton of fun with it. Now there's PvP content, PvE content, gathering, refining, crafting content, econ content. You can be a fucking econ merchant market flipper if you really want to and just be one of the richest people on the server. And again, it just progresses. Right now, there's legitimately nothing to do because these servers are getting cooked in 4 days. So essentially, we all just log in, hang out, all like 20 of us that are still over here. And then we just PvP for a bit. And right now, we're just sailing around the world on a fucking boat. So just doing some chill shit before the chaos. This is like the most empty that you'll see Ashes. So do you think the game is ready for Steam yet? Hearing some pretty loud naysayers. I have a take on the naysayers. Hold on. I gotta take a bong rip for this. Nayers! Wait, a naysayer. Oh my god. Holy shit. Wait. A quite literal naysayer. Wow, that's crazy. Chase, we summoned him. Huh. Would that work this entire time? I say nay. A true naysayer from Nayers. Oh my god. I hope you're having a beautiful Thanksgiving as well, dude. And chat. All of you guys. Alright. I'm gonna articulate this and then I'm gonna smoke a bowl to celebrate my articulation and not getting mad. There's a lot of feedback that's put out very vocally from people who have no fucking idea what they're talking about and haven't interacted with the project in months to years or played any serious amount of hours whatsoever. On Reddit, on Discord, on YouTube, shit, sometimes on Twitch. Especially in different directories on Twitch. And the loudest opinions are coming from the most uninformed people in a lot of these instances. So keep in mind, on Discord and Reddit, there is no way to verify that anybody is actually who they say they are. I could go on like Discord and say, I have a slightly above average cock, and I could be lying through my teeth and you would never even know. So with that being said, Discord, zero value in that. Reddit, same thing. Same thing. No validity in that, right? Then you have the content creation side. If a content creator is making content in a different directory and they're not they're not making Ashes content, why are they talking about Ashes from a state of I know Ashes when they haven't Frosty Thinker with follow? Why are they talking about Ashes from a different directory when they haven't actually played Ashes and they're not actively playing Ashes right now? Why are they allowing a game of telephone to dictate what they think about a game and facilitating more drama in the MMO scene and more strife in the MMO scene? So, anybody that's on Twitch that's outside of the Ashes directory that is not making Ashes content even half as much as I am, that hasn't been here, don't trust what they're saying either. Because they're just hearing the shit from Discord and Reddit and then regurgitating that to their streams to try to be informed about MMOs. Then we have the YouTube side. Once you suck my dick, you've sucked my dick for life. Once you've clicked my YouTube video, it's +1 view for life. You can't take it back. Enough said. Once I get it in your mouth, it's been in your mouth. Once you've clicked my YouTube video, you've been in my YouTube video, +1 view. If 1 million people click on my YouTube video, but also hate my YouTube video, guess what? My YouTube video still has 1 million views. If I have the clickbaitiest title and the most controversial headline, like I'm a goddamn news station and I get clicks, then that's going to generate algorithm attention, which will then push it to get more clicks, which will then push it to get more views, which will then put it to get an Asmund Bald react, and he'll sit there and go, uh-huh, yeah, right. Well, DEI. And then 40,000 people will go and watch your YouTube video as well. So that's essentially the YouTube cycle. Everybody is just trying to clickbait their way to a video that actually gets views, and they don't care if their content is slop. They don't care if you make it 1 second through the video or 8 minutes and 1 second through the video. They just care that you click on their video once and then talk about the video title to somebody else. That's it. That's literally it. And I feel like the actual hands-on, boots-on-ground, organic feedback from Ashes is staying largely within the Ashes community, because the actual Ashes content creators are quite small content creators. Even the YouTubers that aren't the MMO slop tubers that are going around MMO to MMO pillaging, we got small YouTubers too. We do have YouTubers that are out on the front line doing fucking God's work out there with their content that I love watching their videos every time they pop up. But you want to know what the most viewed YouTube content about Ashes is? Slop about how Steven's sacrificing goats in the studio and stuff, and like tax liens and shit. Bro, it's all just designed to be clickbait. That's the YouTube algo now. So, my personal take on it, just with the negative sentiment, the people that are not playing the game always have the time to be the loudest. And the people that are playing the game are providing their feedback in this system through bug reports, through feedback to developers who are extremely active in the community, who actively ask for our feedback, through PTR testing sessions, through live testing, through everything. And the outward response of Ashes has always had a large amount of, this shit sucks. But anytime you ask somebody why it sucks, their information's always outdated as shit. You want a pretty funny example of it? Look at YouTube commenters. YouTube commenters are actual fucking demon mode people, if I'm being completely honest. And very frequently, many of them have zero idea what they're actually talking about. Occasionally, you'll get a nice YouTube commenter along the way. But, for example, we'll take my last live VOD. Oh. We'll take my last live VOD. This is a fair comment. That guy's just talking about stuff. This TTK feedback. Did the game ever come out? No, so far you can just pay 100 USD to do quality assurance for them. Fair. Don't mention the price drop, the 42.50 to do QA for them. And then we have this very passionate lad. There's always one. My guy's argument for buying alpha on Steam is you can farm items that don't mean anything in a system that isn't balanced for a game that isn't live, so it will be wiped. Bro, chill harder. And if it ever goes live, I'll see you there, but I still think you're a fool for saying that garbage. Do you even care about your viewers? And then he responds to another comment and says, I've been a backer for a long time, and they haven't patched or added anything in months. The testing community is huffing copium. These are patch notes from literally November 22nd. And is one of the multiple weekly sets of patch notes that we actually get pushed out over on PTR and other forms of testing. Again, the loudest people have no fucking idea what they're saying when it comes to talking about Ashes publicly. And there are always just a couple of idiots that want to be the loudest person in the room and always have an opinion on things. I do love 3 lines of patch notes meme though. Shit, I'd rather have 3 lines than no patches for months like New World had. And that was post-launch too. I do love the 3 lines though. AKA they haven't patched anything I want them to patch. Yeah, but like everything's had patch implementations in the past 6 months. Like I don't think there's a portion of the goddamn game that hasn't been touched. Also, the same dude was on another video saying that there was no questing in Ashes yet either. Trying to tell people that there was legitimately 0 questing. And I'm like, brother, I don't respond to my YouTube comments. I like to just watch the world burn from a top. But like, I'm thinking to myself, brother, my optimal starting route for this upcoming set of servers is actually questing. And also, dude had a problem with the fact that like, gear is going to be wiped at some point. Brother, every MMO's had expansions and changes of content. What the fuck do you mean? Yeah, I don't know. Some people are crazy, dog. Some people are crazy. Also, Clam, thank you for the hydrate, dog. What do you guys say? It's worth jumping into Ashes now, or even can I? Should I wait for EA? I'd wait for early access. Right now, the price is 100 USD, and On early access launch on December 11th, it's going to be 42.50 USD, so you're saving almost 60 bucks. The only difference between the two packs is that you get $15 in the in-game store with the $100 pack, 1.5, and then you also will get a title, well, technically 2 titles for playing before December 11th. Other than that, it's not really like that worth, in my opinion. You'd be able to test on the private test realm for like 10 days before the patch goes live. But like, unless you're just drowning in $50 bills and you really want to spend one, I personally wouldn't recommend hopping in right now. I would just wait for the new servers. Ghosty, much love. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Yeah, I would just wait for the new servers 1000%. I just think it's better value. Is there a sub to play? Not during development. Keep in mind, development is going to go for a long time. It's going to be on the Steam launch on December 11th, still in development. I don't think we're actually launching until like mid to late 2028. That's my guess as a content creator. That's not an actual number. That's just my guess, is mid to late 2028. On December 11th, it comes to Steam and the price updates on the Ashes of Creation website. !Ashes if you haven't made your account. You will have to make an account on the Ashes website at some point. From December 11th to the 25th, it's going to be 15% off at $42.49. Then on the 26th, it goes back up to $50 USD, which is going to be the one-time cost to get in for the remainder of development. No matter how long that may go, you pay this, you're in till the game launches. Then when the game launches, it's no box cost, no DLC cost. It is a monthly sub on the full launch of the game. So you get your first month of game time. That doesn't start until the full launch of Ashes. The full launch, not the EA launch. No point during development, just the full launch. Then you also get access to the PTR, which is where they put in patches early for people to test. And then you get a cosmetic cloak. So that's a rundown on like what you're getting with your monetization. Fupo! How are you, friend? Wait, it's a beautiful day for a sale. I don't know where you are in the world, but if you're somewhere in the world right now, join us. Me and my Brazilian friends, my amigos and me, we're sailing around on a boat right now, and it's freaking lit. I'm running on cinematic settings, by the way, Fupa. You'd be proud of me. Look at my frames. My frames are lower than my parents' age right now, and that's not a good thing. That's not a good thing. I need that 144, dog. I miss it. I miss it so much. Been watching Bob Ross for months. Guy never responds to any questions in his chat. God fucking damn it. They already revamped the leveling experience. They're revamping the leveling experience, but it's like a continuous ongoing revamp, if that makes sense. Nothing's ever really done in Ashes. It's kind of like you're just working on something and then you think you're done and then you notice something else with it. Like, it's an ongoing set of tweaks. They are improving and revamping the leveling experience, but it's nowhere near what it's going to be. So it's better now than it was P2. It's going to be better 1 year from now than it is for the December 11th launch. Everything in Ashes will continue to get better, which is part of why I'm sitting here like, I actually don't think people are going to have that bad of a time on December 11th, because I came in at a way worse state of the game and like way worse state of development with less to do, with the game running worse, disconnecting more, crashing more bugs, more exploits, more inaccessible areas that were, you know, accessible, more core game breaking things, and I've stayed. Everybody else that's playing came in at a worse state than you guys will on the 11th, and they stayed. So some people aren't going to like it. Naturally, not everything's going to be for everybody, and it's an in-development product. It's not perfect. But there are some crazy people that will stay. I'm just saying. There are some people that'll like it. Did you get to see Summoner class fight in the tourney recently? Yes. I actually fought a Summoner in round 1. Won that fight, and there were a few Summoners that fought in different matchups over the course of it. Summoner in 1v1s is going to be a little bit gimped, I will say, because it's essentially like kill the summon, then kill the Summoner, because they're you know, kind of dependent on each other for the total vertical power scaling. So with that, like, you kill the Summoner, you cut the head off the snake, and then summons, they're actually like a long cast time. So my goal against Summoner is always to burst summon, and then nuke Summoner from there, pressure Summoner, don't let them resummon or anything like that, and then I just win the fight. But if you can keep your summon alive, if you can play your life like that, then you can kite some people around, and you have some validity there. I think it's also going to be much better in large scale. You have Void, which is like an AoE silence. You've got some CC going out, so it's going to be great in large scale. It's just a very like offensive support. It's like a blue-black deck in Magic the Gathering. So The seal mount, the shoal skipper. The shoal skipper also has underwater breathing. So aquatic mounts go fucking hard. If frames are low, loss of scaling C-map can help. Oh yeah, no, my frames are low because I'm running on cinematic. As optimized as Ashes will someday be, cinematic is not there for me yet. Like, some people run it because it does genuinely look beautiful. But I tend to run on low and medium settings just so I can push more frames. I have no problem with, like, you know, my settings that I normally run. It's just, I think any mortal man with a mortal build is gonna have some level of struggle bus trying to run Ashes on cinematic right now. And if you don't, then good for you. Good for you. Have you played MO2? No, I have not. I've watched a little gameplay from them, but have never gone down any of those routes. Although I will say there's probably somebody in chat that has spent way too much time in every one of those titles. It's a pretty, like, diverse group of MMO gamers here. I think the economy will make or break the Steam launch. If they don't clean up exploits in time and the economy is broken 2 weeks after launch, it'll fail. Oh god, yeah. No, econ is pivotal, Envy. I absolutely agree, dude. And like, especially in a player-driven econ, like a player-to-player econ can sustain a lot of shit, but like, it's kind of like a butthole. You can really like just stretch it out and abuse it if you need to, but in an ideal world, you're not doing that all the time, and you're allowing that to exist in a normal capacity. Hopefully the econ's not being, hey Emu, you came in at a good time. Can I use you for an example real quick? A demonstration for chat? We're talking about econ. Sure? Okay, cool. Just come over here. But like with the econ, I think it's inevitable that there will be bugs, dupes, exploits, stuff like that. My big thing is I want to see how Intrepid's response to those things are. You're always gonna knock over a glass, but how quickly can you stop that water from spilling all over the floor and all over everybody else, right? And at the end of the day, in phase 3, we saw dupes, bugs, and exploits that were allowed to facilitate to the capacity that they spilled all over everybody else that was involved in it. And you saw a lot of carryover of gold into the economy. You saw materials that were getting duped. You saw basically everything compromised. So I feel like Intrepid's response time needs to be way higher. Faster? Yeah. No, I agree. I feel like they are definitely going to figure it out, right? Like, they're absolutely going to figure it out. But before you can figure it out, you need to have those oh shit moments where it's like, oh, we haven't dealt with this before. This is the ideal time to have that. I would rather have them get cooked a million times in development. Dupes, bugs, exploits, botters, hackers, give it to us right now. Throw it all at us. I don't fucking care. As long as Ashes can launch and have most of the responses sorted out by launch. For example, I always say Cats with Abs is about making Ashes better in the long term. Jonji actually put his life on the line and dove on top of a fucking grenade for this community. So we, as a community, helped Ashes figure out one of their protocols. One day, Jonji was like, how could I help make Ashes the most secure place it could possibly be? And he said, man, I wonder if they have like a response set up for GM impersonation. So Jonji makes an account named GM Lorraine, and GM Lorraine messages Zine in Guild and says, hey, we've detected third-party software on your computer, prepare to be banned. Zine comes into chat, and Zine's like, yo, Dusty, someone's saying I'm gonna get banned. And I'm like, Zine, it's clearly made up, just report him. Zine reports Jonji, or GM Lorraine, and a few days later, GM Lorraine is banned for 3 days. Lo and behold, we helped Intrepid figure out what they would do in the event anybody was impersonating a GM. We helped them with it. You've got to have people break shit before they know how to deal with it. Now we know it's a 3-day ban. How are the different mounts acquired? Animal husbandry. That does not mean you and the mounts. That does not. The animal husbandry system will get a lot deeper in the long term. That does not mean you and the mounts. Right now, the animal husbandry system is essentially, I find huntable animal in the world that has crosshair above its head instead of being killable. Walk up to animal, give it death pets. It will either be for example, a wolf or a wolf carcass. So basically with that wolf or wolf carcass, if it's carcass, you give it to a tanner to make into leathers and stuff like that. If it is wolf, then it's trainable. You give trainable wolf to animal husbandrist. Animal husbandrist takes the wolf and brings it to a processing station where they then have a chance to either get a mount or what's called a beast of burden. A beast of burden can be used to pull caravans. Caravans, you put things on the caravan, you drive the caravan place to place. People can attack your caravan, kill you, kill your caravan, take the things. If you make it successfully, then you sell the things for more money to vendors in that other settlement, in that other town. So, caravans need a beast of burden. You need a mount. Animal husbanders can provide both. Every mount in the game, other than starting mounts, comes from animal husbandry, and essentially everything in the game, from like consumes to weapons, armor, jewelry, like you name it, player made. Ashes is supposed to be a, like, they give us the raw resource potential in the economy and like in the world spawns, and then we take those spawns and make them into what they effectively need to be, you know, usable things. You might see a bunch of trees. Somebody that's a scribe might see a bunch of scrolls that they could make out of those bad boys, or you might see a bunch of flower patches and shit, and somebody might see what they could whip out. So there's a lot to Ashes that changes based on your perspective as a player. For me, I might run by trees and not be looking as heavily at every tree as somebody that's all about lumberjacking, lumber milling, and carpentry, who wants to find every single weeping willow, every single braidwood, all of those higher tier trees. They're going to be like, you know, eyes on, locked in. Do you know what that Summoner's Gift event is? Is that the one on the island southeast? Hold on, I'm gonna cheat. I'm gonna look at my UI. Is it up right now? Is it over here? Or is it this one? Oh no, I don't know what this one is. I don't know. I would assume it's just a world event. Now, with that being said, level 35 world events for launch could go fucking crazy. I don't necessarily know what it is or what it does. I mean, we could go check it out. I'm sure I could tank it just fine if we want to check. Our tank specs gonna be good at PvP. Oh, tank fucks in PvP. Yeah, tank goes absolutely fucking sicko mode in PvP. You can also build a tank like 72 different ways, so fuck ads. All right, chat. I'm gonna go fill up my water during the ads. Someone drop like 100 gifties while I'm gone so people don't have ads. I love you and appreciate you. Be right back.
Cat with abs is absolutely S tier.
Good day. Did I fall off? Nope. All right, we're so up. Yo, Roblo. Thank you for the follow. Much love. I appreciate you. Tear stream. I swear to God, I'll sit on your face. We doing the raid? Wait, where are we going? Are we going back over to the event? Because I'm so down. All right, Tribunal. Be you out of your ads. Because I'm going to be honest, I appreciate those ads coming in. That was a good time for a bong rip. That was a beautiful time. All right, what up? No, you went into ads. Ads just finished? All right, massive. No, you went into ads, so I want to take a break real quick. I was waiting for you to come out of your ads so I can answer your question. Tank goes fucking crazy. I'm a tank main, of course, so I'm a little bit biased. But we can build like 12 different ways depending on like what type of PvP we're doing, what our play style is. You can build more aggro and like power scaling. You can build mitigation scaling. You can be big and beefy. You can be a little bit more oppressive. You can area control because we have wall. You can pull people across the fights with grapple. Like there is genuinely a lot that we can do, both offensive, defensive, area control, like supporting other classes. We can give shields to our teammates. Like there's genuinely so much in our kit, and we're only level 25 right now. We'll have secondaries coming in, we'll have ability ranks coming in, and we'll have level 26 to 50 coming in at some point. Probably most of that hopefully through the next year, but that's a little more out there. Somebody before it also asked, by the way, if there were any videos to break down like how secondaries and stuff work. Copium Clinic has a video on secondaries, but secondaries aren't the most like known right now. A lot of it is more just like theory crafted info based on some tidbits that we've been giving. They're going to the world event. All right, massive. Yeah, I said I'd tank it. We'll be fine. But yeah, so with secondaries, like they've given us glimpses into what the secondary system will look like. But primarily it is going to be augments to your active abilities. And what I mean by that is like I play a tank, so I will always have my tank abilities. And with that, if I go like tank cleric, every secondary is going to have 4 different schools of specialization that you can choose from. So a cleric could have 4 different like types of cleric specializations. And then from there, I would augment my tank abilities with those different specializations on the cleric side. So something that I always give as an example, like just a possible example. If I have Intimidating Aura, it's a once a second tick for 8 seconds, does damage every tick and a chance to stagger enemies around me. If I was a cleric and I went into like a healing cleric-y augment, then that may give like a pulse of healing as well as the damage going around. So the core element of the class will still be the same. The core element of your abilities will still be the same, but you will change up your abilities to some extent. It could be something as simple as this does a different element of damage. This does a little bit more damage. It could be something as major as your movement skill is turned into a blink because you've picked mage as your secondary. If you're a bard summoner, maybe you summon a fucking song in place or a dance in place instead of having to actually like be the song or dance that's in place. We don't necessarily know all of what's going to come from the secondaries, but we do know the secondaries are going to absolutely fuck. So, is Bard going to be completely support, or can you do damage and PvP with them as well? Bard is a really peculiar one. It's very supporty in its core essence, but you can do a lot of damage. Bard, in terms of single target damage, can have, if it's getting combos off on people, some of the snappiest single target damage in the game. It can do solid AoE damage as well. One thing with Bard that a lot of people sleep on in terms of a, like, you know, Bard fun points thing is hopping into an entire enemy backline and hitting a mesmerizing dance on a group of enemies that's already staggered. So mesmerizing dance is an AoE incapacitate. Incapacitate, if somebody gets hit for a certain amount of damage, it'll break the incapacitate. If somebody's stunned, however, you can damage them as much as you want through that stun duration. So with mes dance, if targets are staggered, which gives them less disable evasion rating, so makes them more likely to be hit by CCs. Tribunal, thank you for the follow. Then the mes dance, instead of incapacitating them, will stun them. So I, as a tank, run Intim Aura in my group build, but I don't in my solo build. Intim Aura on each of the 8 ticks over the course of the 8 seconds has a 20% chance of applying staggered to everybody that gets hit. Seems pretty synonymous with a few other things. Mage also has an ability, albeit one that isn't working at the moment, called Aftershock. Like chain lightning does a second instance of damage if it's hitting a staggered target. So I, as a tank, basically look to go in and look to get in and make chaos happen, while also putting stagger out on the clump, and then also being able to area control through like wall, throw trips out, and I have even like within my kit, ground pound slams the ground, dealing 200% fizz damage to enemies in front of you, frontal cone, while applying tripped if they were staggered. So no stagger, no trip. Targets that are already tripped are launched and take 25% more damage. So at the start of my VOD, I was doing some like 1v1 PvP fights, and what you'll be able to notice if you watch those, knowing that interaction, is when I trip somebody, I very frequently will try to, a lot of people trip instantly into a pulverize. That's a trap though. Pulverize kind of like brings me to the target and then like dunks on them and does 225% fizz damage, very hard hitting, but also has a guaranteed crit. That guaranteed crit is facilitated by a target being snared or recently tripped. And on that guaranteed crit, you're obviously doing double the damage basically, right? But Pulverize also has a 10-meter range. I save that because it's also against recently tripped enemies. So when I trip somebody, I try to go slam and then I go shield slam. So slam costs courage instead of mana. Courage is my class ability, or my class resource, I should say. I generate this courage when I take damage, or on the final 2 hits of my weapon attack chain, I generate 33 courage per each of those last 2 hits. So every weapon combo, I'm getting a slam and a half basically. So I try to set up with full courage. I use some of my courage to keep grit up. Grit gives me some defensives, but when I'm ready to go in, I'm looking to get a trip on the target, and then I'm looking to slam them. 200% fizz damage, little AoE, but it's also a 0.8 second cast with a 4-meter range, instead of a 1.2 second cast on a 10-meter range. So 50% increased cast time, but also 50%, over 50% increased range. Actually, over 100%. So what we're looking at now is a follow-up shield slam. First slam goes out, 200% damage while they're tripped, but it costs 40 courage. Shield slam, 10-meter range, moves me to the target, deals 150% fizz damage, and applies staggered to that target, gains 33 courage on hit. So I recoup 33 of that 40 courage. Now I'm sitting at plenty of courage for the rest of my combo. I'll ground pound them while they're on the ground, get that 25% increased damage, slam them again, and then I'll go into another trip. If I tomahawk somebody and it hits them in the back, it does 50% more damage. Then because of my build, also trips them if it hits them in the back. So I tomahawk them in the back while they're on the ground, trip them again, and then I use Rush of Courage to get 100 courage, and then I slam them 2 more times. So over the course of 2 slams, a shield slam, a ground pound, and then another slam, I'm doing about 1,000% weapon damage all in the time that somebody is tripped, while they're also taking damage from the trips, from, you know, my additional abilities, all of that. Does every class have CC? Some form, yes. Also, every class has 1 CC break. Not all CC is equal, and some classes will have, you know, varying types of CC. Some are more incapacitate based, some are more stun based, some are more trip based. So every class will have some form of CC. I mean, even mages have freeze, which isn't going to be the craziest CC, but they also have slumber, which is an incap. So yeah, I mean, every class has some form of CC and at least 1 CC break. With the CC breaks, what is the actual, like, text for the world event? Is it working? Wait a minute. Do we have to go, like, down somewhere? Or do we have to go up somewhere? I feel like it's up. Interesting. But yeah, with the CC break, like mine, for example, is tied to Shake It Off. So, like, if you're a WoW player, this is your trinket. Basically, Shake It Off heals me, and this is a tank-specific one. Different classes are tied to different breaks, but Shake It Off heals me for 50% of the net damage I've taken in the last 4 seconds. Always minimum 10%, max 30% of my HP scaling. So if I get hit for 1,000, then I Shake It Off, it heals for 500. If I get hit for 1,000, then healed for 500, then Shake It Off, it heals 250. Very simply put. Shake It Off Unyielding, the augment to this, breaks all CC effects on the caster, so quick Shake It Off, I can get out of a CC. In addition to that, if you hit a target with too many CCs in the same bucket, I call it, back to back to back, they will get a 10-second CC immunity as a result to those CCs. So, oh, okay, we're exploring. Right. Right, that's a little shallow. Right. Right, yes. Would anybody like to come down and res by chance? If you jump over here, you can almost definitely live. Somebody jump so the cleric doesn't have to. Oh wait, no, we have uppies. We're fine. What do I have in my inventory? Oops. Well, we're liquidating all of my hard-earned carcasses today. I meant to give these to a player, and then the player was AFK. So now I just have, like, millions of gold of carcasses in my materials tab. For gore. That's okay, nothing matters anymore. Do you say Bard has good single target burst? Bard has really good single target burst, but it's also predicated on, like, getting your combos off. So Bard has kind of like a builder-spender system in its burst. Casting abilities gives you a resonant weapon stack, and then you can expend resonant weapon stacks on those last 2 hits of your combo. So, like, I get courage on my last 2. Bard dumps res stacks on its last 2, and then those res stacks are just big bops of damage. So with the resident dumps, that's an unexpected huge pop if you are getting finishers and extended finishers off. And then in addition to that, you do have some abilities that do some damage. I've yet to see a lot of them. A lot of bards will claim that their abilities hit hard, but Discordance hits for like 200. I guess hard if somebody lets all of the abilities come in. But like Bard has a lot of instances of damage coming in all at once. So it's like nothing really hits hard, but Bard hits very frequently and then has very big bops because of res dump. That's its like its largest instance of burst. Are you a carcass? I am indeed. I don't quite know how my ashes are not water soluble, but I'm very thankful for that. It's probably all of the dead animals that I have in my pocket stopping me from floating away. I have miscalculated the depth of this water, if I'm being honest. Can you hide your equipment and materials in a dungeon so the devs can't delete them and get it back after the reset? My ashes would go away. That's good tech. That's good tech. But my ashes would go away, unfortunately. Now, I have reached out to Intrepid to see if I can, like, prison pocket some gold over, maybe. Get myself a little head start, maybe, like, a weapon or 2. I've yet to hear back on that side of things. Stand optimistic, though. Stand optimistic. Thoughts and prayers. If you get res, do you still have the death loss for mats? Yes, so a percentage. On a normal death, and I actually died so I could actually, you know, explain this to you guys. I predicted that somebody in chat would ask about this on a death. So I wanted to die so you guys were able to see something. So basically, what we're looking at here is under your miscellaneous tab, you have your resource drop and your resource delete. In your resource tab, or your materials tab, you will have 25% of all of these resources go onto your ashes, and 25% just go into the abyss. Fubo eats your resources. So, essentially 50% of what I had is now gone. If I wasn't able to get a res, if I am able to get a res, then I can save 25% of it. So I essentially have a lot of materials in my inventory right now. Since the server's ending, I was just going to give these away to like a player that was in a town, and I went to give them to the player and they were AFK. So then I didn't want to wait around and I just got distracted doing other shit. So I've been PvPing with this in my inventory this entire time as well. Glad the servers are dying, or I'd be very sad. But yeah, so I would lose if this were like an actual death that mattered. Just in terms of like what I'm looking at right now, hundreds of gold, which like is what it is. People will die with way more. I mean, shit, Hoofsy had his entire legendary storage area Thanos snapped because of a bug, so sure it still hurts even though it doesn't matter. Like I was literally gonna give it away. I wish the player that I was gonna give it away to wasn't AFK, but I ran to New Ayla back up to Winstead and I went to open a trade with the player and then they just like, they were gone. So then I was just like, all right, I'm not gonna wait around for this. I'm gone. I have exploration to do. I have consumed much turkey today, some ham, mashed potatoes. It's time to run it off. So instead of going to the gym or doing any cardio, I'm here running around the world instead. Is the plot to take all the Dusty carcass? No, no, no. They just have priorities on their reses, and I'm not the highest priority. Although it appears we may be running out of time. They're so close. Wait. I'm dependent on cannabis for this. Virtual cardio. Well, so the benefit of it as well. Oh, we're so up. The 45-second buffer. Wait, we're so unbelievably up right now. Blessings. All right. Everything's fine. We have recovered all of the 25% of the Carcussies. How much of the XP debt does the res get back? Res isn't going to clear any of your XP debt, but you accumulate 2% on a normal death. So it's 2% of like whatever level you're at. Usually it's not too bad. 45k XP is not the end of the world, especially from a farming standpoint. So, yo, Aglet, what up, dog? Hope the Steam launch is somewhat playable because I need a new MMO. Oh, it'll be like, I fucking hope it's somewhat playable at least. Providing the server infrastructure holds up and like the server workers are working and like dynamic gridding is there. I think that's the biggest contingency to like the overall playability of it all. Like, don't mind my frames right now. I'm running around on fucking cinematic settings, which I never run around on. Cinematic settings run notoriously chunky, at least in my opinion. But yeah, the actual gameplay, there's plenty to do providing the servers are populated. And I can tell you at the very least, no matter how many systems Ashes may be missing, no matter how primitive some systems may be, good, bad, indifferent, turn global loom down one. Epic. What the fuck? Why does global loom hurt so much? Oh my god. Football, that just doubled the frames. What the Ellington? Why? That's gross. That's why I play low settings. Yeah, I'm not into all that high settings stuff here. Oh, what the hell? Am I parting the waterway? Is it low tide and high tide? What's going on here? Explain yourself. What have we here? Is this supposed to be deeper than it is? Because that's a waterfall. Clearly. What's over on this side? Also a waterfall? Also a waterfall? What's feeding this? I'd like to speak to the world team immediately. Hold on. Slash bug. How the Heckington are there two waterfalls here? This doesn't make sense. Fire Planendorf. Alright, world? I'm gonna put this as functional and an exploit. This river was designed by a Minecraft player. Clearly, I need a body of water feeding this double waterosy ASAP, or my immersion is gone and I co-stream with Narc. Thank you for your attention to this matter. DustyWhy Twitch partner. Alright, we're good. Aglet, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. The rain's feeding it? We're out of rain. I mean, it makes sense why it's like trickling. It's already fixed on PTR. Slash bug. Disregard that last one. World functional. Apparently, it's fixed on PTR. Oh. Oh, fuck. Alright. Disregard the disregard. I'm probably just gonna let them figure it out at this point. I'm gonna let them investigate. I'm gonna let them investigate it. I got an event to do. Now, my question is, how the fuck? I'm gonna call someone to slap you. Nobody plays this fucking version anymore, Fupo. Everybody's over on the PTR, basking in their GM glory. Goodness gracious. Like, how is the waterfall so mighty? It's fucking roaring. I'm still maybe it's like an underwater system. Maybe there's like, let's look on the map. Okay, so this makes actually no fucking sense whatsoever. This is like, is it like those MC Escher stairs or whatever? Where they're just like the stairs that are the stairs that are the stairs that are the stairs? Water's coming from a tunnel under the ground. So what you're telling me is this is like a man-made fountain. So you're siphoning the salt water up, and then it pumps the water into here, and then it's a man-made fountain that goes down? Alright, that makes sense. That makes sense. Is a purifier. Right. Right. I mean, Iceland had these giant-ass pipes that went, like, all around their, like, mountains and down the fjords and stuff that were transporting water to the random-ass buildings and stuff. It was kind of cool to see. I know you're a streamer, so you might not want to talk about this freely, but any thoughts on the Guild Black Sails? I don't think I've ever interacted with them, if I'm being completely honest. Why, what up? I unironically do not know. Why is the boat moving? I do not know if I've interacted with them, especially enough to have an opinion on them. If I have, then it was probably in passing. Chat, have I interacted with Black Sails? Excuse me? Pardon me? Excuse me? Pardon me? Alright, R.I.P. Flaley. I got a boat to catch, boys! I must! They're a guild that does water/boat stuff. Oh, yeah, if they're out on the seas, then I'm probably not interacting with them too much personally. Although, cats with pirate hats coming soon, boys. Yo, Hazel on YouTube, what's up? What do you think about the game? I mean, I enjoy it. Like, right now, you're watching basically the most boring gameplay that's humanly possible with Ashes because the servers are wiping in 4 days. Then we're going back over to the private test realm for a final pass of testing to the upcoming build. And then the new servers in the big patch hit on the 11th of December. So, I have a lot of fun with it. Right now, we're just kind of like sailing around, shooting the shit on a boat, and just hanging out and looking at stuff. So, when December 11th hits, it's going to be a constant push of leveling, grinding, trying to get squared away as quickly as we can. And I'm about 3,000 hours on stream in at this point, and I can tell you that I'm very much looking forward to every opportunity to continue to level and to play in a populated environment. Like, Ashes is incredibly fun when there are a lot of people around, and then as there are fewer people around, it becomes slightly less enjoyable because a lot of the systems are a bit dependent on, you know, multiple players existing in the world at the same time. So when there are only like 20 people live because this entire world is going to have a meteor come and hit it soon, it can get a little hairy. But on the 11th, there will be no shortage of players. There will be no shortage of content. You will see guild wars breaking out. You'll see these big open world PvP fights that you have no idea what's happening. You'll see just about everything in the game. So, well, that exists right now. There's still a lot more to come before the game actually fully launches. But in between now and then, I think there's still going to be a lot for new players to hop into. So, guys doing anything fun? Get Zombie to see Jova? I don't know where Zombie is. I don't think Zombie's logged in a fucking Fortnite. Their OG guild leader was Jin and told me to buy a pink kitty headset and was always really weird to me. I don't know if he's still the guild leader. This was 4+ years ago, though. Weird. Were you, like, in the guild? Or did you fight against the guild? Was this, like, shit talk? Or were you in the guild? Oh, that's so strange. That's such weird behavior. The old couple of Pi gamers need to sleep soon. Probably will not finish all the way to the tropics, but it was indeed a great ride. And PC, it was a fucking blast, dude. I appreciate you bringing me. I shall sail off into the night. Actually, into this beautiful sunset. This was during Siren's time, when he was trying to get my guild to join him since he didn't want 2 pirate guilds out and about. Oh god, wait till he sees P3. Well, not P3, but like the upcoming launch. God, Pirate Software confirmed again that he was playing today. So, he'd be freaking out now. There are going to be probably many pirate guilds oot and a boot. That's here for Siege Lord. If motherfuckers give me 1,000 gold right now, I got you. He did? Yeah, I quoted a tweet over on my Twitter. I'm not calling it X. If you want me to call it X, then you can shut the fuck up. communist. Anyways, let's see. So somebody tweeted some like blasphemous shit, and I saw it because it just came across my like, you know, I was looking at Twitter, and it was a reply from Pirate that I actually saw. And so somebody tweeted and said something about how like Pirate Software was only like playing the game because he was being paid and stuff. And then when they stopped paying him, he stopped streaming. So Pirate replies and was like, hey, I wasn't being paid. I disliked the state of the game in phase 2 and stopped playing. The in-game economy wasn't fun and I took a break. We'll be playing again in phase 3. TLDR, no, stop making shit up. And so then the dude that originally tweeted replies and goes, there won't be a phase 3. The internet's gonna end that scam in a few months tops. And then Pirate just replies and goes, you're fucking weird, dude. Considering there's already a phase 3. And so I quote Pirate's reply, and like, I just say the misconceptions about Ashes of Creation are insane. Yes, Ashes is far from launching. It's in development, not a scam. No, content creators are not paid by Intrepid Studios to stream Ashes. I've been live 880 plus days consecutively, never once been paid by Intrepid. Now, I will say on record, I would definitely take some clams. Like, I'm assuming California salaries be high as shit, so like, if they want me to never like criticize or anything, shit, if you guys hear me stop swearing and stop talking about bong rips all of a sudden, just know I'm on the books, boys. We made it. We made it, and we didn't need the kick incentive program. If you ever see me show up like shirt and tie one day and I'm like, yes, here is your PowerPoint presentation on the settlement system. Well, they pay you, test for free. Excuse me, I paid $375 to test. Put some fucking respect on my name, bitch. Jesus fucking Christ. Fucking ridiculous. You think I'm doing this shit for free? Bitch, I paid. And I'm happy I did. I got drip. I got drip and I got a lot of information. There are a lot of larger streamers coming. It's going to be busy. Oh, yes. It's going to be very busy and very interesting. Now, do you have like a list mentally of streamers that have or like have said they may or will be coming? Because as far as I know, it's like Pirate Software, Summit's probably going to check it out at some point because Summit also tweeted today that he was getting his quarterly MMO itch. Bang, bang, we're up tremendous. We planted the seed. And then from there, I heard Lyric may be coming over. Who else? Yo, Linodol, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Probably will just keep to self about that for now. Fair, fair. Gatekeeping cat. How many people try to kill Asmon before he gets to level 5? Asmongold buff got extended to level 10. So, hearing speculations is fun. What if Fupo's been Asmongold this entire time? Pretends to be somebody with lots of fur because he has no hair IRL. Bald. I cannot be in a player guild. I have to have my fun somehow. Yes, Asmongold also can't exist in a player guild because that guild would get cooked. Asmon may not play online. There have been so many rumors and speculations that Asmongold has been playing this phase just like off stream in his downtime. I have no confirmation. I also cannot deny this as I don't fucking talk to Asmongold. Yo, Victor. Thank you for the 10 months, my boy. Much love. I appreciate you. So I have no fucking idea his movements or anything like that. I don't necessarily know that there have been many large content creators playing Ashes recently. I'll be completely honest. I feel like something would have got out by now. What do you mean Asmongold was in Cats with Crafts? We did quite literally have the Asmongold name in Cats with Crafts, yes. Yes, we did secure that shit. Victor, what you up to, my boy? Happy Thanksgiving. I hope you're having a beautiful one. Yep. No, the Asmongold name, we could have traded that shit for a few gold caps, let me tell you what. We could have made some good clams off of that. It's not something I'd be allowed to do. It's not something you'd be allowed to admit to, Fupo. I'm on to you. I'm on to you. No, unironically, Intrepid devs are in the fucking walls, dog. They are in apparently a lot of guilds. Kinda scares me. Because they're gonna realize that we're not that exciting. We just kind of hang out and do shit ethically. We're not cooking up like big exploits. We're just kind of vibing. Just hanging out, playing the goddamn game. Stuff around ethics, cause do mod stuffs. Right. That makes sense. So are you telling me that you cannot do a favorite players of Ashes of Creation tier list at any point in time? And then publish that publicly? Because I think that'd be a really cool side project for you. You have a flying mount? I do not. Flying mounts right now are restricted to mayors, and mayors are essentially tasked with conducting a full-time job and putting most of their time into mayoring. I was a mayor a little while back in previous phases, and I very quickly got the content out around it that I wanted to get out around it. And then I said, I bet I'm done with that shit. Never again. There's so much work associated with it. So we have a mayor in Cats. It is Zombie. Actually, who's the mayor of KT right now? Like Loki Hikey. Is it still Zombie? Oh yeah, it's Zombie. We're up. Should I start Master JC now that we have the money? No. But yeah, so Zombie has a flyer. And he'll be the one from Cats with it because he's the one that puts in fucking 50 hours of gameplay a week to actually be a mayor. That shit is not for the faint of heart. Dinger, what up, dude? Warhead, how are you guys? I hope you're having beautiful days. Happy Thanksgiving. Yo, Victor, I also am still like food bellied. Yep, no, I feel that, bro. I feel that. Carla and I went up to my parents. We had a lot of food. We came home with unironically like 35 to 40 pounds of leftovers. I ate. I fell asleep on the couch. I woke up so full that I refused pie. I physically didn't have room, and now I have a bunch of pie leftovers. So yeah, we're truly blessed on this fine day, dog. Spent all my time as a mayor killing people from roofs. Okay, but when? And also must have been nice to not have one of those poverty settlements that actually needed, you know, the mayor to do shit. I'm just saying. When you run one of these POV settlements and you're not one of the hubs, bro, you have no money. You have no materials. You have no bitches. You have no hope. There is physically nothing that you can do. It's rough. Need people that want to be mayor in a server for sure. Oh yeah, absolutely. There's only one type of craft bench allowed to be in a node at a time. So it's a little more restrictive than that. Like, you can have as many craft benches as you want across the server, like specialized in one type, but it's dependent on the amount of empty plots that are available within a town. So this is the constructed plot list with Winstead, which is fully developed. Keep in mind, Winstead is a tier 4. And then if we go over to Miraleth, right next door, which is a T3, it's got far fewer plots. So you kind of have to like specialize the settlements based on what their, you know, what their level is, what the situation with resource acquisition is. So taxes generate revenue for the settlement that they can then use to put up buildings. To put up the buildings, you also need materials. Materials are generated through buy orders. You set buy orders, people pick them up through the requisition agent in town, and then you can basically see what the buy orders are. You gather materials, turn the materials in, you're rewarded with citizen reputation and like citizen tickets, which you can then use to like pay taxes and shit like that. So, go on, already, just need to build journeyman dual crafting. Bruh. Actual fucking vulture. It's disgusting behavior. Nah, I mean, like, flyers are cool, but meh. I don't know. I'm not too crazy about it. I'd rather have somebody else have it, because even in PvP, like, I play a tank, dog. I want to be on the front line, and I don't really care too much about being on a flyer and swooping in, because I'd rather make a sick charge play. Can you use the crafting in any settlement? Yes. Yeah, you can use crafting in any settlement. Citizen basically gives citizen buffs and benefits based on like what the mayor chooses to put up for commissions. Commissions are like little settlement quests that can be completed for different buffs. Everything from, you know, percentage stat gains to trade skill, you know, trade skill buffs, everything along the way. Is there anything that actually says what's up? No. But you can see the buy orders through the UI here. You can see all the construction there. I don't think you can see commissions though, especially without going to the mayoral board. So yeah, in that immediate sense, your citizen reputation can also level to different tiers, and you can take the settlement buffs that your settlement has, which are typically bound to like that zone of influence, and then you can have those be global. You can get like reduced tax rates. There's actually a decent amount of incentivization with it now. Need to be a citizen. No. You can do commissions, however, but the commissions are generating the buff for like the town itself, and the town puts the buff out in an area. And then if you're a citizen, you can level your citizen reputation to a point where you then have like the global buffs in. So take with the flying mounts, go to for naval content. Yeah, the anchor. It's just too easy though. I'd rather SHOL skipper it, if I'm being honest. What setting are you running on graphics? I'm running cinematic everything right now, except for global illumination, which I'm running on epic. So this is like higher settings. Actually, like the highest settings. But I run in 1080 as well, so I don't typically run these settings because my frames are a lot lower utilizing them, but it looks a bit prettier. I actually don't think it looks that different. People swear up and down that it looks like shit on my settings. I say they're mean. I say they're just judging because they know my settings are low, so. Housing? No housing yet. Housing will have many forms, so there will be both instanced and non-instanced housing units. The freehold system has already existed. Freeholds were then taken out so they could put more like functionality within the freehold system. Those will be returned at a later date, like credits in a Marvel movie. So when freeholds come back in, those will eventually represent the, oh my god, the frames. Those will eventually represent the only area where you can have Master and Grandmaster, the two highest levels of processing. Towns will only be able to support up to Journeyman. So freeholds are actually going to be pivotal and not just like, you know, players having housing stuff, but also there will have to be some freeholds that actually do specialize within those processing things to open it up for the server. So freeholds are going to bring a lot as they are fully in. You'll also have the farming capabilities of freeholds, both for livestock, for growing shit. So that'll be huge. Get a PC that isn't a potato and people stop saying it. I have a PC that's not a potato. Yeah, exclamation specs. My PC is perfectly fine and I run dual PC, so I'm not like running anything else on the back end of things. Honestly, I probably have one of the better setups for Ashes because Ashes isn't optimized for 50 series cards. So like I'm using a 4080 Super right now. I'm definitely like fine specs wise. Ashes is just a very heavy hitter. And I also don't like running 60 FPS. I would very much rather run 144 and have lower settings, but also just like personal preference, you know what I mean? Actually really hard for the game. It looks promising and I hope it will. I mean, I too clearly am very excited for Ashes. I spend quite literally all day, every day over here. Most of my waking moments. So I'm obviously very excited. That's easy to tell, but I'm also like trying to be very realistic with people about Ashes. There are many systems in Ashes that don't exist in the capacity that they, you know, long-term are going to exist yet. There are many things in Ashes that exist, but will need to be changed substantially along the way. And Ashes is, at this point in time, the worst looking, the worst feeling, the worst playing, the worst systems-wise that it will ever be. Hopefully. And it will continue to get better as a total product, hopefully, in the long term. Never a guarantee, but the odds are pretty good that as development continues, providing the project doesn't just stop, the game will get better, more systems come in, give people more things to do, level cap expands, secondaries come in, ranks come in, and bada boom, bada bing, we're looking at some fun content. So, oh hey, my boatmates. Hello, I hope you sleep well. I hope you have a happy Thanksgiving, and thank you for the raid, and thank you for having me on the boat. Raiders. Hi, if you haven't been here before, my name is Dusty. I stream every single day starting around 2 p.m. EST. The stream was late today because I ate very much. I have streamed over 880 days in a row. I am quite literally always here all the time, streaming Ashes, making Ashes content. Exclamation guild, if you are a new person coming in looking for a guild, we're happy to have you. The crew, Dude, I like just sailing around. It's chill content, because there's not going to be time for chill content on the 11th, if I'm being completely honest. Like, it's going to be absurdly hectic. Blotto, what am I how we doing? I went on a little sail, and then I was dropped off in the middle of the Goondark, so I'm currently working my way back up to the Riverlands, but we're in a Resalon now, and the progress is happening, dude. I'm flailing around the world as quickly as I possibly can. My excitement's reserved for a future state of the game. I think it's okay to be excited along the way as well, but yeah, I definitely would say have, like, hesitancy to your excitement. Do not let your excitement become copium and blind you from the fact that not everything is perfect. And, you know, don't be one of those people, in my opinion, that wants to be so excited that they are unable to acknowledge flaw within Ashes. Because if you're excited about Ashes, the largest thing that you can do to contribute to Ashes is encourage yourself and other people to provide meaningful, critically thought out feedback on the systems that you're interacting with the most. And if every player has that mentality, then game gets pretty good feedback pretty quickly from a large part of the player base, right? So excitement is phenomenal. Excitement is what drives everything in Ashes. The developers are excited. We as a player base are excited. People that don't even play yet are excited. But the excitement needs to be checked with realism along the way, in my opinion. And if those go hand in hand, Ashes is going to be great. There's going to be a lot of feedback that comes from many, many, many well thought out standpoints. And then the developers will be able to articulate on that feedback with development in the game. And that's going to be fucking huge. As a new person, it's better to go solo and see the game and run the quests, or be in an 8-person party, which also presumes everyone would be on at the same time as well. Preference based on goal set, if that makes sense. Ashes is literally going to save the world. Yes, Mr. Beast and Steven Sharif are going to work together to end world hunger. You heard it here first. I'm calling it on my 2029 bingo card. Yep, lock it in. And then also T-Pain will be there for some reason. But yeah, it's dependent on your goal set, Mojo. Like, if you want to come in and you want to just hang out and experience your first time without the pressures of trying to keep up with people, trying to play the metas, blah, 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 which I would highly recommend as a first-time player, by the way. Explore. It's a big-ass world, and there are definitely going to be wipes where eventually, A, even if there aren't wipes in the short term, people will hit the soft ceiling and you'll be able to catch up naturally anyways with time. And B, if there are wipes, congratulations, you take everything you've learned and then you just level again. And there will be wipes. There will be blood. So, my recommendation is always come in and do whatever you look forward to the most. If you want your focus, main quest. What up, my boy? I hope you have a beautiful day. If you want to come in and you want to just explore, do that. If you want to come in with the emphasis of like, I want to learn as much as quickly as possible, I want to sweat, I want to level, get to the end game, and then learn from the end game, then do that. The potential of Ashes is very up to the wielder of the game, right? You make your own gameplay loop. You make your own time spend. You make your own emphasis on everything. That's all you and your preferences. You will level faster, and you'll get into endgame content later if you're a part of an 8-person static. 1,000%, million%. Within our guild, we have many 8-person static groups that are all shaping up for content, and why are my frames going to shit? We have many 8-person static groups that are all shaping up for that, you know, that leveling push. If we hit my sub goal up top, I'll be doing a 24-hour stream to start the new servers, as I traditionally have done at the start of each server previously. So that means degen leveling the entire 24 hours. Over on the private test realm, we have a lot of people who have been working very diligently to try to sort out where all of these first-time user experience changes and improvements are leaving us, and try to parse out where the experience is coming from. Where do we want to quest to? Where do we want to mob grind after the questing? Where do we want to send our groups? And all of those decisions matter in the long term, but there's also so much that we're going to learn along the way. Kazu, thank you for the follow. Much love. There's also so much that we're going to learn along the way, even after playing multiple phases as a community, that will change and evolve as Ashes continues to also change and evolve. So genuinely, my biggest advice with Ashes is play however you want. Don't play how everybody else is playing just because it's how they're playing. And I'm saying this as someone that's going to a 24-hour on launch, very likely. Someone will bully me into it. I will put an emphasis on getting geared as quickly as possible. I will try to PvP all the time. And my community will also be trying to do the same. But we also have a casual branch of the community that's like, hey, come in, check it out, see what you want to do, make your own gameplay loop, and let us know if you want to jump up. Ignorant question here, but are there raids and PvP Battleground plans? Instances? Very light instancing. There are open world dungeons and raids, like open world content that does have those bosses, also world bosses that will spawn and can be contested with powerful drops. Everything also has crafting recipes that can drop. World bosses drop materials and have a chance to drop the recipe for their craftable items too. So world bosses, as they bring in more world bosses, especially, will be contested, you know, all around the world on those spawns. You also have these like little red door areas on the map. These indicate what are called grand dungeons. Right now, there are only 2 of those grand dungeons, but these are like the large area buildouts. But Fallen Forge goes down underneath the ground, and it's basically like these old dwarven like forges with a bunch of lava and shit. Very like Blackrock Depthsea Molten Quarry vibes. So essentially, like, you go deeper down and there are more bosses, there are name mobs, there are a bunch of trash mob spawns, and everything has a respawn timer. Ooh, Braidwood. So instead of just going through and progressing in a linear fashion, you're going to go through, and if you want to sit on Forge Lord Zammer's spawn and kill him and then wait for him to respawn, I think it's like 2 hours later on Zammer right now or some bullshit like that, and then kill him again and keep sitting on that, then you can. If you want to just do a name mob loop and progress through the dungeon in a linear fashion, then you can also do that. If you want to... What are you? Are you coming? Why not showing me? Oh, it's green. Lame. So yeah, there's a lot that you can do. Again, depending on what you want your gameplay loop to be and what you need at that time. So the dungeons are kind of solid. There will be arenas coming in eventually. There are open world rotating lawless areas. What that means is these like little, you know, PvP areas that'll rotate around in every different biome, and it'll just turn an area into a PvP area for the duration that it's there. Hey, get a guild invite. Wait, discord.gg/cats with abs if you're not in there. Fun fact, chat, I'm banned from inviting people to my own guild. Quite literally, like my guild, and I can't invite people. Because multiple times in New World and over here, I got too excited. I devalued all of our linearization and structure within leadership and just invited people all willy-nilly. And all of the officers that spent time like rostering and, you know, making cohesive plans and shit, kind of had all their work cooked by me like 4 times. That's my bad, by the way. Love y'all and appreciate y'all. But yeah, so like the PvP battlegrounds go around. Those will hit different POIs. Those exist in every biome. Arenas will come in, but instancing is supposed to be very light in Ashes, and it's not intended to be a method of like, this is how you're getting your bis even when instance dungeons come in. It's gonna be like narrative building content, so to say, with the instance stuff. That's the larger thing to keep in mind with it. It's not necessarily a... I go into, you know, this dungeon, farm it on repeat till I get this specific drop and then I'm done. Even if you're getting a drop from one of the dungeons, it's going to be low rarity, and you're going to want to craft the highest rarity once you actually get, you know, the recipe and the materials for that. So I think that's the big thing about it. Everything just loops back to crafting at the end of the day. It's very, very, very PVX, meaning like every step of the way you're integrating with every part of the game. Anyone know if there's truth to the rumor about perks if you get to level 24 before wipe? Or was that just hearsay? Oh, no. If you log in before the wipe, then you get 2 titles. I actually have the article pulled up. I got you. It's from December 11th to the end of launch, though, for, like, leveling to 25. So all Alpha 2 testers will get a cloak skin. If users play from December 11th to the end of early access, which is going to be the launch of the game, and achieve level 25, they'll get a mount cosmetic. And then for any tester who played prior to December 11th, you'll receive 2 titles. You'll have Cultist of the Eternal Fire and then Knight of the White Flame. Those will override your cloak die appearances to whichever one you have equipped. So those are like the sets of benefits that you currently have at your disposal. If you do have access and you haven't logged in a while, I would personally recommend logging in just to make sure that you know, do not miss out on the titles, just in case anything gets wacky. I don't know if there's like a threshold to how recently you have to log in or anything, but yo, Bruja, Artanthos, how are you guys, dude? I had a beautiful Thanksgiving day. I have so many leftovers in the fridge that, like, brother, I'm a happy man. I'm a very happy man. So I have no complaints. I got to spend time with the parents. My brother and his daughter were up there. Carlo was up there. So it was nice. It was like a small little gathering. My family had like 4 different locations for Thanksgiving this year. It was really weird. Everyone kind of wanted to do their own thing. So, you know, it is what it is. But at the end of the day, the food was great. And I've got so many leftovers that Carla and I are not going to have to cook for a while. And I'm thrilled about that, dude. I passed out on my parents' couch after I ate. Oh, it was a good time. Torque, I hope you're having a good day, dude. Happy Thanksgiving. I don't have to rush for a crab party to get to 24. Yeah, no, you're good. You're good. Keep in mind, too, even if you're trying to get to 25 on, like, this server version, there will be boost NPCs that come in for the end of the world event on the 1st of December. Those boost NPCs, for whatever reason, are not in right now. I don't know why. But, you know, I'm petitioning for the boost NPCs to actually come in. That would be nice to have those guys early so people can actually test and can actually, you know, play the game and stuff. So yeah, that'd be quite nice. Yo, Bruja, what do you do for Thanksgiving? You get good food today? How was the turkey prepared, chat? Who did like a smoked turkey or some shit like that? Because I'm curious, anybody that smokes a turkey, are you ever able to get the skin not like leather? Because my oldest brother smokes his turkeys and his skin is always like leather. Well, the turkey skin, not his skin. I'm not eating his. But, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Is parsing a thing in Ashes? Nah, there's no damage meter or anything like that in Ashes. Part of the reasoning for it is that there are so many complementary builds that aren't necessarily built around pumping the highest number. Rather, like facilitating more damage being done across the entire group. So like you lose damage to facilitate everybody else doing a bit more damage. Steven himself is also just like very averse to damage meters as a whole. So I don't think that we'll be seeing a damage meter at any point in time. Somebody attempted to make one and that didn't go the best for them. So he smokes it too long. I wouldn't be shocked. I wouldn't be shocked. So like you can do a smoked turkey and have skin be like very like crisp and snappy still? Or like how does the skin get on a smoked turkey? Because every time I've had his, it's like, it's leathery as shit now. Fortunately, like the meat inside is fine. It's hard to cook turkeys. I mean, my mom just bakes hers and that shit comes out good. I will say that. That's nice. My fam did some smoked turkey. Skin was on point and crispy. I'm not sure how the brother-in-law managed it, but he did. Dude, good skin is so fucking good. So fucking good. It's just a game changer. For part of like Carla and I's meal prep, we've been picking up whenever they're on sale. Our local grocery store will do 97 cents a pound on whole chickens. So we get like 5-pound chickens. And then I have a rotisserie where I like rotisserie them with a bunch of seasonings and shit. And dude, it's so fucking good. And it's cheaper than like a Costco or a Sam's Club chicken. It's better than a Costco or a Sam's Club chicken. I just rotisserie it, I break it down, we have all of the meat good to go. Like, dude, it's so fucking easy. It's the best meal prep. It's 97 cents a pound when it's on sale. Like, what do you mean? Smoke then deep fry with injected flavorings. Oh, that sounds American as fuck. That sounds so American. Deep fried turkey has the best skin, but holy crap, is it an obnoxious amount of prep. So like, could I just deep fry a rotisserie chicken to cheat code the skin as well? Because I'm assuming that would theoretically be the best way to get a nice crispy skin, but also would require so much fucking work. Yes, but make sure it's dry. Right. Deep fried turkey is best by far. So do you just, like, what is the process? Do you, like, par cook and then deep fry so you don't, like, dry it out in the deep fry? Just make sure it's not wet when you deep fry. Right. You can, but you want to hydrate the meat before you do it, otherwise it would dry as fuck. Right. Interesting. So you have to dry out the skin, hydrate the inside, and then deep fry from there. Hot oil, a few minutes per 10 pounds or something. or something. Just go till it's on fire. Bro, also, I guess I just like have slept on the fact that turkeys are apparently like 25 to 30 pounds. I did not know that turkeys were that fucking large. If I'm being completely real with myself, like I knew turkeys were big birds, but I didn't think a turkey was like 25 to 30 pounds without like, I don't know, wings and head and stuff. Like those are some fucking chonkers. I don't know if those are just like genetically modified turkeys or what, but those are monsters. Monsters. What was flying across the road the other day? Almost got it with my windshield. Oh, bro, that thing almost took your head off. Jesus Christ, your car would have done a fucking wheelie. Oh my goodness gracious. It's like 3 or 4 minutes per pound. I mean, it sounds like a banger. Like, it sounds like it would absolutely fuck. You said you think that on Steam release, AOC will be in the worst state so far? Well, no, not, like, I don't mean it like that. Don't get it twisted like that. What I mean by that is that right now, the state of Ashes that you're seeing is the worst that it's going to be. And what I mean is that it's only going to get better, because it's like it's a, you know, near guarantee. Not that it's a guarantee. Nothing's ever a guarantee. I could die in my chair right now. But it will continue to improve over the remainder of development. So when you hop in on December 11th, you'll be experiencing it in the worst state that you'll ever experience it, because as soon as they fix a bug that you interact with or a problem that you're having, your experience improves. So in the long term, Ashes should continue to make progressive steps to becoming more resemblant of a full MMO, a fully developed game. And for those that feel it's not there yet, well, you're right, because it's not there yet. Very simply put, I play a whole shitload of Ashes. For most players, it's not quite gonna be there yet. But for a select few, it probably will be. And some people may really enjoy it. So, smoked turkey's meta. Dude, smoked turkey was so good though. Like, the baked turkey goes hard. Like a nice roasted turkey. It's traditional, it's good. That shit's fire. But smoked turkey meat was really good. Really good. Steam release is gonna get bombed. PR gonna be as. My counter to that is that even if the Steam release gets review bombed and the PR and like the outward sentiment about Ashes is bad, keep in mind as a like literal daily Ashes content creator, bro, the public sentiment around Ashes is actually ass already. Just to call a spade a spade. Not many people outside of the Ashes scene that aren't taking the time out of their day to come to this channel or one of the other few channels that actually make Ashes content regularly and like get organic feedback. Organic feedback about the questions that they're asking are just in the echo chamber of, you know, YouTube, Discord, Reddit opinion on Ashes, which is very frequently very, 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 very fucking bad. And it's coming from people that don't always play the game, right? So, in terms of the outward sentiment for a lot of people is that there is genuinely zero questing in Ashes, which there is. That there's zero content in Ashes, which there is. That there's no endgame replayability in Ashes, which for some there isn't right now, but there will be starting on December 11th with the Harbinger system coming in. That things don't function, it's not a playable product. Well, I got bad news, it is. So, if I was one of your other big streamers play, 50k is reachable, MO2 wasn't even crazy hype, and at 20 to 30k on CBA. Yeah, I mean, it's possible. I just don't know. This was a number that was given out from Steven, I want to say like a week ago or like 8 days ago or something like that, where he said there were, I think it was 110,000 plus wish lists on Steam. Now, keep in mind, that doesn't mean there will be 110,000 concurrent players on Steam. That means that there are 110,000 people, myself being one of them, that have wishlisted the product. Concurrent is way different than that. So, I don't necessarily know that immediately Ashes is going to, day one of launch, have enough excitement and positive sentiment around it to have that, you know, 100k plus concurrent push. I think Ashes still needs to prove itself in many people's minds, which, for fair reasons, you know what I mean? And I think as a result of that, people will be very hesitant to actually hop in and spend their $42.50 on Ashes, especially no longer having the 90-day refund period. I think with it launching on a Thursday, with people being outwardly you know, hesitant around Ashes. I definitely feel like our best player base push would be on the contingency that the server is off to a solid start around the first weekend or maybe even the second weekend. Like those early pushes are typically facilitated by the hype cycle hitting, and the hype cycle actually needs something to hit off of. So, yo, Remus, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. I don't think 50k is gonna happen. Yeah, no, I don't necessarily think that 50k is going to happen, especially on a concurrent on a Thursday. On Steam, you can play for 2 hours and refund it, so I think 100k on launch time is possible. Keep in mind, though, Riggedy, you mentioned that you can play it for 2 hours and refund. There was previously a 90-day refund period that covered you for 2,160 hours, and that still wasn't enough for people to actually come in and try Ashes. Granted, the cost is halved, but like, the refund period before was a single best refund policy in all of gaming. It was 90 days, no hours limit, and you could refund twice. 180 days was what they would allow someone of unfiltered, unadulterated, unstopped playtime. As much as you physically could play during that time. It was unreal. So yeah, the 2 hours is, I think, kind of like nothing for most players. That's just for sweats though, like people already into the game. Steam has a much larger customer base. What? What do you mean that was just for sweats? No, the 90-day refund period was so people would have a longer period to actually be protected. It was for every player. What do you mean that was just for sweats? No, a 90-day refund period benefited every single person. Because Steam, even if you don't play the 2 hours, you only have 14 days. People playing so far are sweats, such as myself, early backer, been following. What? What Ashes are you playing? Brother, there are like 7 PvP guilds in Ashes right now. Like 5% of your player base is sweats. I'll be honest, the sweats are very pronounced in Ashes. Like, your PvP players are very pronounced because it's an open world. But there are so many casuals in Ashes right now. Like, very many people in Ashes do not actively PvP in any way, shape, or form. What are you trying to do right now in the game? Run around and show the game on cinematic? Nobody's logged in. I rolled around the world on a boat for a little bit, did some PvP earlier, so now I'm just kind of like running around yapping with people. I like running around while I yap, and YouTube always gets super mad whenever I'm, not YouTube like live chat, but YouTube comments always hate when I'm just running around the world yapping. Whereas if I went full screen and didn't run around the world and yap, they would love it because it would be a podcast format and nobody would shit on how Ashes looked whatsoever, and they would go crazy about me being able to yap this much. But because my camera's small and not the entire screen, people get mad about my yaps while I'm just running around the world. It's almost like, it's almost silly. It's been a certain type of chat day. No, not really. Normal chat day. Like, you gotta realize there are a lot of people that like just have genuine questions. I think that's one of the big things. I should reiterate and clarify that sweat. By sweat, I mean people that have been following the game. Loyalists would be a better term. Steam will open it up to X amount of additional players. They can just buy it for 40 bucks and play it. COD/PUBG players, etc. Those people were also able to see the game through every other form of media that was already out, though. Like, I don't necessarily think that a COD or a PUBG player is going to be the target for an early access social sandbox MMO. There may be some carryover, but I don't think the game simply existing on Steam is going to make it any more pronounced to the COD or PUBG scene than Bongo Cat is to the COD and PUBG scene. You know, Hello Kitty Island Adventure is on Steam. Big Titty Anime Waifu Simulator is probably on Steam. Date Everything is on Steam. Like, there are so many games that just don't have carryover. Steam is a massive marketplace. I don't necessarily worry about the entire populace of every game ever coming over to play Ashes, because I'm gonna be completely honest, Ashes doesn't really have that there's a floaty. Ashes doesn't really have that mass appeal. Like, I think if Ashes was a New World level hype title, then the fears would be warranted. But part of the reason I'm not afraid isn't because I'm coping for Ashes. It's because I'm realistic that not many people are excited for Ashes right now. There's a little portion of us that are like, yeah, baby. And then most people are just like, oh, isn't that scam game? There are two parts. And let me tell you, the people that are excited are the smaller part of that right now. Very simply put, I don't think the Steam launch is going to be as huge as people think it is. And I think that every single person that could have got the game through Steam, keep in mind, Steam is going to route you to the Ashes launcher. So you'll still have to do !Ashes in my chat before you're allowed to play the game. Make your account using that link, or they'll come for you. And, you know, you'll still have to go through that. You'll still have to have Steam linked up. Everything will be fine. Every player will go through that. It's still the same accessibility that it always has been. Just go to ashescreation.com. Asmongold talked about Ashes. Summit played Ashes. Pirate Software averaged 15,000 viewers over here playing Ashes. Which is still ridiculous, by the way. That's a lot of viewers. So yeah. There has been a lot of attention around Ashes. Keep in mind, somebody that averages 15,000 viewers is seeing 6 digits of viewers daily on their streams. In terms of like unique, independent person-to-person viewers. It's unreal. The level of influence that has, you know, occurred around Ashes is already there. I don't necessarily think that it's going to be this level of like, it drops on Steam and now all of a sudden everybody in the MMO world everywhere is just going, oh my god, I gotta play Ashes, I gotta play Ashes, I gotta play Ashes. I actually don't think that many people are going to be that excited to play Ashes. I think we'll get a nice influx of players. I think we'll get a lot of returners. But like I said, I think Ashes needs to prove itself to so many people before people are willing to say, this is what I want to spend my time doing and playing. How many people play this? Right now, about 12. Because this server's getting wiped in 4 days. So you will see legitimately nobody. This is the most populated town right now, but also on December 11th, just for perspective, the server launch for these servers, you couldn't come to this town because this town was not able to function because there were too many people in this town. Just for perspective. Now there are like 6 people over here because these servers are getting wiped in 4 days. Then on the 11th, we have our brand new servers. It's also Thanksgiving Day. I know, you know what I've been really surprised about today, Fupo? I actually, like, walked out, and because I always walk out on my breaks and I'll see Carla, check in with her, see how she's doing, make sure she's working and not playing games and editing, so you guys get content. Keep in mind, me encouraging proper work ethic gets you guys more content. Don't question it. No, she's not paid. If she does good, she'll be paid. But... I was out visiting and I was like, there have been a lot of new follows today. Like, this has been a very poppin' day for people just coming in and dropping follows. I don't know if it's like first time viewers and chatters that are just coming through like mad today or what, but this has been like a genuine, unreal amount of new people coming through today. I don't know if it's because of Thanksgiving or what, but like just for perspective, I actually have my Twitch tracker pulled up. We can check what it looks like relative to other days. Because, unironically, in 4 hours of being live, which is like half of the duration of a normal stream, I've already got more follows than I have in any stream in the last 2 weeks, except for this stream. What did I do this day? Oh, that was the 1v1 tourney. Yeah, that was a lit day. That was a very lit day. That was fun. Carla should pay for the opportunity to make it. Honestly, Fubo, that's so fucking based. That is genuinely so based. I love that. Would expect to see more and more new people as it gets to the 11th. Just start. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely. The 11th is going to bring in a lot of people all at once. And the build up to the 11th is also going to be this, this constant thing. I said hi all day. I always say hi. The fuck you mean? Yo, happy Thanksgiving, Wub. I hope you're having a beautiful one, dude. But yeah, no, honestly, maybe I should make Carla pay for it. Maybe I should. Does anyone like this game more than you? I don't really like Ashes. Honestly, what if it came out in like 6 years after my stream blows up and I make like millions of dollars and stuff and then retire on a yacht in Belize that I really hated Ashes the entire time and I was just subjecting more people to play it because I wanted you guys to be trapped in eternal woe and misery. The sunken cost fallacy's a bitch if I convince you to play for 3 years or so. Just saying. Just saying. Pay me to mod. Why would I pay you to do anything? What the hell? You'll quit Ashes on launch and become Narc 2. Oh god, I would never do that. Jesus Christ. And at the very least, I would quit more gracefully than that. Oh, what the fuck? What the goddamn helly? You just done with it? You're just not using it anymore? Well, thank you, sir. Do you have the rest of the block scaling tech? Where is your Thistleborn deck? If you rearrange DustyWhy, you get Narc. You guys can't tell I'm using a voice changer, right? Narc's rebrand going good, though. I didn't even know he rebranded. I'm gonna be completely honest. I had no fucking clue. I was not an Narc follower before the drama. And like, I won't pretend to be, you know, a Narc follower or Narc hater or anything like that. I personally had no association with the dude. But hopefully he was able to find some good content that he enjoys making. I think that's the biggest thing, man. Like, I empathize to a certain extent with any content creator that hits the point where they aren't making content for something they believe in anymore. Because it truly does result in an element of, like, feeling trapped, right? I think that's very unfun. So, hopefully, every content creator, regardless of, you know, their own affiliations with Ashes or whatever it is, like, hopefully they can just find something they enjoy in the long term. Already more than his last channel. Massive, what's he covering now? If he's gonna be an Arc 2, get the man a bathroom and a pizza box towers in the background. No. Dude, no part of me wants to be that man. I say that with the most respect possible. Oh my god, no part of me ever wants to draw comparisons to another streamer. And this is because A, I don't like a lot of other content creators. I think most of them are fucking cringe and fake. I'm kind of like the anti-content creator. But also, bro, I don't want my content to be able to be emulated or similar to anybody else's. I'll be completely honest. This shit's a one-on-one feel here. I have so many people that come in and they're like, Dusty, you have spoiled other, like, streams for me to the point where I cannot go in because there is no viewer chatter interaction anymore. And every single day in your stream, there is no downtime unless you are, like, taking a break for viewer chatter interaction. And, like, it's different. And I'm very thankful for that. But I never want my content to draw comparisons to any other person because I don't think any other person's on the level of my content. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Yo, Color, hope you're having a beautiful day, dude. I will never be a Narc. I will never be an Asmon. It's not gonna happen. Alright. Wait, what are you, why are you harassing me? What? Listen, the Salvation Army just came through with some goodies. Now Papa's gotta go to work real quick. You just have 8-piece Akadira? The fuck is this? I mean, I guess I'm at least gonna slap on a couple pieces of it. Like, I feel as though I'd be silly if I didn't slap on a couple pieces of the Akadira gear. If I'm being completely honest. Now, I just need to make sure that I don't fuck up my Blood Runner set. And that's the big thing, because I have Blood Runner boots, pants. The bracers can be switched. I also don't want to go finesse, but I guess finesse would also be fine over fortitude in this current state of affairs. If handouts get handed out, they're gonna get handed out. Yeah, no, I got you. Hold on. Let me switch out my Rosarium, and then I got you with what's left. We'll pillage this, and then I need shoulders. What is this? Am I using F5? Oh god, I'm using finesse. Oh, it's so fucking gross. I'm abusing shit. Oh god. 104.3 is kind of nice though. I'm fucking 295 now. Jesus Christ. Gloves and bracers should be good. Yeah, I mean, gloves and bracers are very solid pieces. And I was using a Rosarium guard anyways, so like I'm just gonna keep my... Now, the interesting thing is that I have an Abundant Siphon 5-piece, and I have a Siphon 3-piece. So... I'm not quite certain how that's supposed to work, but... Screenshot those mats. I know, I gotta try to bring them with me. Game looks amazing. Dude, I appreciate you. I appreciate you. I didn't make it myself or anything, but usually people come in and shit on it. But I changed my settings today to run on cinematic settings instead of my usual low settings. And I appreciate you fucking noticing. It's like I got a haircut today, basically, and you're like, hey, Dusty, your hair looks fucking dope, brother. Zeno, you a real one, dog. You noticed that I raised my settings today as a first-time chatter, and you pointed that out. I love you, brother. What do you think is the point of this few days of uptime on live servers? I would assume probably PTR prep, if I had to guess. Like, if you got a date with Mandingo, you're gonna prep for it. I would assume that, you know, content-wise, they have a date with Mandingo very soon. And they're probably trying to get some back-end prep ready, if I had to guess. Now, I don't know. They could also just be, like, fucking off, smoking ayahuasca and eating turkey for 5 days. That's up to them. That's up to them, though. Buying the game when it comes out December 11th. Don't care what people say. Bro, honestly, if you want... Zano, thank you for the follow, by the way. If you want, like, organic feedback, dog, this is a place to get it. I'm gonna be honest. I stream 8+ hours of Ashes daily. I play the game literally every single day. I've been here through population pops, population dwindles. I run a community over here that has a lot of very dedicated players that all want Ashes to be much better in the long term. And we notice a whole lot of change and improvement. So, for better or worse, not everybody's going to love it, but there are a whole lot of us crazy fucks over here that are loving it and are having a whole lot of fun with it. So, if you're coming over, man, just know that there are a lot of people that are excited to have you. A lot of people that are always excited to have more players coming into the scene. And you will have a very, very, very active player base to play with. Yo, they're giving me the block mitigation tech. Oh, goodness gracious. Oh, lordy. Oh, wait. I have an extra glory bound, too, here. Take this and then that. All right, there we go. Oh, wait, no. Also take those. Sorry. That's my bad. There was just so much. There's so very much. We're cooking. Listen, everybody would be cooking if we could get Intrepid to put the goddamn boost NPCs in. That is my, like, my Moby Dick at this point. I just want the boost NPCs in. If we get the boost NPCs, we are so up tremendous. What am I sitting at? Jesus Christ, why am I 289.3? With a fucking... Oh. Alright. No, that's fine. I guess I became too strong. I've ascended too much. Alright, well. Chat. Bong rip time. That's been happening a lot today. I'm turning my settings back down. Fun dash it. I swear to God. Scam is short for super cool and meaningful. Fupo, are you Young Thug's lawyer? I feel like I might know who Fupo is now. Young Thug's lawyer truly came up with the, like, the thug stands for truly humbled under God. That shit is S+ tier. Let me tell you what, and I feel like you might be cooking in that same regard. I'll be right back.
Cat with abs is absolutely S tier.
Good day. Chat, is anybody having a seizure? Please no seizures. Yo, Trixie, thank you for following. Much love. I appreciate you. All right, we have returned. And now I put together the God gear set. Is this really how far behind I was in gearing? Bro, how was I killing y'all motherfuckers? At all? Like, I understand that my gear was bad, but like, how was I killing people? Tank be stupid. No, well, I was killing other tanks as well. Like, that's the problem. How was I killing other people? That's the question. It is time. Yes. Now, keep in mind, Econ players also were buffed like 7,000% this phase. And they made so much ungodly money. Because someone was even more behind than you. No, I was killing the geared ones. I don't know. For the phase, gear wasn't that bad. I still have adapt. Oh, God. Oh, God. Tumog's shield looks so fucking cool, by the way. Definitely coolest shield mog in the game right now. It's got like the mushrooms and shit. It's all naturey. Like the textures go crazy too, bro. This is insane. This is such a cool shield design. What shield is that? This is a Tumog shield. It's a shield of Briarhome. The stats suck, but it's fine. Everything's fine. Although it has some evasion on it, so like it's not the worst, but it's definitely not the greatest. There is also Beast Warden's Prod. Beast Warden's Prod is a one-hander that has an additional power roll on it. So then you have Glory Bound Longbow, Glory Bound Longbow. This was actually my longbow. So my longbow was actually really good. But then the option for a two-hander is a Night Reaver Greatsword. So thing with the block scaling is you can get an amulet and you can also get 2 rings that are really, 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 really strong for facilitating like block mitigation scaling. And if you do have those, then you can essentially just be Omega tanky. If you do not have those, then, you know, your block scaling is going to be a little lower, but it's still going to be nice to have. I do not have the additional necklace or rings that I need, nor do I think many people are going to have them kicking around, and I would basically need them poofed in for me. But I still have really good gear as a result. So if in the event I wanted to get a little bit more power, I could equip a Night Reaver Greatsword. That's going to give me like 10 more power, a little bit more attack speed. I'll gain a lot of, you know, beefiness from having the shield on. But the sword itself is going to give me, the sword itself is going to give me the most offensives, you know, sword and board giving me the most defensive options. So either one is really solid. And then next phase with the new time to kill, we're going to be looking at a huge emphasis on shield play. Very, 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 very big emphasis on block scaling next phase. So also I have an extra epic Night Reaver if anybody needs this. Lions, what up, dog? You're starting infos on the new wipe again? No. I think it's gonna be Riverlands as a push, but the emphasis is also on character progression this phase, and not like the settlement progression. It's more of a settlements are going to level regardless at some point, so just let them naturally occur type thing. And then once we get to level 25 with everybody, and everybody focuses up for that grind, then we can focus on, you know, people trickling into those other routes. All right, Blotto, come let me test this gear on you. I'm dropping my settings back down, though. I'm not fucking PvPing on these settings. I would rather get slapped in the chest 17 times by a frozen fish than PvP on those goddamn settings. Full cinematic is for the fucking birds, man. It literally just got 4 degrees colder in my room as soon as I turned my settings down. Oh, literal god knowledge I deserve. Yo, Parch, you're truly up tremendous. Man, I'm rejoining y'all again this phase. Lions, pull up. Pull up. We have so much room. You're gonna laugh how strong that set is. Oh, it's a disgusting set. Keep in mind, I have 3 Blood Runner as well. So, like, I'm not even running the full Peasant 5-piece Akadira. Like, my gear set is unironically probably better than the 8-piece because I have the 3-piece Blood Runner as well. Now, have we tested to see if it's proccing the 2 different siphons because I have a siphon and an abundant siphon? I don't fucking know. But the 3 Blood Runner pieces that I have are also disgusting because it's Fizz Power, Fizz Speed, Max Health, Defense, Fizz Crit Chance, Fizz Power, and then also Fizz Power, Fizz Crit Chance, Max Health. So, yo, Yusha, hope you're having a beautiful day. Happy Thanksgiving. I appreciate you coming through. My gearing's so far behind that I still have a few depth pieces and a skin stripper. Skin strippers are value. It's absolute value. But yeah, I mean, gear sets are gear sets, if I'm being honest. Like, I've played with the God gear sets over on PTR and everything. I personally, if I could choose, I'd rather have 5-piece Blood Runner than 5-piece Akadira. I like medium and I like fortitude more. But I mean, this is still bonkers, especially with the sword and board scaling. I mean, the Fizz block defense is sitting at a 39.5. If I had Spall Rings and then I had a Thistleborn neck, my block defense would be scaling like mad. Fighter or rogue, which is better? What's your goal? I think that is the ultimate question. Oh, I don't even have food buffs up or anything yet. All right. Blotto versus Dusty with gear now. It's all up to us. Okay, word. That was quite unfortunate, if I do say so myself. I was really hoping I'd get a little period of not being tripped while he was tripped to start that out, but that's fine. I'm just eating everyone. No, you stay the fuck away from me. No axe finishers for you. Also, that's a good reminder. What's my weapon tree? That's not good. It's not good at all. Hold on. Hiya, hiya. All right. We're good. Everything's fine. Everything's absolutely beautiful. We dodge big damage, don't tank it twice. Close out of you. And we're up tremendous now. All right, the trades are trading. I greatly appreciate the pump here. I feel nice right now. I feel very nice right now with the sword of, like, the shield is just so comforting to have, dog. It's such a, it's like an at-home feel for me. It's so beefy. Excuse you. I'm not done with that yet. I need you to chill, Mr. Blotto. I need you to just fucking relax for a second, dog. And then we'll talk. Everything will be fine. You gotta chill. I have my trip lock out, so I'm fine to pop this. I'll stay on melee range. I'll go toe-to-toe and get a weaken out. I just need to get that. Shaken's out, and now I double slam. And then I'll triple venge. Tomahawk you in the back. No. No, 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 no. No, no, no. Gonna CC break that, and then I'll pop my fort, and then I'll make sure that I have my fucking bow out when I go to range. Blessings on blessings, DustyWhy. I gotta get intercept out, I gotta get grit up, and then we'll turn this big spike. He's CC broke that, and then I'll wait on this, get a shaken out, hopefully no shaken, so we pursue. All right, bow trades here. He's probably gonna try to grapple me here again. If he tries to grapple me, I'm going to reflect his grab. And if he doesn't grapple me, then I'm gonna pull him. Word? Alright, so he had the same idea that I had. Motherfucker heard me talking. Fucking demonic behavior. He sensed it within the force. I've trained him too well. It's okay. It's okay. I still have the upper hand right now. I just need to keep the pressure up. No trip on that reflect is big. I can come out of this with a reflect if he tries to spike, but I should just be able to keep pressuring here. I just need to make sure that I am pushing combos out whenever I can. And trying to pressure off of all of my courage builds. And then also maximize every bit of my courage for damage and not lose any of it. I have the resource battle one though, which is nice. He's gonna run out of mana soon. And running out of mana as a tank is essentially running out of everything that you can physically do. It is actually, unironically, one of the worst feelings that exists in the current day and age of tanking. Also, Blotto's naturally going to be in worse gear because he's in the hand-me-down set that I gave him, so I don't even know what his gear is. But it is guaranteed worse than mine. So, don't judge Blotto off that. Blotto's a fucking soldier. Blotto's a goddamn soldier. It's like PTR tourney levels. I wouldn't say it's that bad. Like, PTR tourney levels, keep in mind I was also using ward instead of refreshing follow-through. So, like, that's good. That's good. Being on refreshing follow-through is gonna give me more mana sustain, less HP shield. Ward is disgusting, like, block chance and HP shield, though. Like, that's just huge across the board for it. So that would make me tankier. I'd still be able to sustain a lot of my mana off Inner Fire, especially with, like, the combo trade that fighting tank versus tank is. But, is a fighter tankier? A fighter is going to be tankier and have a little bit more sustain on the front line than a rogue will. It's more of like a get in, stay in class. And then from there, a rogue is very like in out. It's very quick hits. It's almost like your, I don't know, like your flashy melee class, so to say. Tank isn't going to be the most flashy. Fighter's not going to be the most flashy. But rogue is that element of like very nimble, very quick, very like shing shing, stab, 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 stab. Rogue has CCs. Rogue has re-stealth mid-combat. Rogue has self-sustain. Rogue has just about everything. Just about everything. I think of Skyrim, I read in a book that you must move with the heavy armor, not against it. Why didn't you just claim that as your own quote? That's a fucking massive quote, though. Yes, yes. You must embrace the heavy armor. And, like, as a lifelong melee player, keep in mind, in Ashes, melees are up tremendous, especially with the new movement changes. There is no variance in how your movement is impacted based on armor weight. So I'm using right now a 5-piece of heavy, and then I'm using 3 medium. The only difference in my heavy and my medium is that heavy gives just fizz defense, and medium gives fizz defense and magic defense split 50-50 with the total mitigation. So you'll notice like 1354 on a full heavy chest piece. A medium chest piece would have that split between the two. So as heavy armor, I'm vibing mostly. I still feel nimble as hell. I could bend over and touch my toes right now. I would prefer medium armor, but I've learned to embrace a lot of the deficits that come with being a melee player trying to get in range to actually do something to all the range players of the world that are just allowed to free cast and exist. Because I don't like the concept of that. I feel like they need to feel some fear in their life. I feel like it's unacceptable that they don't. So, me personally, I've enjoyed it. Do we even want further pros and cons to the gear system? I mean, honestly, like, right now, the trade-off of mitigation, I like to a certain extent. I think heavy is bad because it's all fizz. There are trade-offs in terms of, like, the armor weight itself, the force, fortitude, finesse bonus, and then you also have, like, your actual set bonuses. But, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily want, like, I don't know that I would want armor weight buffs or debuffs or impacts on it. Like, New World had armor weight impact, like damage done, damage taken percentage passively. And like, I didn't really like it works for certain games, but Ashes tends to want to be very sandboxy in the player decision making. And I feel like that would kind of like restrict the player decision making a little bit, you know? I don't know. Definitely not completely opposed to other pros and cons existing within gear systems, as New World had many. I played medium armor in New World because it was like the baseline and it had a good dodge, and it allowed me to play Bruiser, which was great Axe Warhammer efficiently. Like, it was my preference over there. Was a good mix of like movement and everything like that, but I don't know. I would have to put thought into that and like specifically hear people out on like which pros and cons people were talking about. Why is he hopping on the character? Oh, which in terms of just like jumping around and shit. Partly because I have ADHD, partly because in combat, I'll do it because movement when you are attacking in combat can be slowed down a percentage. Oh, hi Raven. Your movement can be slowed down like while you're attacking. So if you are jumping in combat while your attacks are going off and you time it well, then you can get instances of having like further movement through your actual attack animation than you would if you were just like walking forward. In addition to that, if I'm jumping and I get like CC'd, then I'll finish my jump distance instead of getting CC'd and just like in stopping. So there are a few, I guess, kind of like tactical advantages to it in combat as well, if you want to call them that. But more or less is because I have crippling ADHD. I'm also bouncing my legs like crazy under my desk right now and never really stop throughout the course of a stream, if it's any consolation. I fidget a lot. You'll see me like, I like tap strafe a lot and then I jump a lot. And then I'll do like random camera flicks and shit. I just like looking around. Do I have any capes? Just go buy the Nuela cape. Yeah, literally just run down to Nuela and buy the Nuela cape. I have no extra capes. I did give my cape away. Yes, indeedly. Which is very tragic indeed, but... How is Ilstad's set looking? Ranger set. Oh, the double scatter is mean. So Ranger Rogue. Oh, the level 24 Rogue. You're so up parched. I believe. I believe in you, parched. You just gotta get the sustain. He just needs one reset. One reset and... Oh. He did not. Got a reset. In most cases, more complexity is better. Savo, yes, some more armor debuffs, mainly for heavy. I don't know that complexity necessarily comes from on-rails, like, deterministic things, though. To a certain extent, complexity can also come from player decision-making being ample, and the complexity being in trying to actually discern, like, what the benefits and negatives of actually making this decision are in terms of an off-rail standpoint. The complexity can also be a certain element of, like, because of my playstyle, I choose to make these changes, whereas, you know, somebody else that has a slightly different playstyle than I may not make those exact same changes. Hiya. You rat. We back online for prod? Yes, this is the new server. You're seeing it here. Seeing it first, and seeing it freaking live. Tomahawk. And I full heal all that. I'm so sorry. I'm so very sorry. All right, now we're gonna hit him with a one move combo now that he's done everything in his kit. I'm so sorry. You cannot get away. There is no escape. There is no escape. There is no end to it. It's all misery. This is Ranger abuse. Dude, it's like... It's like going to a pickup basketball run and then seeing that it's wheelchair basketball. Fighting against a ranger and a mage. And then they're also like, yo, you can use your legs. Like, I just feel like I'm out here fucking windmill on them with no contest. It's just a ranger thing. It's not even the ranger players. You could take the best ranger player in the goddamn world and then put him against a tank and the tank wins, even if it's a bad tank and a good ranger player. And then you put a ranger with hands and a tank with hands in a fight against each other. No chance for me to win. Yeah, no. Zero. And it's not because you, it's because your class. It's literally because you choose to play what you want to play. You know what's crazy though? If there were like 7 people near me and then you hit a root there, like a really big vines, then you actually would have been doing something really good, Ilsta. That would have been sick. Can you imagine? Instead of all that damage, big vines. Just food for thought. Snake, how do you feel about that play? Negative, what up, dog? I'm pretty slow and I've always struggled with multi-keybind MMOs, but I have thousands of hours. Bardad, thank you for the follow, much love. I have thousands of hours into both the ESO and New World. Been watching this game for a while, patch notes and dev streams, not much other content. It's just come to Steam. A few of my friends are all thinking about buying it. My question, doesn't look like all your skills are there for combat, am I right? Yeah, so, yo, DeGenero, Thank you for the follow as well, much love. Yeah, so in terms of binds, as a tank, I have my bottom 2 rows for my combat stuff. A lot of these are kind of like situationals though. And then my top row is like consumes, and like I have 2 different harvesting sickles because they have different stats in different tiers. And then I have like my 2-hander and my weapon swap and pack up mounts. So disregard the top row immediately. And then disregard my shift and my hyphen, and then my shift and my equals, as that's my mount, my primary mount, and my mount dash. This down on the bottom, my hyphen, is a mana salve. So if I need to hit that, don't judge me, I hit it with my thumb. But that's basically just, you know, it's a mana potion, 2-minute cooldown. So that's like an upkeep thing if you do want to use those. Iron aura, this is an aura. I just hit that once and then it's up. So other than that, it's kind of like situational builds for how I look at it. I have this part of my bar bound to most of my like damage throughput. So this is shield slam. That's the ability that you saw kind of like gap close to somebody. And then ground pound does damage, can trip somebody. And then these are just like general damage utility things, right? These are my mitigation and my oh shit buttons. So this is like shielding. This is like self-heal. This one gives me courage, which is my class resource that I can use to cast abilities. And then I have kind of like my utility part of my bar. So this is tomahawk, throwing projectile. If it hits him in the back, it trips him and does more damage. Grapple, wall. Pretty straightforward. Reflect. I send the first hit within 3 seconds back at somebody and it trips them and does damage. Illstats throw out strays. And then charge. My G is just charge, tank movement ability. So with the binds, some classes will have more than others. In the long term, we'll have ability ranks coming in. Right now, it's kind of like I select or deselect the ability. But in the long term, you'll have ranks to all of these abilities. So you could theoretically specialize a build in fewer abilities that all have higher ranks to those abilities, therefore lowering the number of total binds, but kind of specializing in a certain thing. That'll probably be more viable on certain classes than others. One thing that I also recommend for people that are like keybind averse, I run 1 through 6. And then I run RTVG hyphen and equal because I can hit hyphen and equal with my thumb. Don't ask. Anyways, like I kind of split my binds in a comfy way. And then I'm a keyboard warrior. So I don't mind like the shift mods and all that stuff. Foot pedals. I've been telling everybody, if you were a dad, if you were geriatric, if you're bad at MMOs, or you just don't like having this many binds, get yourself a couple of foot pedals. And then just have different modifiers set up. You can do a shift mod, you can do a control mod, and then you could re-WASDA or like rebind your foot pedal to essentially represent that bind. So then when you are looking to cast something, yo, Double P, thank you for the follow, much love. If you're looking to cast something from this bar, for example, and I had left foot pedal on shift, I could left foot pedal, and then I could right foot pedal for control, and then you could theoretically have, you know, a third of the binds that you're just using with a couple of foot pedal modifiers. Depending on how stupid the coordination is between hands, feet, and brain, that could either make it way easier or way harder for you, but if you already suck at video games, might be worthwhile just to check out. Foot pedals can be pretty cheap as well. So, but yeah, so some classes will naturally have like fewer binds. Tank tries to do a lot of things with the kit. I have some things on my bar that are also inactive right now because like my 1v1 build has a couple fewer abilities and a couple more augments. If I'm in 1v1s, I use both of the augments to reflect. If I'm in group stuff, I'll take this off, and then I go into these two. So Aegis is like a dome around me that basically gives 20% damage transfer. Anybody that's hit within that sends 20% of their damage transfer to me. Then from here, protect as a single target, 30% damage redirect. Then I take Rush of Courage out. I go into Intim Aura. Intim Aura is a once a second tick for 8 seconds, does damage, stagger chance, all that stuff. So I make a few tweaks to my build just based on, you know, what I'm doing. Anything that I don't necessarily need to protect or bail anybody out as much, I'm going to go with a more offensive build. So Relentless Vengeance increases shielding. When I cast this, I can cast it 3 times. And then from there, I get HP shield based on each cast. I put into this, it's mana restoration on reflect, and then this gives me all of my courage instantly on a 1-minute cooldown, which courage I can use for slams, which is good damage. So, interested in this game December 11th. Oh, dude, December 11th is going to be a great time to hop in. Open world PvP in Ashes is very, very fun when it pops off, and it can pop off literally at any time. Now, keep in mind, all 5 of us here basically represent the remainder of the people that are on right now before December 11th. Most people on the live server are going to be taking a very, very, deserved break right now. This server is getting wiped in 4 days, and then it's PTR testing until the 10th, and then we're back for the wipe on the 11th. So basically what you're going to see right now is effectively nobody populating this entire world. I'm on Doing Church. Fucking legend. Actually working for that skin. I respect it. Those titles are going to come with some fucking hard work and some dedication, Kaismer. No, I love that. I love that. So the population is going to be really low right now up until the 11th. When the 11th pops off, there is competition for everything. You are hungry. You have not had food in months. And there's food on the map, except you have to fight other people for your goddamn food. So everywhere that you go, every mob grind is going to be contested. You're going to have the option of, do we sit on top of these guys and try, pause. Do we sit on top of this group and try to like push them off of this grind? Do we try to PvP and flag up on the group and see if they also want to PvP and we duke it out? Do I tell one of my boys to corrupt on them and then I kill them after they corrupt, like kill my friend after they corrupt and get his gear back and give it to them? There are so many possibilities that will happen along the way where you will, in the open world, you'll fight over mob grinds, you'll fight over crates, caravans, you'll probably fight over a fucking tree or a huntable at some point in your guild's existence. There are also guild versus guild wars. So like Blotto is in hard is in our alliance. If I wanted to, I could have a guild versus guild declaration scroll and I could declare on any of the fine guilds that are standing before me here, and that would enable open world PvP for us while we are here. Now, we're all just chilling PvPing anyway, so there's no need for that. But there will be many forms of open world PvP popping up. Keep in mind, Ashes is all open world at this point in time. There is no instancing. There's no arena system in yet. There will be, thank God. There's no, instance dungeon content. There will be some, but it's going to be narrative based. Like, it is open world in every aspect of meaningful progression. So in that sense, you will compete for everything. Everything. Can't you just flag on anyone at any time? You can, but if I kill somebody that is unflagged, I then corrupt, which is very bad. So if I hit Parched right now, then you'll notice I turn purple. I have purple swords. If Parched doesn't hit me back, then I kill Parched. I will turn red instead of purple. And when I turn red, everybody that's here will say, oh shit, Dusty's corrupted. I can no longer take off pieces of my equipped gear. I can no longer, what you about to do back there? I can no longer trade with players. I can't go into towns. I can't use storages. Like, I'm locked in. If I have somebody here to kill me, then that's great. Because when I die, I'm going to drop pieces of my equipped gear. That is the only time in Ashes you will drop equipped gear, is if you corrupt, if you murder another player non-consensually. Listen here, bucko. Listen here. Listen. What is this, a fucking rogue uprising? I got a rogue and then a fake rogue over here. I gotta deal with the flank over here. Oh my god. So basically, if I murder somebody and like, just cold blood kill them, you're going to corrupt. Corrupting is not fighting somebody that also flagged up. Corrupting is killing somebody that did not fight back, and it's an unconsensual PK. So basically that, in some people's minds, they'll be like, oh, well, corrupting is my form of PvP, yes. Well, that just means that you can't kill people that are actually consenting to PvP. That's a skill issue on your own, like your own side. I think corrupting is something where it should absolutely be a net negative and a loss for the people that are corrupting. It is designed with Ash's intents to be that large net negative. And never intended to be like a, a gain-based gameplay loop. So when you corrupt, there will be ways to work it off other than dying, but if you die, you're gonna lose shit. Now, with that being said, if I flag up and somebody flags up and hits me back, then nobody drops gear. That's just materials and death. And you actually drop fewer materials when you die if you're flagged up than if you're not flagged. Now, on top of that, you also have, like I mentioned, guild versus guild scrolls. If I have a guild declaration scroll in my inventory and I'm flagging up on you, but you don't want to flag back up to fight me, then I can just deck a war on your guild. And then your guild either has to completely drop guild and like leave your guild and go on guild cooldown, or we fightin'. But once that guild war is decked, we fightin' in the first place. So that'll go out, and that will enable open world PvP regardless. Same thing with settlement versus settlement sides. Settlement versus settlement wars. So from what side? Yeah, the guild versus guild war. Yeah. So that can pop at any time. So that's meant to be like an element of surprise thing. The wars are meant to basically opt people into the PvP. So that's the element of like, I want to fight you, but I don't want to corrupt. That's where the guild versus guild stuff comes in. So corruption is meant to be that element of like, this is my last case scenario. I have nothing to lose. I've got a burner set of gear on, and this guy is fucking annoying me, right? That's when you may consider corrupting. If someone maybe has a crate on their back, and that crate they can turn in at, you know, a city way across the world, a town way across the world for some money, and you happen to see them about to turn it in, you're gonna look at them and be like, I could kill you right now, have a friend come kill me, get my gear back for me, and then we could take your crate and split it.
With abs is absolutely S tier.
Yo, Hyper, thank you for the follow, much love. That's kind of the largest instance of corruption right now. So there's a crate system in the game where like you make crates using materials and shit. Either put a crate on your back and waddle place to place like this very slowly, or you can put multiple crates on a caravan and you can drive a caravan like this very, very slowly. Caravans, people can attack along the way, and it's basically like an opt-in PvP event. Crates do not opt you into PvP. It's the safer route. Now, what people realized was when somebody has a crate on their back, they're very, very, very slow. So, very easy to pick and prod at. People started to get these corruption squads that were going where somebody would make an alt, level the alt just enough to be able to like, you know, PvP a little and get some gear. And then they'd put some poo-poo gear on the alt, and then they would go around and corrupt on somebody, and then they'd kill the person that corrupted, and then they'd get the gear back and give it to the person, and then they would take the crates. So there were like crate bandits that set up. But people figured out where the crate bandits were setting up, and then there were anti-crate bandit squads that formed up to like kill the crate bandits when they were killing the other players. It was unironically so fucking cool. So the open world PvP, keep in mind, it's predicated by so many fucking things, dog. It's predicated by so many things. You could have spin-ups over anything. Yo, Hubsy, what up, dude? Well, people that have the OG Alpha... Oh, wait. Hold on, your message just went off. Will people that have the OG Alpha be able to play with Steam? Yeah, they're working on entitlements. Hope Saya. Yeah. They're getting that all sorted out. I believe Steven said that should be sorted out next week, I want to say. But they're actually going to have all players linking up through Steam and then playing through Steam is where Steven has gone with the latest version of it. Originally, they were going to have people launching through both, but it seems like they're having all players go through Steam instead. They were saying originally that they were going to get entitlements squared away, but I think it was just simpler to probably move everything over on that side of it, maybe more efficient as well. But Steam will launch your Ashes launcher, and then that will launch your game. So it's a little bit of like a Russian nesting launcher, but XP debt is not that bad at all. Oh yeah, no, JD, XP debt is XP debt's 2% of your level per death, and it's less in PvP. So like I'm at 1.7%, which is 39k XP. If I went to kill one mob at my relative level, I would probably get a few thousand. It's genuinely like one death is in most scenarios a few mobs worth of XP. More than a few mobs, but you know, it's not long to farm off one death. The problem is when you're dying and then it compounds and you die a bunch of times in a row, especially early on, you're not going to have glint saved. Hey, you're not going to have glint saved up to get gold. You're going to drop the glint that you're getting from mob farming. That glint's going to go on the ground, not in your pockets, not generating gold for you. And then you won't be able to repair your gear, so then you'll be dying more, and more people in your group will be missing more. It becomes slippery very quickly if you're dying a lot. That's where it gets hairy. I had multiple times this phase while we were leveling, because leveling this phase was tough, especially before drops came in. where I was just straight up like, yo, can I get a few silver from you guys for repairs, please? Yo, gamer over on YouTube, what up, dude? Does the magic mitigation from Grit's active passive skill point make up for the lack of medium armor, especially if using full heavy? No. Heavy is ass. It's absolute butt cheeks. In my opinion, as tanks, I really like medium, but there's also some tech with 5 light as your base. The only problem with 5 light as your baseline is that there aren't many light physical sets in the game right now that are actually like meaningful to scale off of, you know what I mean? That tends to be the issue. If there were more light sets, I'd actually prefer light to medium. It's just medium is more readily available, especially with what we're looking for. I'll be running 5-piece Blood Runner on the new servers as soon as I can get my 5-piece Blood Runner. Probably try to farm that, see how the drops are for it. But like, this is a really impactful set to get 5 pieces of. It's medium, it's fortitude, and it's got Siphon, which Siphon's mid, but it's better to have Siphon than not have Siphon. I like fortitude a lot because of the HP scaling. I like medium because of the splits between Fizz and magic defense. Part of the reason why I really don't like heavy, on top of just like saying it's ass, by the way, even with the magic mitt coming in from Grit, it's 20% Fizz, 10% magic. So if we're wearing heavy, we're already baseline so high into our Fizz defense that we're actually going to push up into diminishing returns so fucking hard. So even without knowing exactly where diminishing returns are, we can assume that we would gain 50% of the percentage gain to our magic defense that we would to Fizz defense, providing the, you know, neither one was in diminishing return bands. But if there's a delta between like the percentage that we gain from Fizz defense to magic defense, then we know we're in DRs. So Fizz defense goes from 52.8 and magic defense 26.1 to 62.2 and 33.5. So theoretically, we should be seeing magic defense go up 50% of the percentage value. So that should be going up like 5%, but you're essentially seeing magic defense go up 50% more effectively than Fizz defense, indicating that in the 55% plus range, you're starting to work into diminishing return bands that get more punishing severely. So as you push up past 60%, that's going to lead you into even more diminishing returns. The highest that I've pushed up a build, though, was actually like with a medium set on the PTR. Like it was a medium 3-piece heavy medium 5-piece heavy 3-piece. And I had Sword and Board on. I popped, you know, Grit into a Rush of Courage into Fortify. And I was sitting at 76% Fizz Mitt, 63% Magic Mitt. Now, that was Legendary plus 20 gear as well. So that was also like the actual unattainable god build of gods. But yeah. The diminishing return of power, not just of power scaling, but like of defense scaling, is something that I try to pay very close attention to as a tank. Because keep in mind, in those oh shit scenarios, you're also going to throw yourself a Fortify. So it's like if I have Grit and then I have Fortify up as well. Hold on, Blotto. If I have Grit and then I have Fortify up as well, even right now, I'm going to scale up to 69, nice, 69.8 and 46.8. Whereas if I was in medium gear, I'd probably still be hitting 66% Fizz defense, but I'd also be at 56% magic defense during that. You know what I mean? That's I think the big difference maker, and why heavy, just at least for tanks, is a complete no-go. We just generate more of that Fizz mitt than we do magic mitt. So we want to kind of offset that to stay consistent, especially in group-based PvP. Now, depending on how heavy Fizz damage scaling does go for the upcoming meta, that could lead us to a spot of looking at heavy a little bit more, but I still think it'd be a 5 medium 3 heavy offset at that point. That'd kind of be where I'm looking at it. Would imagine a lot more impact at level 50. Hey, what's this? Oh, the XP debt. Yeah. XP debt kind of annoying, but I mean, it'll be worse. We've talked many times about how XP debt's going to be at level 49. Like, you are on the last level of grinding. I feel like you need a spear. Like a one-hand spear. I feel like that's what you're missing out on right now, my friend. The Tumok shield is so much rippier than Forge Scale, by the way. Like, I know Tumok shield is butt cheeks. But, like, Forge Scale goes equally butt cheeks in terms of stats. I guess Forge Scale is kind of cool. Forge Scale goes kind of hard. It's got, like, whatever that logo is. And then it's got, like, some horns and some textures and shit. I mean, I guess Forge Scale's drippy. Forge Scale's got a good mog to it. It's got like jawbones. Nah, that's fine. That's fine. I'll fuck with that enough. I still think Tumok Shield is cooler though. Did everyone get their votes in for Game of the Year? If I tell you mine, it's not going to come true. Wait. How far behind in the VOD is Grey Pelt? Chat. Someone tell Grey Pelt to fast forward the VOD real quick. GP has been... I'm pretty sure GP is like an hour back in the VOD. Because Twitch added that rewind feature. And GP is back when we were talking about deep frying chickens and turkeys. Votes for Ashes, easy win. Don't spoil the surprise. Bruh, swear to God. I don't know why you guys are trying to fucking ruin it. Deep frying was like an hour ago. Yeah, deep frying was before the last break that I took. That's fucking crazy. The rewind has led to so many people. The rewind has led to so many people just accidentally rewinding and then throwing in random messages. Mr. Deep Frying, can we do a recap? Just do a watch together with GP. Yeah, GP's back watching it right now. We're discussing the best way to do like turkey for Thanksgiving. To get like, you know, juicy, well-seasoned, well-flavored meat. While also getting a nice crispy skin. Yo, Penis Rogue, what up, dog? Hope you're having a beautiful fucking day. Hope you had a good Thanksgiving, my dude. Who's right now? It's still me. Yep, I'ma own that one. I'ma wear that one with pride parch. You throw away the turkey because it's a trash bird and buy a ham. My family does both. We're people of culture. Yeah, there's a turkey and a ham. I had both. Can we make a petition for a one-handed spear, please? I don't know why there's not. Like, every two-hander should have, like, a one-hander variant, right? In theory. I'm a big fan of surf and turf for Thanksgiving. What's the surf? I don't mind surf and turf at any point. But surf and turf for Thanksgiving seems untraditional. Ham, way better than turkey. I don't know. I don't know if I can get behind that. Like, turkey does go crazy. Turkey does go crazy. It's just... I think the problem with turkey is that every bird is like 25 pounds, bro. Turkey's always dry. You suck at cooking turkey. The fuck do you mean it's always dry? What? There's, like, turkey is very easy to fuck up, I think. But if you have good turkey will knock your socks off, buddy. You put some respect on it. Also, dry turkey can be bailed out by a very good gravy. Wild turkey is nasty, only good for soup or stew. I feel like all turkey is good turkey. We don't have Thanksgiving. Do you guys have eggnog or is that a meme? I don't like eggnog. But people say that eggnog is better if you mix it with rum to make rum nog. Only problem is I also don't like rum. I'm not much of a drinker. Eggnog is yum. Eggnog has never really set well with me. I don't know what it is. The nog is disgusting. Yes, that's what I'm saying, Hoofs. Like, rum nog reminds me of the Allen sombreros that people would get at Applebee's in Maine. So for whatever reason in Maine, people love Allen's coffee brandy, and they would get Allen's sombreros at the bar, which is basically Allen's coffee brandy and milk. And anytime somebody got Allen's coffee brandy with fucking milk, I wanted to cry. Sounded awful, looked awful, smelled awful. Like, I don't know, dude. I don't know. That shit's cooked though. Nog is disgusting. Craig, straight eggnog with the grandparents. Oh God. I don't like the flavor. The texture's too textury. Like it's too much. Let me know now. I dislike eating birds of any feather. I just like shark and cow. Shark? What do you mean shark? Why shark? Thanks to your Harbinger content, I convinced my bro to get ashes. Yeah, we snuck the Harbinger content out of the PTR environment, huh? We did it for the boys. I put my life on the line with that. Did you tell your brother that I literally could have died getting that VOD out of there? Because, dude, at any point I could have lost my fucking life. I want you to know. They could have just been like, Dusty, you cannot show this VOD 17 days in a row. But here I am. He saw you get wiped multiple times. You could have cut that part out. You could have showed any other part of that. There was a lot of like cool content too where I was killing stuff. The wave eating you up was fun. Okay, hear me out. I still blame that on the fact that the boss had 500% increased power and 99% mitigation. I would like to say that that was some bum ass shit. Do you like olives? Not really. Not really. And like, I know you're gonna say, Dusty, you're a picky eater, but I'm really not that picky. There are not many things that I don't like, but I don't like eggnog and I don't like olives. I haven't had olives in a while, but I like black olives on like a pizza. They're so pungent. Like, if black olives come on a pizza or a taco, I'll deal with it, but I've never chosen to get olives. Yeah, like, I'm not gonna throw out food if it accidentally comes with olives on it. Like, it's not a huge deal. I would prefer to not have olives. John G. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you. Happy Thanksgiving. Fubo, no more ads for the cat. Olives are wonderful. I definitely would not call them wonderful. As a reformed picky eater, I'll say I respect it. I'm not even a picky eater. I will eat 99% of things. Like, Carla literally was talking today, actually, about how, like, I never talk about what my favorite foods are because food is my favorite food. She was like, would you rather have something sweet or something salty? And I was like, yeah. And she was like, no, you have to pick one. And I'm like, well, what's the difference? And she's like, one sweet, one salty. And I'm like, both sound good to me. And she's like, okay, well, you have to choose one. And I'm like, give me a list between the two. She's like, would you want cake or would you want like burgers and pizza? And I'm like, yeah. I would like burgers and pizza and then cake. There's a time for all. But there's never a time for just popping olives. Maybe it's because I had a family member when I was growing up that would at family events just go to like the Chattahoochee boards and just pick a bunch of olives up and just like, you know how dads will have like, you know, something in their hands and they'll kind of like juggle them around and then they'll kind of like pop them like like fucking, I don't know, cheddar balls or whatever. I don't even know what people do that with, like nuts or something. Like they'll hit like the juggle and then the popping. That is what they used to do with olives. They'd have a handful of olives and they'd just like juggle olives and then pop one in. Dude, oh, I fucking hated that. Olives are the devil's grapes. Yes, sunflower seeds? You be putting your sunflower seeds in like a normal person? Hold on. Promo time. You did it. Actually, there's a little boo-boo sitting on my sunflower seed box. Exclamation seeds. I can't grab my sunflower seed box. Get yourself some smacking sunflower seeds if you're buying sunflower seeds anyways. They're cheaper than gas station seeds, better than sunflower seeds, and you save 10% using my link. Box of sunflower seeds? I have a giant box of sunflower seeds. Yeah, Smackin' sends me free sunflower seeds because I really like their seeds. Look. I have a Smackin' box right now. I have jalapeno cheddar, which is my favorite seed of all time. I have the original, which is just like an OG salted. I have lemon pepper. I have dill pickle. I have backyard barbecue. I have maple brown sugar, which I'm gonna be honest, does not fuck. And then I have sour cream and onion. I would say overwhelmingly everything other than the dessert flavors from Smackin' has fucking hit for me. Some people really, really, really like the dessert flavors. They don't send me free seeds because I'm a liar. The new cinnamon flavor, whatever that came out, isn't all that. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, the cinnamon flavor is not the most fire. That sounds gas. They have more flavors over there as well. They always rotate and do like seasonal shit. I actually don't know what their seasonal is right now. Let me peep. I should probably know this. Limited edition. They have a limited edition chili lime right now. They have a cheeseburger. Wait, what the fuck? I might need to put in an order. Like low-key, high-key. Sunflower seeds are another thing I'll eat but never really choose to get. Yeah, that's valid. That's valid. I'd be so stoked to be sponsored by seeds. Dude, they're just such a good snack. Yeah, I can just pop them whenever I want. And I can also just be bringing, I can just bring them up to my family, so. Cheeseburgers new, I might be thinking of a different brand. No, they always rotate stuff out, because they have, they brought in a cinnamon roll for their last one, look. They're limited release before. I don't know if these are, oh, this is part of the Black Friday Cyber Monday sale. So they have cinnamon roll, peanut butter and jelly, spicy queso, and chili lime as part of the Black Friday sale. So I think, yeah. So they have flavors that are only in for like the Black Friday sale. That's what it is. And it's like massive clams off, so queso might be fire. Bro, I might need to make a fucking list of some seeds. I unironically think I need to order some seeds. Cause like I just get them. So they're very addicting. They are very addicting. Also lower salt than pretty much any store brand seed that you can get. I'm not even gonna lie. Y'all started the promo. I just finished it. You'll forget us up here and spend your loot on these seeds? I get commissions on the seeds. Yeah, I'm like a little salesman. But I also wouldn't partner with something that I didn't actually enjoy, just so you guys are aware. I get so many sponsorship offers that are like pee-pee poo-poo sponsorship offers that I put nowhere near my stream. But like long term, say I had 10,000 people that were watching the stream every single day. Like, bro, I would still want people buying these seeds. Can you hold it back again? Yeah, hold on. I put my giant Labubu on it, so he has a place to stay. Ugh. This is the jalapeno cheddar one. These, by the way, just for perspective, these have 3% of the daily value of salt, and it's 3.5 servings per container. So you're getting not a lot of salt. That's healthy size. Oh yeah, these are how large are they? These are 4-ounce bags of seeds. Yeah, each one of these is a QP. Hiya. Yeah, like unironically, their prices are really good because they just can bring out the seeds again. I'm gonna bring out my fucking dick and slap you across. Compassion, Dusty. It's Thanksgiving. Oh, compassion. So I'm still trying to retrain myself. I'm actually wearing a shock collar, but I have it wrapped around my balls. So I'm really trying to retrain very quickly, as efficiently as I can, to get out of the whole saying no's. Want to grab some burger off the code? Yo, yeah, I'm about to come up on some packs. I need to hit up 1,000. Real quick before you put them back, can you show us one more time? You just want to get slapped with my dick, don't you? I'm on to you, John G, and I'm not giving you that privilege. No. I will bring the seeds out. Do giveaway, please. You know, in theory, I probably could get them to give me a few packs to give away to you guys. I probably could. I'm also pretty sure they'll just send me however much I want, because I'm gonna be real, I brought that box when it came out, like when I got it, up to a family event. I gave away like 8 bags up at the family event. That shit had even more flavors in it than that does. Oh my god. How many hours did you log in New World before you came over here? About 7,000 between all my accounts. when I started playing New World, I was just a baby streamer. 3 to 5 viewer Andy, streaming when I had the time, not streaming all the time, but trying to make it work. And then stream kind of took off over there, and I also happened to love what I was doing at the time, and then just eventually lost the long-term faith in it, you know? It's one of those things where I started logging in, and instead of logging in and being excited about what New World could potentially be, the vision started to fade for me. And being able to log in every day to the game that I am playing and fully believe in it is very fucking cool. Oh, no, you're from Ashes? Yeah, I've been clean of New World for about a year. Like, honestly, I came over to Ashes 11 months and a day ago, actually, as my daily. And it took me a couple months to transition, like, out of New World into Ashes because I'm not a rich dude. I don't have, like, millions of dollars in the savings. Like, it was very scary for me to leave New World. So I would start out with New World streams, and then I would transition over into Ashes after my wars and stuff because, like, when I was over there, I could pull a couple hundred viewers for wars like nothing, man. I was averaging 150. I was going crazy over there. Like, there were times where I was averaging 250 plus. So it was solid. I came over to Ashes, and when I was in Ashes, it was 40 viewers. And, you know, in between Fubo, that's fucking demonic. Jesus fucking Christ, Fubo. He's already dead. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh. Holy shit. Oh, that was fucking demonic. But yeah, so anyways, I lost most of my average viewers. I lost most of my subs. I dipped down to 200 subs. Like, I was taking money out of my savings, being like, all right, I got this much left before I actually have to, you know, $1 bags right now plus DustyWhy makes them worth. Wait, they actually have dollar bags right now? Wait, what the fuck do you mean dollar bags? Hold on. No, they unironically do. Dude, it's all 50% off. It's so fucking cheap. Make sure, in my opinion, like, they have the little bags and then they have the big bags. Try to make sure you guys are getting the big bags because those are the better deals. They have like 4 ounces and 2 ounces. So just be aware of which bags you guys are getting. But yeah. Either way, 36 for 36. Oh my god, bring out them seeds again. Only if you're gonna get it. Only if you're gonna get it. Anyways. I just kind of like, I would do my wars and stuff, and then I'd hop right over to Ashes, and I kind of like started showing people Ashes because I like the combat system when I played. I had been following the project for a few years before I actually started playing, and like, it was cool. It was cool. I recognized that it was far from where it was going to be, but also, that's what New World is, or what New World was to me. It was far from what the potential actually was, and, you know, or far from what the potential led us to believe it could be. And the hope as a New World creator was always that those who were putting in the time and the effort to make New World content on the front lines through the trenches, through the thick of it, would then see the boom that so many of the, you know, other MMOs had over time. Like, a lot of people thought New World was going to be it. You know, you stick through the shit, and then there's that big population boom. And every time a little population boom came with an update, New World just trickled out. The population would leave within a month. And as it went on and it went on, like, not only because of the population up down, like, the population up down's fine. I can do the population up down all fucking day. I do that with Ashes every single update. The thing about New World was that the leadership at the top of New World did not actually want New World to succeed. They wanted to move on from New World much sooner than they actually did, to then try to chase a zeitgeist in a title of a game that wasn't New World and honestly had nothing to do with New World, and they just wanted to try to chase something large. And that was all they ever wanted over there. So the second New World was no longer large, it was no longer zeitgeist level, it was no longer interesting to Amazon Games, and their CEO was very outward about that. Very, very, very transparent. There was an interview that was done from the Amazon Games CEO where there were a lot of questions that were asked that were responded to that literally killed my faith in that game immediately. And here I am, we can some change away from interviewing the creative director of Intrepid. It's insane. Insane. To think of like where Ashes has led me and my community so far, and just like the night and day flip between what New World was like with the lack of communication, the lack of involvement, the lack of transparency, and then also coming over here to see what Ashes is like. It's unreal, man. Slothing, Thogly, good day, my boys. Happy Thanksgiving, and thank you for the hydrates. The pepper flavor good? The cracked pepper? Do you really like pepper? Oh wait, Carla would probably love sunflower seeds. Huh. Yeah, Carla would probably fuck with sunflower seeds so heavy. Slothing, thank you for the 10 months, my boy. I appreciate you very, very, very much. You are an absolute legend. Chili Lime Goat. Dude, I'm gonna need to get multiple packs. I swear to God. Hold on. I'm gonna hit up 1,000 years right now. Before I forget. 1,000 years. Hello. After discussing with chat, I'd like to order many seeds. All of the new flavors. Hold on. All right, I've sent the message. All right, we're good. Easy peasy. I've sent the message along. Who's out here gifting subs? John G. Thank you, brother. Mr. Bohanglace. Congrats. Slothing came in and he dropped his prime. You couldn't do the same. So John G got you. Everybody see this thing? Yeah. It is absolutely insane foil. Kind of wild. Tab hybrid targeting gets pretty sophisticated with the full kit. Not sure if you got to that stage and still think the same. What's that? Like the... In terms of a full kit, do you mean like a full gear set, or what do you mean? The Sound Remus? Oh. That makes sense. I see messages that aren't a reply, and I'm like, oh shit. Wait, I better respond to this. I better. Bo, why does that exist? And why do you have that? Random hype train starting? I mean, we do have a hype train that's ready to take off, boys. If anybody out there does have a Prime T1, T2, T3, or 100 biddies, we can get the hype train on the tracks. Choo-choo! Will you be doing some Steam Key giveaways? I would love to, personally. I don't know what is, like, entailed with the content creator program as a whole. I don't know what they have on the horizon with that. I should actually probably reach out and like figure it out and get that all situated, because I would love to do Steam keys for like the 11th. It would be fucking huge, especially like if I got some leading up to the 11th. Oh my god. And I would marble shoutcast my nuts off. I love marble shoutcast for giveaways. Nothing is more random and ethical than a marbles giveaway, because at that point you know whoever is winning because they fucking worked for it. Anyone have AOC leaks? Any Phoenix Initiative members in the chat? Any at all? Any at all? But yeah, I would love to do some Steam Key giveaways. I'm also just broke as fuck. So that's hopefully gonna come from the content creator program at some point. I don't know when, if, whatever it may be, but that's when we're getting a better character creator. By better character creator, do you just mean larger booba? Because I would also be down. Somebody asked if I had played Arcade or similar. I think it was Parched. I have not played Arcade or many of the like social sandbox MMOs of the time. Ashes is really my first of this, I guess, like subgenre of MMOs. New World originally wanted to kind of be like an Ashes light in terms of the systems. So I got like a taste of it with New World originally before a lot of the systems were compromised because of the lack of the player base. But like, in my opinion, this has been a blast. I like the open world aspects a lot more than I thought that I would. I like the instant spin up of everything, potentially at any time. Always got to be on edge. Always got to be ready for everything to change at any point. Some days I would hop on and I would have infinite PvP over here. Some days it's a gathering day because it's super, super chill. And I'd never really know what I'm getting over here. With New World, I would log on and it was you know, 8 hours of OPR, 3 hours of wars, and that's an 11-hour stream, and then I go to bed and I do it again the next day. OPRs, wars, OPRs, wars, OPRs, wars. That's about it. Yo, Feisty, what up, dog? Scaper, how are you guys? Happy Thanksgiving. New World's gonna be Rust? Yes. Yeah, New World was going to be an open world survival. And then they pivoted it to a full social sandbox MMO so late in development. This is also part of the reason why I actually really enjoy Ashes and I'm optimistic about Ashes in the long run. Because it's that element of like, what New World went through, I actually see a lot of the similarities in Ashes. Not from the element of like, oh my god, Be Collected coming in with a 5 to save the hype train. Choo choo! Boys, thank you. Be Collected with a 5. John G with the gifty, Slothing with the 10 months as well. Boys, if you guys got a Prime, a T1, T2, T3 gifties, or you want to try out Twitch's new /gift1000 and fuck around and break my hype train record, that'd be cool. But you guys do get exclusive emotes that you can only earn during the hype trains, and to help support the stream, keep me here full time. And you guys are working way closer every single day to that 24-hour stream sub goal. And I greatly appreciate you guys. That'll be for the early access launch. That'll be 24 hours of non-stop leveling pump. You guys will be able to see all of my grind spots, all of my questing spots, everything. The interview might get it. Yo, Yush, thank you for the 1 as well. You are fucking awesome. Cap, coming in with a 3. I'm drowning. Boys, I appreciate y'all. Well, keep in mind, Snake, if we do hit it before the interview, I got some spicy ass gummy bears for the next sub goal. Now, I don't know how spicy they actually are, if I'm being honest, because they're like a Frank's Red Hot gummy bear. So I don't think they're actually like that spicy, but that's going to be the next sub goal. Negative, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. I saw him at the store randomly and I was just like, yeah, fuck it. This is what's going to happen. Boys, thank you for the love. Thank you for the gifties. Thank you for the T1s, the primes, the new follows today. All the love. If you guys are new to the channel, by the way, I do greatly appreciate y'all coming through today. While we are going to have some downtime the next few days as we wait for the 11th, I am a Daily Ashes content creator. I will be here every single day. I've streamed now over 880 days consecutively. The streak is not going anywhere, and neither am I. So if you guys have any Ashes content, questions, whatever, make sure you ask, make sure you drop the follow so you know when I go live every single day, usually around 2 p.m. EST, but I got some important shit. I got to feed pigeons, I got tummy issues, I got to smoke a couple bowl skis. It's a hard morning routine, if I'm being completely honest. And then I do a light stretch where I even try to bend over and touch my toes a little bit. So I got a lot going on here. But I greatly appreciate y'all showing up, spending the day with me every single day. It is truly a blast. But yeah, so on the, is the politics of backstabbing will be new for you? I mean, like, New World had politics and backstabbing, but like, it wasn't like there was a ton on the line. You know what I mean? With New World, the worst thing to happen was somebody in a warring roster left the company and then said they were gonna go war somewhere else. And then you just filled that spot with somebody else. Like, it wasn't that crazy because it was just a 50-person static war roster and then you were good. There were always mercenary slots available in wars, so you could fill quite easily. Also, I'm gonna be completely honest, New World had a rampant problem with account sharing. I streamed so many fucking wars on accounts that weren't mine and would actively talk about how these accounts were not mine on stream, and I would make fun of people's gearing on stream on their accounts while they were in my stream going, hey Dusty, thanks for getting me a good VOD, ha 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 ha. Like, the people who were loaning me their accounts to play would be in my stream watching me war on their accounts. And like, none of the accounts ever got banned, like nothing bad ever happened over there, so there wasn't a lot of actual like backstabbing in New World. It was more just petty drama. I think the worst thing to happen in New World was when every shot caller would try to eventually bone one of the e-girls in their companies. That typically led to some severing of things and something about shot callers wanting to spread that peen. But dude, I don't know, people were like flying each other out to see each other and shit. It was crazy. E-girls ruin guilds. Bro, many guilds have fallen to the way of the e-girl. It's kind of wild. I don't know. This weekend I'm going to make a video on the ultimate stretching guide to stay gaming 16 hours a day, 7 days a week, all year round. That is such an oddly specific stretching guide, but also very applicable to me. Like, Scaper, I'm gonna be real. That's one of those. This product isn't gonna sell to everybody, but the people that buy this product will really like this product type thing. It's a very specialized product, and I'm here for it because I'm a very specialized man. The girls almost killed more guilds than Heal Station. Bro, do you remember the meme that was going around? I don't know if you were still there for it, but when I was joining guilds and then they were dying like 2 weeks after I joined them, just coincidentally, I wasn't doing anything. But like there was just the Grim Reaper meme of me going door to door, just knocking on everybody's fucking guild door. I was in a couple of large guilds and New World leadership were usually dicks. Oh yeah, I mean, I was in many of the large guilds. I mean, it just depends. Like, I'm gonna be real. I usually joined the guilds and then made it very apparent that I was not going to VOD review. I was not going to show up to shit. I VOD review on my stream by myself. I will keep to myself and I will show up and I will frag out and I will top frag in your wars. But I don't want you to bother me and I don't want to be bothered. And everybody was so okay with that, dude. I live such a blessed life in New World. I didn't have to VOD review because I would VOD review myself and other people in wars. I would always top frag, so nobody ever critiqued my fucking gameplay in the first place. And that was like, unless it was like 2 guilds that wanted to try to. And even then, I just outfragged their fucking VOD reviewers. And I just showed up, did wars, did content. Nobody bothered me to do anything. And anytime that there was like a sign up that I forgot to sign up for, they'd be like, hey, Dusty, you wanted to do this war, right? And I was like, yeah, I'm good for it. And they'd be like, all right, bet, I got you. Like, I live such a blessed life and I still left. I still left that bitch. But yeah, New World leadership was very, like, New World stuff was very clicky. I'm gonna be completely honest. If you weren't in with the right people, then you usually weren't getting into the big guilds. And like, I kind of brute forced my way in. Like, I wasn't really in with anybody, but I was also just shitting on everybody that was in with everybody and then happened to work my way in despite not being in with people. And that was a very standoffish point between me and some of the more competitive guilds that I was in. 99% of them were fucking awesome about it. But there were a couple that just didn't really like the aspect of me not being involved with their community at all. And I was like, okay, that's fine. I'm still not going to. I was like, I got something that I'm doing over on this side. Because I played on 8 servers. I had 8 characters on 8 servers, and then I was playing on people's accounts. I was warring 25 to 30 times a week at my peak. Like, I was doing 4 wars a day, and I had an EU war slot. I had my NA East war slots. I had my NA West war slots. Like, it was insane. Guess what we get to VOD review? What's that? If it's mage gameplay, I don't want to fucking watch it. The New World e-girls were all over the men, me included. Yeah, the New World e-girls were all over you as well. Yes. Gamballs. And talk, you tried. You were so close. You were so close. Carla was draped in the bitches. Absolutely. Oh, fucking God. That's how I was with Healer. Didn't VOD review once. Well, Healer didn't have to do anything. Healer just pressed Sacred and then I stood in that shit. Yeah, I carried the fucking healers, bro. If you were healing me, I'd triple your numbers because I could actually play my life. I'd make the healers look good. Actually, funny enough, Carla used to get shit from bad guilds. Like, when I would war with Carla, bad guilds would say that she wasn't pumping enough because they wouldn't understand that I, like, don't take damage, funny enough. You didn't stand in the Sacred, you would run out all the time? Well, because it would avoid 6,000 damage. Yeah. Yo, 420 Gambler, much love, thank you for the follow. Like, I would avoid taking so much fucking damage that Carla would, like, get shit because her, like, healing numbers weren't high enough, and she'd be like, no, you don't understand, Dusty's health isn't moving. I mastered the art of not needing heals. I do not have to VOD review as a healer, even the top 10 healers VOD reviewed like 10 hours a day. Well, because he also quit the game. And didn't war. Is tank rare in ashes? Not really. Like, it's rare-ish to find good tanks, but in terms of a, like, in terms of a role demand, supports are much more rare, in my opinion. In a traditional MMO structure, you're gonna have a group of 5, and you're gonna have 1 tank, 1 healer, and 3 DPS. So you got a 20% emphasis on tank, 20% emphasis on a healer. In Ashes, you have an 8-person group. You have 1 tank, so the percent demand for tank goes down. You have 2 clerics and 2 bards for a total of 4 supports, which makes support demand go up. And then you have your 3 DPS spots. The 3 DPS spots, I mean, that's gonna lower the demand of DPS. So essentially in Ashes, the tank is still in demand, right? It absolutely is. What are these like blue orbs? Like the tank is still in demand, but the thing that is most in demand is abso-fucking-lutely gonna be cleric and bard. Tanks will more than likely always have a cleric duo. Oh yeah, a lot of tanks will have a cleric duo. Absolutely. Especially once you get into the higher end of things. I mean, I'm making Carla come back for the 11th. Yeah, absolutely. And she's happy to play starting on the 11th. At least she fucking better be. Being a trash class means you get 1 million small buffs until people find out the class is strong. I mean, low-key, when I started playing Ashes, nobody liked... I don't want to say nobody. Very few people actually talked about tank being good. And I got so much like, Dusty, what are you doing for playing tank? And people were like, oh, you want a PvP on a tank? Good luck. And I feel like some people are still like that. To a certain extent, because they don't realize that tank is fucking nuts. But tank is absurd. I ordered 24 OG bags, and I think I went on your shit because I clicked the link to get there, so it should be good. Blotto, my fucking goat. You're a legend. You're a legend. I should get an email. It usually sends me an email, and it's like, somebody bought seeds using your link. It's fucking huge. Hold on, I'll refresh. We're up. We're up. And then Carvana wants to buy my Civic. Chat. Anybody in the market for a Honda Civic? Because if you can beat Carvana's offer, apparently my Civic is in high demand right now, according to Carvana. So I'm just saying, high demand means a good time to sell. I could sell the Civic.
Cat with abs is
I could, yo,
absolutely
Fatal Beams,
S tier.
thank you for following, much love. I could sell the Civic. I could flip the Civic money into the $300 electric scooter that was available. Civic, did you lose a bet? This is my second Civic. The fuck do you mean? I love Civics. Yeah, I got nothing against a Civic. That shit's fire. I also have a hatchback. So I have a lot of space. I have headroom because I'm 6'5", so I'm tall. So sure you can get at least $100 for the Civic. I'd have to clean it. Yeah, I'd have to clean it. Twitch was like, are you sure you want to say bitch in the chat? Yo, that new, like, the new message confirmation thing where it's like, are you sure you want to say this? It could be harmful. I feel like they need to attach some AI to that where it, like, parses what the streamer is saying to start out and then kind of, like, establishes it. Civics are cool, but I need something with more oomph. I mean, that's fair. If I had more bank account, then I probably maybe wouldn't drive a Civic. I don't know. I really like my Civic. I don't necessarily know what I would drive other than a Civic, because it's not like, I mean, maybe if I was super rich, I'd drive like a Lamborghini Urus instead. But like, I don't really need a Urus. I feel like my Civic and a Urus are the exact same thing because I don't drive fast or far. And as long as it doesn't break down and it keeps me comfy on the way, I don't really have many complaints. So like, granted, I've never driven a Lamborghini Urus, and I'm assuming it'd be fun as shit, and it would be hard to go back to my Civic at that point. But like, I'm gonna be real, I got no problems with a Civic. I think even if I was rich as fuck, I'd still probably have my Civic. That bitch paid off. The rich stay rich by not spending their clams. I've learned many lessons, and I'm not even rich yet. So I mean, like, I get that. I don't need more oomph. Like, I don't tow anything. I live in Maine, so everybody in my fucking family has trucks. Like, my parents, my parents have 3 trucks. My oldest brother has a truck. His wife has an SUV. My middle brother has 2 Subarus for some reason. So I could get like the Subaru. Gotta tow those massive balls. Well, when I'm driving, the balls are in the front seat, so it helps weigh down the front wheel drive, therefore pulling the Civic. So it's really good for the winter, especially. It's like sandbags in the back of a truck. Really just weighs those bitches down a bit. Jewelry Dono boosted my fizz power by like 30. Yeah, that's solid. Yo, Drainway, what up, dog? I'm new. What should I? Grandmaster is a solo rogue. I mean, in terms of your eventual GM goals, keep in mind that every craft like output is going to require multiple inputs. So even if you were to like GM weaponsmith, you would still need way too many. And right now it'd be workable because journeyman is the highest level, so you can effectively have 4 right now. But through that, you would need to gather multiple things, refine multiple things, and then have those multiple gathered and refined products all cumulatively contribute to your crafted good, which would more or less be tough. Very tough. Some people have alts for the additional things, but even as a solo player, you'll very frequently find yourself outsourcing some of your material processing. I typically recommend finding a crafter on the server, unless you're trying to do like full SSF, in which case, good luck, you're a soldier. But I would recommend outsourcing the crafting part of things. You'll notice my crafting is all level 1, and then my gathering, I have level 25 lumberjacking, level 30 herbalism, level 26 hunting, and then I have level 21 lumber milling. So those are my 4 journeymans that I've chosen to boost up to the highest effective level right now, because that's, you know, that's where I want to spend my time. If I'm not pumping mobs or anything like that, then I'll just gather a little bit. So in the long term, I'll probably do, you know, two gathering at Grandmaster. So what's best for gold to buy everything? Honestly, gather and sell to the people that have the gold. There's always some niche ways to market along the way, right? But gathering is the root of all clams. Just gather, get high rarity, and sell that high rarity to players at the right time. And as you learn to identify market trends, and you can see like this is the upcoming craft that's going to be in demand, being able to sell the goods for those crafts can make a lot of money. What flavor Red Bull do I drink? Watermelon. Named items early. Yeah, named items can be solid as well too. Absolutely. They're gonna wipe the game when they Steam release it. Yes. Keep in mind, Steam release is just going to be a continuation of development. It's not gonna be like the, you know, the full release of the full game. It's basically business as usual, except we're getting a big chungus of a patch to go along with the Steam release. So just food for thought there. It's by no means the completed, polished, finished product of Ash as a creation. It is on its way to becoming that, and people will be able to help contribute to that in the long term, but as of right now, it's still got a long way to go on the time of the Steam release. So just food for thought there. What are the chances they're going to announce Ash is going to Steam during the Game Awards? I would say probably about the same as me going to rip a fart one stream and just shitting my pants. If I'm being completely honest. And like, I try not to fart on stream because for a while I had a Blue Yeti mic and that thing picked up everything because I didn't have a noise gate on it. So it's above 0, but I would say probably less than 10% if I had to guess. And then I would say the Game Awards announcement is even lower than that 10%. Bro, I almost shitted myself today. Like, not like almost like I got scared, but like I had a fart where I had to kind of like...
Cat with abs is absolutely...
Trade away, thank you for the follow. Like, you ever have a fart and you're like, I can keep going, and then you're like, oh, no, I cannot keep going really quickly, and you gotta like pinch it? Like, I kind of had one of those scary moments where it's like, if I continued, my body clearly thought that it was time, and like, it wasn't meant to just be a fart. It was meant to be the precursor to something else. So anyways. We'll move on. More or less, I do not think Ash is probably gonna have enough like motion, if I'm being real, to get like Game Awards hype or anything else. If I shit myself, I full send. I mean, I respect that. Bo. Sometimes you gotta stand on business, you gotta pick a hill to die on, or I guess to shit on, and you're choosing to do that. Is Riverlands or Anvils better for starting? Feel like Anvils will be less populated, but Riverlands better depending on traffic. Depends on the first time user experience, if I'm being honest, because like mob grinds can come anywhere. I think, in my personal opinion, it is the sheer element of if you're trying to level fast and you're looking at what's better for starting, what provides the best questing experience at the start for you to shotgun. Because like right now, people are trying to parse out how can I have an uncontestable intro leveling loop where nobody else can take any objectives, like because they're not objectives that are contestable. It's just run here, do this, complete this, do this, complete this, get these payouts. And that's the start that you're looking for. So with the linear start in the anvils, you kind of got to see like what the transitions are out to bonfire, out to hammer rest, and get yourself squared away there. In the riverlands, you know, you still have your traditional line hold Samia starts, followed up by going out to the harbors and shit. Like, you do have... Oh, level 10 lad. Hold on, I might have some weapons and shit for him. I don't know what this dude has, but... Yo, make sure that guy stays there. I have some extra level 10 gear in my bank. But yeah, I would say more or less right now, we gotta see what the changes are going to be starting on the 2nd at this point with the first time user experience. They have been tweaking it all along the way. They've been throwing a lot of tweaks out for it. So I am curious. But as of right now, we don't necessarily know where it's all shored up to be, where it's all set to be. We'll get more information on that throughout this week though. Or throughout the next week, I should say. Was the game going to Steam? I mean, I'm not intrepid, so I can't really say. I would say very simply put, to get, you know, more accessibility to the player base, get some more money in, some more funding in, get some more bodies in play testing to provide feedback. Because it's already fully accessible on the, like on the Ashes side, it's completely accessible. There is no part that's stopping anybody from buying it through ashesofcreation.com. So it's not a matter of just like, you know, they need any, you know, sort of anything around it. I think it's just getting more of what they already have, which I don't think is ever really, you know, a bad set of scenarios, so to say. So, I mean, naturally, you're going to have good and bad feedback that comes with that along the way. But I do personally feel like we already have had so much both good and bad feedback already existing within Ashes. And if you look at the outward, like, you know, public sentiment of YouTube, Discord, Reddit, whatever it may be, like the truly non-Ashes sources, you'll hear so much overwhelming negative. But if I'm being completely honest, I don't really think Ashes is that bad right now, man. I think it's better than a lot of people give it credit for. I think that it absolutely lacks a lot of what the systems want it to be and where Ashes wants to be. But it's development. It's just taking the development over to a super accessible platform and a super accessible place, which seemingly is going to be the long-term house for Ashes as well. So I'm assuming they saw some potential in Steam somewhere along the way, because Steven said that they're going to be having all players do Steam Link and then just like go over to the Steam side to launch. I don't know like all of what's going on with the decision making or anything like that. I'll probably ask him soon. But yeah. Very simply put, when they announced it in the dev stream, they were talking a good bit about how it was a business decision. So, hard part of development's done, combat movement and server tech. I think it's all going to continue to change, but I mean, you also do have, the econ that's going to be a very tough part of it. If dynamic gridding isn't working 100% properly, then like, I don't think anything's really like done, so to say. But I think they're attacking the core very early. That's what I'm thinking. I think that building the foundation and approaching those things that will be the harder tasks to take on first, and then building out from there is going to be very nice. No more monthly streams from Ashes. Yeah, no, they're still doing the monthly streams. They're just getting... excuse me, caught back up to the cadence, because October 1 ended up getting pushed back to November because of the announcements. They're doing 2 in December. I think they're going to be doing 1 a little bit like earlier in December, then 1 a little bit later. Want to be on the PTR right now? GP, I feel you. I feel you so much. The PTR build is so fun. It's so nice. It's so beautiful. The lighting is wonderful. The skybox is wonderful. The movement's wonderful. The time to kill is getting there. It's working its way up. It will get there. But yeah, we'll have 2 dev streams. My point is not flashy things we see. Oh yeah, no, absolutely, absolutely. I've also said that, like, personally, the Harbinger system represents a first form of, like, outward visible replayable content, where it's like, oh, what's going on here? Oh, you will have all of your gear. You're in a god set. Now you're going to the Harbingers. Well, why are you going to the Harbingers? Why are you going out there a little bit each night? Why are you fighting back against the corruption? Why are you fighting this raid? It is replayable, repeatable content in the finest form. And in my opinion, that's what Ashes lacks right now. It's the element of, I've got my gear, I've got squared away. I know that I want to do something, but what can I do right now? That is Ashes. And as Ashes continues to get more systems in place and more repeatable content, it's just going to get easier to play for people. Haven't put Ashes down since first test. The bones are so solid. The bones are phenomenal. Yes, that's what I'm saying, man. That's what I have always said about Ashes. Take your favorite MMO, strip away all of the systems, strip away all of the polish, all of the lights, all of the graphic discrepancies, everything. Look at very base interactions. Look at how your inputs feel. Look at how enjoyable the combat is. And look at what you are actually interacting with as a player. And you'll realize that when you're looking at a game, arenas don't fucking matter because every game can have an arena at any point. Instance content and boss fights, you can add instance content at any point. Exactly. And Ashes is when you strip it down and you look at other things stripped down, Ashes is really well set up to build into the future. Feels like we'll see the pace of content we anticipated once they manage to add dynamic gridding for performance to be acceptable. Oh god, once dynamic gridding is done, I'm assuming, and again, this is just me assuming. You know what they say about assuming. But I'm gonna go out on a limb and throw the idea out there that maybe, just maybe, once they're done literally fucking inventing server technology, that they'll be able to fully focus on other things. Now, the networking team is always going to be networking. But from what I've heard, dynamic gridding and server worker infrastructure are kind of like a two-headed beast. Dynamic gridding calls in more server workers, but the more they improve each individual server worker, the less dynamic gridding is needed and the more effective dynamic gridding is when it's activated. So on their end, they're very big, like, we want to be able to iterate on our server workers themselves, so that way we don't need dynamic gridding, and dynamic gridding is just a failsafe to keep things running smooth, is basically how I've understood it. Which essentially means, even when dynamic gridding isn't active, they still think this can be smoother. They still think this can support more players. They still think this can be better. Granted, there are 5 people on this server worker right now, but that's okay. Just feels really good. Somebody released games I tried to play for a couple hours, then no real desire to jump back in as there's nothing special. The feel is phenomenal. If I'm being completely honest. The feel is really, really, really crisp, really smooth. Really good. Dynamic gridding is basically make 100 vs 100 possible instead of a slideshow. 100 vs 100s have been a bit better lately, and even then, like 200 people is not a lot in the grand scheme of Ashes when they have such grander numbers planned. I think 100 vs 100 should be supported on an individual server worker, and then dynamic gridding should come in when numbers are truly busting past that. But it all just depends on, like, how much they can push up. So, dynamic gridding is in and on auto already. They've addressed this a few times answering people in Discord. Is it on live as well? Like right here, right now? Or only on PTR? Because we know it's been in on PTR and working. But I haven't heard if it's on here. Think it's PTR? Yeah, I think it's only on PTR right now. Which makes you wonder if that bastard's responsible for our stuttering. He's a fucking rat. It's just not auto on live. Yeah, but they can gritty, right? They just have to do it themselves. Now, have they said if we have had any instances where we have actually facilitated dynamic gridding doing anything? Because dynamic gridding is supposed to be like server worker says, oh no, I need help. And then more server workers come and help. But what happens if we can't make the server worker go, oh, I need help? Because there are like 12 of us, dog. Thought it was 250 250 for castle. Well, keep in mind too, settlement sieges are supposed to be, from what we have heard, a mass scale mode where everybody is able to contribute in some way, shape, or form through even low-level players being included to like buff areas, run siege weapons and shit like that. Like the siege system is going to be so deep. I'm gonna love sieges. Lexi, thank you for the hydrate. I appreciate you. I would suspect the hitching being the data gathering stuff, like we said. So how would that be like? How would that be a high prio fix for them? Just stop gathering fucking data? Literally just don't. Could we just kindly ask them to stop fucking taking all of the data? I feel like it's excessive right now, dog. If I ever see 500 versus 500 castle sieges, I'll die. I mean, keep in mind, we can yap all we want to about sieges. But bro, open world is where it's at. Like, open world is uncapped, unfiltered rage. That's it. That's all she wrote. Open world can have so many people there at any point. You could have 1,000 people in open world, man. One Asmongold all call. Brother, that would dynamically grid everything in existence. Is game buns or not? If you're looking to check it out on the 11th, honestly, I think if you're an MMO fan, it's going to be fun enough on the 11th to get your money's worth out of in between now and the full launch of the game. Keep in mind, the game still has years until it actually comes out. Right now, the servers are dead as shit because people are waiting until the 11th, and this server is just getting wiped, right? But I personally think Ashes has really good bones to it. It still needs a lot more polish. It still needs a lot more systems, which are in the plan and the scope of it. It's just, it's in development and it's not fully there yet, not fully done yet. So it's going to keep getting better. But I think for most players, if you're looking for an MMO and you're excited about something that could be a fun MMO to play, Ashes could definitely be that. It won't automatically be that for every player, but for some, it could be. Because it's basically periodic. I guess not knowing everything that every period takes a big ol' scoop. So a fix could be smaller scoops more often, or just do different parts instead of getting the whole Neapolitan every time. My dad used to get pissed off because I would eat the chocolate and the vanilla out of the Neapolitan. And then leave the... Yeah, anyways. What DBS classes do you think are best for PvP and PvE? On the new time to kill, I think there's going to be a lot of fighter love on the new time to kill. If I'm being completely honest. I think we'll see fighter up. I think we'll see range up. I think we'll see... fighter and ranger up. I think we'll see rogue up. And I think we'll see mage down in terms of my predictions for next phase. I think ranger will still be valid for PvE. And PvP, ranger's always great because you have... Vines. It's like, what the fuck is the name of that? Vines. So yeah, I think mage is what suffers most substantially next phase. You can always have your participation spikes from wipes. Oh yeah, absolutely. What would a healthy Ashes server look like in terms of population? Steven has said that his goal for server, like, player base on launch, and this was a while back, I don't know if the scope has changed or anything, especially with dynamic gridding actually being alive. 10,000 peak player count, 50,000 unique accounts on a server is numbers that have been thrown out previously. However, I would expect the total number of accounts on a server to be a bit higher than 50k at a 10k peak concurrent player count. Either way, we have seen one starting area have 8,100 plus concurrent players. And that was fucked. So I would say, like, keep in mind, as the full map continues to come in, we'll have more accessibility. But right now, so much of the game is based out of just the Riverlands that it's kind of tough to accommodate more players right now and spread them out everywhere because we don't have late game filtering. What I mean by that is starting areas are going to support 1 to 30 progression, And then we're going to have 31 to 50 out in the other areas that are not starting areas. So, you know, in the full launch of the game, we're going to have the end game areas, we're going to have starting areas, we're going to have intermediary areas. Right now, we just have the Riverlands as the main point of everything. You don't have to go to the desert, the June Dark, the tropics, or the Anvils, and honestly, you're better off if you stay in the Riverlands for most of your time, especially as a newer player. So, like, the population is going to look and play a lot different right now than it will in the long term. At this point in time, I would love to see like 6 to 8K per server, just, you know, scattered all across the server. I think that would be awesome because people will be hubbed up in the Riverlands primarily, but 6 to 8K would make it feel very alive, especially over the course of, you know, the tropics, the lawless areas, the higher level areas, all of that. Long term, I would personally love to see 10K be surpassed. I think, again, 6 to 8K per primary starting area could be really fun in terms of a peak. So maybe like, you know, maybe somewhere in between 10 and 20 could be good for a peak. But that's also just me saying, hypothetically, with more development coming in, what I think it would feel like. There's no real way to know or discern. So, we've heard they hit 8.1K. Yeah. The peak was 8.1 thousand concurrent players on one singular server with no dynamic gridding for the Phase 2.5 launch. So presumably, server worker infrastructure gets better. Presumably, dynamic gridding is going to help a whole shitload. And between both of those, capacity should go up. I think that's a big thing to keep in mind. Capacity will continue to increase and server fluidity will continue to increase. Boys, I'm tired of shit. I'll be completely honest. I had a long day at turkey and eating and working hard today. So I'm gonna go chill. I'm gonna watch an episode of Survivor with Carlin. I'm gonna have some goddamn leftovers as a man should to celebrate America and Thanksgiving. So, if you guys are new to the channel, please make sure you drop the follow so you know when I go live every single day. My name is Dusty, and I do stream daily starting around 2 p.m. EST. I have streamed over 880 days in a row now, and I'm not fucking going anywhere, so I hope you guys don't either, because if you do, I'd have to get a job. I don't want to have to do that. I will be back tomorrow, nice and early and squirrely. I'm not going Black Friday shopping, because Black Friday is a fucking scam at this point. I've been looking at sales, and the sales were there the entire goddamn month, and most of the sales aren't even that fucking good. I'm quite disappointed, and I don't like spending money. I'm very frugal. So, I'll be back tomorrow. We'll have an absolutely banger stream. Hopefully find something to get into. Maybe convince Intrepid to put some boost NPCs in and stuff like that. So, but the $1 bags of seeds? Well, I'm just gonna get those for free. I don't have to pay for my sunflower seeds. Yeah, I'm partnered with the seed brand. Yeah, they just send me shit, dog. I don't have much motion, but if you like sunflower seeds, I have an ungodly amount of motion. Like, it's not like I'm gonna shut a city down, but like, if you're a sunflower seed fanatic... Oh, I got you, dog. I got you. I got that fucking clout. I swear to God. I swear to God. I'm like in a fucking pimp coat and shit. That's more about Open World PvP tomorrow then. Oh yeah, dude, hit me up. I'm more than happy to answer any questions. If you guys are coming into Ashes as well, make sure you do !guild. That'll get you our guild Discord. You guys can pop in as a casual-minded player, competitive-minded player, anything in between. We fight with and against the best of the best guilds in the game. We focus on top-end content however we can with getting all of our people into all of that content. So, !guild. !Ashes. If you guys haven't made your Ashes account yet, make sure you make your account using that link. Support the stream. Let them know where you came from. Show some love. I will be back tomorrow around 2 p.m. EST. I know today was a super short stream. I'm so sorry, guys. Only 6 hours. It's killing me inside. Blame my parents. They made a lot of food and I passed out on the couch. So we'll be back on the 8+s tomorrow, but if it's your guys' first day here, I quite literally stream 8+ hours nearly every single day. So I hope you're locked in for the apps. I will catch you guys tomorrow. We'll answer lots of questions. We'll have some good info going out as we all prep for December 11th. And my boys, I'm fucking excited. I love y'all. I'll catch you guys tomorrow. I appreciate you guys showing up today and every day. Truly means the world to me. Peace.